오히려 킬각 보겠다?
이걸
근데 이거 킬각 맞아요.
네?
이거 킬각 볼 수는 있었는데
많이 나오고는 있거든요. 그래서 많은 분들이 모일 수도 있는 상황.
자, 이거는 그대로 일단
NXA,
지속딜이
그쵸.
세니까 NXA 선수 앞쪽으로 치고 들어가면서 상대방을 마무리해주고 있고요. 하지만 제키를 여기서 오히려 시코 선수가 하나 마무리해주면서 1대1 교환까지 들어갔습니다만 지속딜이 워낙에 센 거는 사실 에스페란자거든요. 여기서 싸움 계속 보면 에스페란자가 웬만한 이기는 그림이 나올 겁니다.
터미네이트 각까지 보나요?
자, 일단 요한의 궁극기 받아가면서 힐 잘 되었고요. 자,
이거
근데 이거
자, 스트라이더라서 이동 속도 굉장히 빠르죠.
네.
근데 알렉스가
살아나긴 했어요.
살아났어요.
옆에 이제 치유바람 올려주면서 체력이랑 방어력을 좀 올려줄 수 있었고 아이템 시간 불렀는데요. 이거는 자 올드보이 자 아이템 파서해야 됩니다.
강로 맞아가면서 민재 선수도 이러면은 딜타임이 한번 빠지게 되었고요.
올드보이.
아스트라 버스까지.
그렇죠. 근데 이거는 또 지는 게 또 어떻게 보면 당연한 게 아이템 차이가 많이 나요. 아까 전에 올드보이 양궁장에서 혈액 샘플 부르면서 든든하게 체력 채웠던 팀이었습니다.
자, 한번 빠진 거 확인하자마자
정사필중 맞춰놓고 자 뒷라인으로 한번 들어가나 싶었다가 레녹스를 먼저 노려주는 움직임 좋습니다. 이러면은 엠마까지도 한번 노려볼 만하겠는데요. 엠마 그래도 뒤로 체지 쓰면서 잘 빠져줬습니다.
와, 이거 그래도 토템 선수가 순간적으로 들어오려고 하는 디나 선수에게 딜을 한번 확 꽂아주니까 나머지 인원들이 못 들어오게 되면서 도시맨 선수가 생각보다 할 게 없었죠. 방금 토템 선수의 이제 블라스트 웨이브와 더불어서 이제 폭탄 근접이 아니었다면은 그대로 밀릴 수 있었습니다.
자 이러면 재교전.
자,
와
넥스 그랩. 그런데
최냐.
이래서
와 이거는 진짜 그랩 한 방으로 모든 구도를 다 뒤집었어요.
그렇죠. 자,
한 번
다시 한번
더 땡겨 이러면은 레벨 올라가다가 그대로 마무리. 근데 이러면 미르게이밍도 위기거든요. 스킬이 다 빠져있는 상태이기 때문에 에스페란자에게 이거는 현란함까지 가지고 있어서 NXA가 다 따라갈 수 있어요.
이거 이번에 몇 킬 먹는 건가요?
자, 가면 갈수록 세지는 NXA거든요. 자, 결국 이렇게 끝이 날 수밖에 없고요.
근데 넘어갔는데 하지만
근데 이거는 뭐 시몬스 혼자 뭐 할 수가 없죠.
그래도 1킬까지 만들어냈지만 여기까지입니다.
그렇죠.
자, 스택 천천히 쌓아주고 있어요. NXA 선수 W 긁어주면서 자 이거 유티나한테도 지금 스택이 가 있거든요. 패시브 스택 쌓여 있는 거 유지해주면서 들어갈 준비.
바람가잘 활용해주면서 계속해서 각을 보고는 있는데 올드보이 확실히 자, 그 신중함을 보여주고 있습니다.
자 근데 맵이 좁아지면 좁아질수록 에스페란자에게 더욱더 유리해진다. 강로 피하면서 들어갔어요. 자 한 턴만 버티면 제키 그대로 때려 선수가 하나 마무리하면서 자 날뛰게 됩니다. 폭주 상태.
자, 일단 확실 내어주면서 승전보도 받아줄 수도 있는데 자, 예제살 세리오
하나 마무리 되긴 했는데 자 NXA가 살아있으면은
그렇죠.
그대로 이동 속도로 따라 붙어주면서 범발사 마무리 에스페란자 여기서 체크메이트 달성합니다.
네.
이 싸움 같은 경우도 좀 초반에 많이 밀렸기 때문에 이길 수가 없었고 자 다시는 서커스와 제천 팔랑크스 자 지각변동 살짝 각을 내준다.
그래도
W는 여기까지 좋아요.
자, 근데 이제 뒤쪽에서 투시맨 선수의 불필세조가 함께 나오는 지속딜이 중요한 거거든요.
자 역돌진 한번 시작해봤는데 상대방이 역돌진을 올 걸 알고 있어서 거리를 벌려주고 있었어요. 제천 팔랑크스.
자, 레볼루 선수 각주지 않는 현명한 판단 너무 좋았고요.
하늘나니.
자, 이거는 못 넘어가요.
이미 터트려주면서 그걸 또 에어본으로 끊었기 때문에 이거 인빈시블이랑 밀게임이 그냥 들어가서 싸움 볼 수 있다라는 생각도 어느 정도 좀 들어요. 상대를 워낙에 가까이 있었기 때문에
이거 구석으로 몰리면 별로 안 좋은데요, 경남스파크.
그래도 받아치는 데는 굉장히 좋은 조합이기 때문에 상대방 들어오면은 이거 헨리 군갈고 한번 받아쳐볼게
그래도.
유리 생각으로 싸움 계속해서 걸고 있는 건데 NCMB 이거 벽공 당해가지고 피스메이커를 못 썼어요.
뒤쪽으로 넘겨지면서 레볼루의
와.
마무리.
이거는 마커스가 센스가 좋았던 게 상대방 하트 궁극기 타이밍 걸 알고 있으니까 벽공 계속해서 아껴줬다가 너 이거 하트 궁 쓸래? 안 써? 바로 벽공 기절.
그나마 다행인 건 지금 늑대 맹습이 아니에요. 그래서 한번 버텨줬고 자, 투사째 자,
이거 3점으로 또 끝나나요? 경남 스파클.
이거 진짜 비상이에요. 이거
그거 굉장히 잘해주고 있습니다. 자,
미르게이밍과 에스페란자입니다.
자, 토템 이번에도 일단 한번 잘 밀어주었고요. 자, 여기서 와 근데 순간적인 데미지 넣어주면서
오,
와우,
1대1 교환이
교환
됐어요.
성공.
와, 이거 상대방 들어온 거 받아치는 것도 너무 잘했었는데 일단은
그렇죠.
채장 선수가 메인 딜러들한테 궁극기를 전부 다 적중을 해줬었거든요. 한 2명한테 궁극기를 적중했었던 것 같은데 착각을 했습니다.
아이고.
아,
그리고
갈 데가 없죠.
네.
근데 이거 잡다가
자,
이 만약에 밀키가 이 타이밍이 온다면 이거 조금 사고가 될 수 있어요. 여기서
자,
스킬 안 빼고 잡아야 됩니다.
이것까지 넘어가는 거
아그로 킬 안
조심해요.
빼고 잡아야 돼요.
아 이거
체력이 좀 빠져있는
잡아내긴
상태.
했습니다만.
나갈 곳이 없는데요. 토템 살 수 있나? 아, 벽에 몰려서 살 수가 없었습니다.
진영이 무너지기 너무 컸죠.
야, 밀키웨이 1라운드의 아쉬움을 털어내면서 2라운드에 많은 점수를 뽑아내고 있고요. 이제 최종 생존 싸움까지 일보 직전.
자, 억울할 수밖에 없지만 어쩔 수 없죠. 제가 이거 어떻게든 어거지로 뚫고 들어가야 되는데 거기서 킬도 빠르게 못 내면 이거 괜히 피스메이커 안에서 무적되면 들어가 있고 막 3, 2, 1 이래서 궁구당하는 이런 상황 나오면 안 되거든요.
근데 이거 얀스택이 좀 생각보다 채워졌거든요. 4택.
그렇죠?
그래서 어깨로
나
한번 들어가
좀
봤는데 자, 하트 위치 중요해요. 하트
그렇죠.
피스메이커로 버텼고 근데 이거 버니스가 녹았거든요.
그렇죠.
이러면은
자, 이런
궁극기.
상황에서
이걸로 마무리가 되나요? 되지
안
않았어요.
됐어요. 자, 이러면은 어렵다고 거의 봐야 되고요.
오? 이거 진짜 대치 구도를 오히려 보지 않고 싸움을 걸었던 것도 굉장히 좋았고 이게 오히려 묘지 지금 위쪽으로 들어왔었던 게 버니스 덧갈 시간을 충분히 주지 않았거든요. 그 부분이 있다 보니까 얀이 들어가서 상대방 이동이 다 빼놓을 거 빼놨었고 하트랑 버니스를 갈라놨었기 때문에 하트는 이제 버니스는 피스메이커를 받지 못해가지고 녹아버렸던 건데 이니시를 정말 잘 걸었어요.
그렇죠. 자, 그리고 여기서 게임월드의 정지 능력과 함께 호리픽이 찔러주면서
뭐 사고만 안 난다면 혈액 샘플을 얻는 거는 뭐 당연한 수순이죠.
그렇죠. 자, 이번에는 경남 스타들에게 굉장히 크게 웃어주고 있는 우리아의 팀입니다. 그리고 여기 자, 아티팩트 이것도 좀 빨리 빠지면서 그래서 강로 안쪽까지 잘 들어갔고요.
와, 도발 이후에 아스트라버스트 연계까지 깔끔하게 들어가니까 이게 타지아가 버티지를 못해요.
자, 그나마
살아갈 수
알렉스랑
있을까요?
어떻게든 도망을 가볼 수는 있지 않을까?
그렇습니다. 자, 무빙 리로드 하고 뒤로 빠진 다음에 잠입. 오, 그냥 들어가 보나요?
아,
근데
이거
슬로
한번
걸었으면
걸었어요.
이거는 얘기가 약간 달라질 수 있어요.
그렇죠.
킬 도발
안
이후에
된다고 생각했네.
오, 오히려 역킬각.
이거!
자, 이거 역킬각까지 봤어요.
그리고
이거를. 야, 이게 그렇습니다. 오, 이게 사실
이거 살려내면 아래에서도 쫓아오고
아이고.
왼쪽에서도 지금 미르게임이 있거든요.
이거는 근데 이혁 선수 시간이 많이 없어서
그렇죠.
빠질 곳이 많이 없기는 한데
자, 이거 같이 타달라고. 자, 이거
이
예.
점프 깔고 2초 1초 이렇게 되면 시간이 진짜 많은 거거든요. 안전오브도 지금 쓸 수 있는 상황인 것 같은데
여기서 겼고요.
안전오브는 못 쓰나요? 그대로 그냥 금지구역에서 사망할
오!
각을 보고 있습니다만
말씀해주신 대로
블레이크?
자, 이거 미르게임
1킬만.
시간
다 와요.
많이 없는데요.
이게 뭐야?
얀 1킬만. 근데 뭐 난리 났네요.
오, 야,
1킬
야.
남았어요. 시간 진짜 많아요. 이거 금지구역 안에 들어가서 비비면 진짜 좋은데.
아, 지금 잘하고 있어요, 라찬.
그렇죠.
너무 잘하고 있어요.
재량도 시간이 없어서
라탄,
이거 마무리 되면
라탄,
라탄 이거 1킬.
실점 위에
오, 라찬.
이게 무슨 일이야? 이게
라찬. 야, 이게 뭐야? 이게 뭐야?
다시 한 번 더.
1 3초 2초 1초 버티면
라찬.
터졌어요. 세민 때문에 터졌어요. 이거 버티면 몰랐는데 혹시 몰라서 들어갔더니 마무리가 됐습니다. 이거 영웅이 될 수 있었는데 너무 아쉬워요.
아, 그래도 라찬 지금 점수
이미
몇 점을 벌어준
굉장히
거예요?
잘해준 거고요.
그럼 여기 교전부터 보겠습니다. 제키 크게 돌았는데 카메라에 체크가 될 예정이거든요. 근데 EMP 깔아서 몰라요.
그렇죠.
EMP 깔아서 모르긴 한데 이제 대충 예상을 하고 있는 거죠, 위치를. 그래서 안정적인 위치를 잡기 위해서 뒤쪽으로 빠져주면서 교전 보고 있고요. 자, 세리오 들어가는 거.
자, 리모트 만들어주고.
오,
하지만
근데 이거
결국 군대
콤보가
성공.
너무 좋기는 했는데 그거 바로 때문에 마무리가 됐습니다. 이러면은 그대로 에스페란자가 밀고 들어갑니다.
자, 에스페란자.
자, 이러면은
결국 이번에도
탱커 혼자 남은 건 어떻게 할 수가 없죠.
점수를 확실히 올려보겠다. 균열 싸움도 우리가 세니까 한번 보겠다라는 건데
이번엔 제대로 한번 터트려 주었죠.
니키.
이게 후판
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to week 2 of Eternal Return Masters. This is gonna be a fun one. I hope you guys have been really well for the past week, but now it is time for the fun to begin and the great sets of games to start. My name is Shubi-senpai. I'll be one of your casters for the weekend. Alongside me is gonna be Superior to deliver us Upon Evil, the great games of Eternal Return Masters. How are you doing tonight, Superior?
I am doing fantastic, and I'm excited because today we are, I think, in our knockout stage 3 and 4, so we're definitely getting into the later half of, all of these games. So all these teams are going to be quite good, I would say, and everyone's going to be coming out swinging.
Oh yeah, this is where the real fun begins, right? Last week we had a lot of interesting sets of knockout games from knockout stage number 1 and 2. This time around, I think you're absolutely correct. We're going to start going into a little bit of the nitty-gritty, a little bit of that serious gaming hours for Eternal Return Masters. So let's talk a little bit about what is going on. The overview. Over at the left side, we're already done with halfway over the games, right? So with days 1, 2, and 3 are all done. We are starting out at day number 4 now. Got 5 and 6 tomorrow and the day after correspondingly, so do be there for that 2 hours earlier than today if you're taking a look ahead of that schedule. Prize pool, same thing as usual too. 10 million core in one, nothing too crazy there. Point matrix, same thing. And the road to the finals, we are just in phase number 1.
Yeah, and our format is here for you guys. All the group stages are done, and our first 2 knockout stages, 1 and 2, we are finished at as well. So we're on knockout stage 3 here, so about in the middle of where we need to be at. So we are going to be seeing our 5th place teams from the group stages, and all the teams that did end up coming out from knockout stage 1 and 2. I think we still have 2 teams still from knockout stage 1, so we still have that golden run coming in for those 2 teams. I think it's Old Boy and the Milky Way. So very excited to see if they can achieve the run to make it all the way to the finals from knockout stage 1.
Yeah, Milky Way has been a very solid set of teams, I should say, starting from the beginning of pretty much the knockout stages to begin with. Almost makes you wonder how this team got put into knockout stage 1 to begin with. You can see it up on our screen as well. Starting from the very left, Old Boy and Milky Way, exactly as you said, are the teams coming up from knockout stage number 1, playing with us here today, trying to make their golden run a reality. Other than those 2, though, will be joining us by Esperanza and Team Gaming as our last 2 coming up from our previous knockout stages. And you can see right here the teams from 5th place for the group stages, the ones that will be joining us for knockout stage number 3: Dragon Ball Z, Freya, High TV, as well as Achilles to round out our 8 teams playing in our first set of 4 day.
Some pretty solid teams here that these teams are going to have to work through. We'll have to see if they can make it to knockout stage 4, because if you saw the standings, I would say, from where they're coming out from knockout stage 3, they're actually on the bottom 2, right? Sitting in, I think, 3rd and 4th place from the second knockout stage. So might be a little tough, but I think with the way Old Boy and Milky Way have been playing, I'm sure they'll be fine.
Yeah, same here as well, right? This is one of those cases where I don't think we've been exposed to too much that these teams want to play, at least during the season yet. We're still in like the earlier portions of Eternal Return Masters after all. Season 9 only started about, a month and a half ago. We still have plenty of time before we really have to start figuring out what these teams want to do, what their game strategy is going to be like. Got a little bit of a taste of that during knockout stages 1 and 2, plus the group stages, but as we said earlier, this is where the real good shenanigans start to happen, right? You gotta lock in, play serious a little bit now. We're at the second week of Eternal Return Masters phase number 1. So, I want to see more things from Team Old Boy and Milky Way. They did pretty good last week. That's why they're here after all for knockout stage number 3, but gotta see more of those, and that's what I'm here to watch.
Yeah, they still have quite the mountain to climb with how many games they need to play, and with all the teams that are going to be coming in with the later knockout stages, it's definitely going to be a tough road ahead. I'm really excited to see, the kind of metagame that we'll see for this weekend as well. I think last week we did see, like Mai being a really prominent pick, Justina being picked by a lot of teams as well. And since I don't think we're playing on the current patch, Mai did end up just getting nerfed. I don't think that is going to be the case for, the ERM today. So I'm pretty sure we'll be seeing a lot of Mai still being picked up for this weekend.
Yeah, we don't need to worry about the updated patch because it's a little bit too recent, right? It happened a couple of days ago. Frankly, it actually happened yesterday, if I remember correctly, right? So we're not going to be playing on that one. We'll be playing on the patch that we streamed last week. The new patch is going to be played for phase number 2, most likely, or maybe another patch that happens afterwards. I'm not remembering the patch schedule right now off the top of my head. But you are correct. We still have a little bit more of consistency from what we saw in the past, right? So if you've seen a lot of stuff, a lot of changes that you were excited to watch in Eternal Term Masters, forget about it for a little bit, right? We still have the next couple of days where we're playing on the previous patch. So everything's going to be relatively consistent, which means, as you were talking about, Super Mai is still going to be a very coveted pick. I still think we're going to be going down to things like the Tsubame again as well. Cecilia, Justina. It's going to be the same story as what we saw last weekend. But now my question is, now that we're in knockout stage number 3, do teams have better answers for it, right? I think that's where we really have to start locking in, because these are the teams playing a lot more of those triple DPS comps, support comp, which can actually deal a little bit better with some of these Justina comps and Cecilia comps, just because you can actually nullify a lot of the poke that comes in from those two.
Yeah, I do think some teams were tinkering around with the triple range, but there is a reason why all the top teams are playing the My Justina, right? I think they do think that it's probably the best two characters like on the patch, and it's the best combo that you could run, because you have a lot of poke damage with the Justina while also having a hard engage, and that's the same with that Mai. Yeah,
exactly. It's too stable at this point. There's a reason why a lot of people have been seeing the Mai bans as of late. It's too good. It's too stable. As I just said, you got Tsubame, who is so good at, by the way, executing a lot of backliners if you give her a little bit of an opening, right? I think that's one thing that a lot of our Tsubame players have been able to do consistently. Even during knockout stages 1 and 2, we saw a lot of Tsubame players just jumping in out of nowhere, finding some of those insane angles that you would have to thread the needle for, getting the important executes, and just getting away with it scot-free. That is the power of Tsubame once you start giving her items and the pilot actually knows how to play her. Alongside that, Justina, do we even need to talk about this character? You start jumping on her, she just Astro Burst, half your HP disappears, and by the time you try to run away, you just get lasered down. Classic things, all just combined into together. You really don't have too many answers for, which is like why, again, for knockout stages 3 and 4, plus going onwards as well, I'm just excited to see what other teams have in store for those kind of compositions, how you would neutralize it, how you would control it, and if you can't, can you just get your own game going to the point where you'll have to start matching evenly against them later down the road?
Yeah, Justina, I would say a premier mage since her release, right? After about, I think maybe 3 weeks after she was available, teams ended up deciding to pick up on her. And she's such a versatile mage that, has a really, really strong presence, right? She's able to have a lot of poke damage. She's able to hard engage with her long range Q, and also having that get LGL free card, having that Asher Burst to also, not only does it it give you that iframe, but you're able to do a lot of damage as well, and you have that mobility as well on her dashes. So one of those characters that I think a lot of teams have to respect in this current meta.
Yeah, funnily enough, I still remember when Justina first came out, when you ran out of the laser gauge, you got increased movement speed for a little bit, right? That was when we really thought that Justina was going to be an insane character, and she was, right? We saw a lot of her power during the solo queue times in between when Justina was in that testing phase for Eternal Return Masters players. But even if that disappeared, I think teams just figured out that her poke is way too consistent. You can land a lot of really good damage just because of how crossbows also are, right? We have Cataclysm built on transitions for 2 different items that a lot of Justinas tend to prioritize. We've also seen a lot of teams prioritizing Justina transitions over things even like the Tsubame, the Nadine. You're guaranteed damage on this character if you just invest into her and the pilot is good enough for it. So, yeah, we just got to find answers for it. That's what I'm here to see. And quite frankly, I don't think I saw any of that last week, so maybe today we'll get a little bit of a taste on what kind of responses teams will have for those kind of compositions. Super. We're going to start going straight into the character selections for game number 1. Let's see what we have on our hands, my friend.
Yeah, and we're still obviously going using the new pick ban system. I really like the system here. We do have a lot of Cecilas being hovered here. So 2 Cecilas, Tsubame obviously, Justina, Mai. Pretty standard, I would say, for what we saw last week. But maybe we'll see. It's actually a lot of teams actually not opting to pick the Mai currently, but maybe on the last pick here we'll see a lot of teams swap back into it. Right now, it's only high TV. sitting on my pick.
I'm seeing Team Oldboy running something where a Mai would be really in line with it, although with the William, I'm a little bit unsure about that right now, because throwing a Mai on top of a William is a little bit finicky, just because it does throw the Williams pacing off guard. You can see how good of a character she is. Proline is going to be hovering, has about 5 seconds to lock that in, and with that, if the Mai is locked in, yeah, we will have that being banned away. We got Fang, Bob Malsa, I should say, as well as Gen, all sitting on the Mai, alongside Chone and Complex, by the way. Hisui and Lenny. This is actually a character and a comp, I should say, we did see over in ERCS in the past weekend. I believe it was Team Bingus running it during the qualifiers, so it should be pretty fun to see how a Korean-sided team decides to take this, which we did see during the group stages, but it'd be a nice reminder to see how good this kind of a composition can be.
Yeah, they're playing Mai over that Estella as well, but I do think Mai, especially on this current patch, is a lot better, having that hard engage and having that ultimate to maybe keep the Hisui alive a little longer. So very excited to see. We do have, classic Mai Shoichi as well coming into the fray, and the Alonzo going to be the tank choice for the side team Freya.
Interestingly enough, this comp, and I should say this game as a whole, pretty much has everything that we were talking about earlier before we started. We have triple DPSs from Dragon Ball Z, as well as, I think that's actually kind of it. Triple DPS coming out from Dragon Ball Z. We have the front-to-back compositions of Freya, as well as, not Esperanza, but we got Old Boy over there, locking that in as well.
Yeah.
And then the, double frontline, as well as the support style of gameplay as well, right? We got a couple of those sort of inside of this game.
A lot of those. I think we got 4 of those actually. It's Achilles, Esperanza, Mer Gaming, and Milky Way are all playing the double bruiser and support. Actually, I think Mer Gaming is on Tsubame, but I think we have 3 double frontline plus support teams, and then the other 2 teams that are playing 2 front lines has that more sustained backline DPS. So a lot of bruiser brawly teams, I think, in this lobby. But we're gonna have to see how they do end up shaping up, because it depending on who you have as your bruiser, it's really, really good into these lobbies. Like Felix, sort of thrives off of these sort of melee lobbies.
We're going to be starting out with an early kill over onto the Sicilla. First blood coming out for Team Milky Way for game number 1 as well. Esperanza looking for a little bit of positioning, but I don't think NXA knows that there are 3 members of Milky Way right around here. Problem is, the Yan a little bit too squishy for the early game. NXA will be able to rip through that pretty easily. Horrific on the side also will just decide to run away. It's going to be an actual 2 early kills going in favor of Team Esperanza, as they actually do find another team, Dragon Ball Z, going up against a different team as well. It's going to be an isolated target over onto the Sicilla, who will just end up getting away from the fight. But as Chone falls down, now Robos is stuck in the middle of nowhere. Esperanza just at the right place at the right time.
Dragon Ball Z, though, it looks like they're gonna try to maybe triangulate the sides of Team Esperanza, but it looks like I think that was a Priya getting caught on the other side, so it looks like it gives a green light for the side team Esperanza to send it, and Jackie's gonna be able to get the heart, get the reset as well, try to play count forward, but not gonna be able to actually catch the Sicilla, as they do end up getting this speed gate to get away.
Serlo a little bit annoying, especially with that Jackie. And there we goes Chone once again, as Milky Way gonna find their way back over onto the northern side of the map. Selu will be able to get themselves out, but with 30 seconds to go inside a temple, there really isn't anything that the Sicilla can grab at this point. Still getting ran down by a couple members of Esperanza. There's a slow with the sensor as well. Can Sana actually get the chase onto this? The root isn't going to land, as the play with us is there. NXA really wants this. Kiro hang around the side. He should have the burst damage in order to knock this Sicilla out.
He's gonna get it.
Especially with Serlo getting taken down, Kiro will be able to lock down the kill over on that side. Esperanza trying their best to do what they can, but you're actually correct. High TV couldn't pick up the kill over onto the Sicilla, but will find one against Taewon instead.
Looks like Shoshi actually gonna jump on board to try to get anything here, but Milky Way is also in the fray. Yoichi getting some resets, getting the dashes in. Will they be able to get the kill onto this Johan? Looks like I don't think they were able to get it there. Milky Way getting it once again, and they're gonna be able to actually get all the kills here. Looks like Team Esperanza are gonna be on the back foot this time, as all the members of Team Milky Way are gonna be able to group up, and they get a nice clean break onto the side of Team Esperanza. 8 early game kills so far for the side team Milky Way. They have to be feeling really good about that.
Yeah, and strangely enough, despite how active Milky Way has been, I think the entire focus around day number 1 has to have been around Team Esperanza. This team has been running around the entire northern side of the map, pretty much causing havoc wherever they go. Everybody who sees them is going to be eventually put into a fight. Now we're going to be moving a little bit away from them. Team Achilles duking it out up against Team High TV up in the northern side of the map as well. Kiro in a little bit of danger will get pulled out by the Mai, exclusive to this best pretty early on. But now Complex is the one stuck in a bit of an awkward situation. Ruth is going to be activated from the Shuichi to try securing a couple of kills. They will, as a matter of fact, get Complex. Kenchon on the other side, though, be able to pick up a couple of kills. They are getting a really good damage so far, but the CC is there. Is it good enough to lock down the Hisui? Yes, it is. Kiro will not get taken down. A 2 for 0 for High TV up on the northern side of the map.
Unfortunately, that quick cut I think ended up costing that Hisui a lot of tempo in that little skirmish there. So Achilles is going to be on timeout here, as they do end up getting hit with that break. So a little unfortunate we weren't able to get any of those kills, as was Team High TV just able to pick up both that Lenny and that T-Sui there.
A few breaks in the early portions of the game, which is not that bad of a deal, of course, for the teams just yet. But if you do start getting broken down during night number 1, I should say, it is going to cause you a little bit of havoc. As we are going to go back to our pro tags for game number 1 from the looks of it. NXA, though, is going to have a little bit of that build-up phase, as he is not going to be able to deal with the damage from Dragon Ball Z as of right now, which should secure Factory for Team Dragon Ball Z. Massive start for them in the game. As Horrific gets caught out by himself, Mer Gaming will be able to pick up a pretty few kill for themselves as well. And that's just classic Eternal Return Masters things, right? Day number 2, you're still isolated, trying to get a couple of free farm before you join up back with your team. You are going to get killed every now and then, or punished, as I should say.
Once again, because it looks... Oh, wait a second. Never mind. Looks like the Jackie was actually able to get the 1-up onto the Priya there. Priya not able to really use anything, not really able to use your ultimate or that protocol. So it looks like Dragon Ball Z is going to be on the back foot there. Great 2v3 coming from the side of Team Esperanza. Jackie just able to... once Jackie's able to get in onto a team like the triple backline team with that Johan, keeping them alive there, just able to dish out so much damage.
This is where the Cicilla really is going to have to come into play, but I'm a little bit worried for Dragon Ball Z. If they start going up against a team like Esperanza once more, you can pull one person back away, like the Jackie or the Debbie and Marlene, but you still have to deal with the other one while their cooldowns are rotating. So I'm a little bit worried for this triple DPS comp. I think Esperanza is a really great way to nullify with all of the initiations that you have and all the threats on that team composition as well. We'll see if that's going to matter later down the road. ITV getting jumped on a little bit by Mer Gaming, but Fang, and he just walks away the tickles that comes from that the Felix. Yeah, the Felix, at least this early on in the game.
TV looking for the sites. I'd say the sites actually on the Lumi here, but looks like the Shuichi's actually going to be able to jump on forward and are going to be caught in a disastrous position there, trying to get some Lumi credits, but is going to pay the price, and it will be Team Milky Way going to be the ones to actually claim the rest of the side of this Lumi here. And look at the side of Team High TV, because they kind of greeted to grab this Lumi, they don't have their Force Rebind just yet, so they're just not able to really come out to contest probably for the next objective coming up very shortly.
Yeah, especially with 20 seconds only left now, right? They can start moving down towards Fire Station, but with 15 seconds to go, pretty much no Hyperloop anywhere in sight. I think, you're going to be completely correct. They're going to have a bit of a difficult time trying to contest for any objectives, unless they decide to go for a rip. But Kiro gets jumped on immediately by another team once again. Unfortunately, the Knights, the Death Time Satellite TV, not going to help him any further. As NXA, look at that, triple knock coming through from the Debbie or Marlene, double Twins Rush as well for the backside, but this is going to be a support versus support. There is Divine Faith and Wavering going around everywhere. The problem is the damage output from Felix is a little bit too much, and now Surlo is the one in trouble. This might be an early terminate for our team because of the fact that you can't run away from Felix as a melee character. Solo's cooldowns are a little bit too long. Bintum, does he have the Thunder Strike to knock it out? No, he doesn't. Surlo cannot get away. There is going to be a terminate early on into the game. Esperanza knocked down completely by the side of Team Mer Gaming. Fantastic fight from that team.
See, and that's what I was talking about. Felix just really, really good into these melee type of characters that have to auto attack, like Jackie and Dema, and just kind of showed it right there. Just being able to dish out so much damage. I mean, the Tazi as well, able to hit I think a 2-man ultimates to just have so much AOE. Just ended up sealing the deal for the side team Esperanza. So Team Mer Gaming coming out on top, huge, winning out on that team fight and getting that box as well. So a clean 3 kills.
It looked really good too, although I guess the Faith and Wavering value was just in favor of Mer Gaming as well. Plus, a lot of the things that Team Esperanza can do inside of this, right? We talked about it earlier with Dragon Ball Z, how you can just constantly jump on people, is actually perfectly mitigated by a composition like Team Mer Gaming. So it was just one of those, I think, team composition, rock, paper, scissors that Esperanza took a little bit too much for granted. They have a couple of items in their hand, but look at the items on Mer Gaming. They're also really, really well set.
Yeah, I mean, they were just able to, especially after winning that team fight, they were able to get that box, and they're also setting up for the credits as well. So they're gonna be able to call in like some more credits to, you know, kind of put them in a really good spot here. Looks like the box was called in side.
Super.
Beyond.
But I think you're going a little bit robotic there. Here, let me take over the fight for you for a moment. Fang, he jumped on pretty early, exclusive is invested, but pull back straight into death is going to be that Mai. The problem is the Shoichi on the backside not going to be able to lock down the Rio of Yona. It's a 1-for-2 trade between the two teams. Luckily, it was all during night number 2, which means everyone will be able to come back. And Super, are you back with me, or are you still Mr. Robocop?
Okay, I'm okay.
There you go. Welcome back, my friend.
Hello. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with my internet, I guess, but yeah, a little unfortunate for the side of Team High TV, but it's not too bad, right? It's still just those day 2 deaths, so not gonna lose out on too much for themselves there just yet.
Yeah, well, it's still gonna be day number 3. Now it's time for the good old team matage moment, right? 200 credits for every single death that you're gonna have, permanent pretty much until the end of the game. It's gonna be a little bit rough. Which team is going to be the first victim of that, or is it gonna be a bit of the slower game number, well, I should say day number 3 rotation? We've seen a lot of teams actually do that during knockout stage number 2, where we just take it a little bit easy, all right? And then as soon as we start hitting night number 3, then we'll start to really get the fights going on. Yeah, Freya, Milky Way, they seem to be at a bit of an impasse on whether or not to initiate, but everybody just backs away, says, hey, I want to get a couple more comfort items before I really want to start fighting, because look at the items on Team Freya. They just need a weapon on the Sicilla.
Yeah, they're looking really, really strong here. I think Team Milky Way definitely understood, just taking a quick peek at Team Freya's items and decided to back themselves on out. I do think Milky Way's team comp sort of struggles, you know, into a team like Team Freya, just because Alonso should be there to, you know, prevent any sort of dive onto their backline.
Yep, that's going to be the name of the game after all. If you're going to be playing these front-to-back comps, even from earlier, I should say, everyone's just been trying to play what they can. Selu with the Quake is just not going to have any way to get back towards their teammates whatsoever. Dragon Ball Z taking the early L, right? Not even going to bother trying to save their Sicilla. Will back away immediately.
A little unfortunate there, right? Because Sicilla thought the box was free and just ended up getting caught out by the side of that is Team Old Boy there, and Old Boy gonna be able to pick up a mid-throw for themselves. And look at the items on the side of Team Old Boy as well. They're also sitting in a really commanding position here.
Here we go, the fight between ITV just gonna be set up perfectly with the Tetracons going down. Both of these teams really not looking to go for an initiation unless something is pretty clear, because there's a lot of X factors in these teams. Kiro gonna try to jump in from pretty early into the start. There's the Ruthless going down early. Exclusive is the damage there from the Shoichi to lock down anybody. Tailwind just gets obliterated by Narmok on the backside as well. Horrific's gonna go down. Milky Way out of nowhere, especially at the dead of night as well, right? The Cloak and Dagger really good at getting Shoichi into the fight. Really well done from Kiro to set all that up.
Yeah, I was really surprised that Kiro actually ended up taking engage there. It was a really nice.
No, Super.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay,
no,
I think you're back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with your internet there, my friend. It's usually my end that tends to struggle a little bit, eh?
Yeah, but I was talking about how it was a really good engage from, or a really good disengage from Rachan on the Yan to actually stop the Shoichi, and actually Roundhouse kicked them after the Mai ult as well. But a huge find coming out from the Yan on high TV to actually just solo kill the Tsubame, and you know, that's a lot of Milky Way's damage gone once the Tsubame does end up going down.
I know, right? I mean, the Tsubame seemed like she was really safe. In the tech corridor, I thought she was going to be completely fine just pumping autos away on people that were crowd controlled. But the Yan, as we all know, really far away initiations. You really don't expect it, especially during the nighttime. I don't think any cameras went down from either one of the teams either, which is why it's so hard to keep track of where everybody else is going to be. We're Gaming and Achilles trying to position themselves inside a stream, especially with Dragon Ball Z over on the right side as well. I don't think We're Gaming is interested in fighting this whatsoever, but there is a meteor dropping down anytime soon, so We're Gaming still wants to fight for this. The question is, how comfortable are they being sandwiched between two teams?
I think Merc Gaming really wants to take these team fights because if I was in the side of Team Merc Gaming, I'd want to take these fights just because of the item difference is definitely the side of Team Merc Gaming between both of these teams. But the problem is you don't really know, you don't really have any information where these other teams are, so you don't want to be in that position to get yourself third-party here. Looks like Merc Gaming is going to be able to secure that meteorite as the side of Team Achilles is going to enter the fray to kind of scare off the side of Team Dragon Ball Z from contesting for that objective there.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Z got the information a little bit too late, I think, because the way that Achilles was moving, they were dodging the CCTV up on that northern side. You can see that top left area where the wolf spawns. Yeah, I don't think Achilles ever walked inside that area. Dragon Ball Z couldn't see them until that moment, so immediately backed away. Double talk coming in from Fane. I don't think this is a fight that you can salvage any further, because we saw what happened earlier. That kind of environment wasn't even close to be there to begin with, and immediately down goes two members of Team Milky Way, who's going to be struggling once again into the mid-game stages of game number one. We're Gaming also finding a pick over on the side of Team Achilles, as Choen couldn't actually parry that Paradiso. Felix on the side. Bintum trying to do what he can. There is the Windsguard to knock up the Mai. She has no timer to work with, and Complex on the side getting jumped on by Complex as well. This is not good. I think this might actually be at the end for Team Achilles. Let's look at all of these glass shards just down on the ground. Complex is doing really well dodging out from them, but Totem,
my,
no way. A couple more autos. There's the Spring Trap pushing the Tazia away. This lady is fighting for her life right now, man. Does she have the timer to actually get away from this is the question. With the camera placed down? Absolutely not. That's going to be it for Team Achilles.
That's so unfortunate. If the lady had gadget energy there, I think they're actually safe. Maybe could have used the safety orb to maybe get to that teleporter, but yeah, I think just not having it there. So Team Achilles unfortunately getting caught up by the side Team Merc Gaming. I think Team Merc Gaming recognized the weakness for the side Team Achilles, right? You could see the items for the side Team Achilles is a little too far behind in this lobby, so Merc Gaming just immediately capitalized on that. Just ran it down into police station and just were able to pick up all 3 kills.
Yep, absolutely. And now that with Wickline available on the map, this is going to be big chaotic for a couple of our teams. Old Boy trying to contest up against Team Freya, but do remember that the other side has a Cecilia. If you get poked out or if you get pulled even once, especially as pro line, it might not be good. Rio is going to be able to secure it. That means Freya will have the advantage of the Wickline blood buff on their side for the time being, but I think the blood sample itself was picked up by Team Old Boy, which is why they're immediately running away. Milky Way joining the fray a little bit late on their side. Everybody from Old Boy, yep, they just got that blood sample and immediately booked it away.
It's perfect for the side of the Team Old Boy because they needed that blood to finish out on that UC weapon. So they have to be sitting in a pretty good spot. You can see the credits as well. It looks like they were saving for those blood samples too. So they're going to be able to cap out pretty high in this lobby here. Merc Gaming coming to the fray, and at the perfect time, they're going to get third party. So they're going to just have to force and let their Priya just die here, as it's going to be the side of Team Merc Gaming going to be the ones to pick it up. And now it's going to be Team High TV going to be on the back plate here, getting third party to buy the side of Team Merc Gaming, and there's going to be a lot of team members going down here. Looks like they were able to pick up the seller from Dragon Ball Z and get themselves out to safety. High TV down their Yon. Looks like the kiosk was being used for the side Team Dragon Ball Z to get the team members back into this game, so definitely not the worst situation, but High TV need to find an angle to res as well.
A lot of teams really losing a lot of value during the duration of night number 4 when Wick wasn't even a factor, right?
They have enough to buy a kiosk. I don't think they have gadget points here because they would have just instantly placed it down to get the res, and it's going to turn to day 5. So now Team High TV are going to be playing down their yacht. They have to look for that Lumi res.
What did they use it on that they decided to pop it early? I really do wonder. Maybe they need some food. But those hunter pots are only 15. I'm not entirely sure what High TV was using it for.
Maybe it's like the wind gadget, just because, you know, I think High TV is a team that kind of can utilize that. Or maybe they use like a safety orb in a previous call-in, or maybe they also used like the kiosk in a previous buy as well. Looks like Feng is gonna get caught here, so High TV gonna be down to their last member. Shoichi gonna have to rat it out. The Shoichi's looking really strong, so if they can get back into this game, I think Team High TV can have a good shot. But the problem is getting a Lumi res, especially on the big stage for ERM. You know, all these teams should be aware, and it's going to be really hard for High TV to get that Lumi res, I think, for free.
Yeah, pretty much losing out on the Night 4 reses, it just completely delays what High TV wants to do, which was why, again, I'm so surprised that this actually came to fruition like this. What ended up happening to all of their gadget points, that this team just doesn't have anything left in their arsenal. What is it, like 40?
I think Shochi should be able to catch this here because...
But there's two teams that are ready to intercept.
That is true, but Merc Gaming is going to run straight into the hands of Team Milky Way. I don't think they're going to be able to recognize that Shochi's getting Shochi's resing, or it's going to be a little too late. It looks like they are coming. Can they stop it in time? Shochi's there. But wait a sec, Shochi doesn't have a timer. Is he just going to explode? They don't have... 1 second left for Kiro. Has to get into the zone here, and they should be able to make some space, but there's going to be another team. The side of Team Old Boy is also in the fray, and I think all these teams recognize there's a little too many teams in the zone. We do not want to be gatekeeping. Otherwise, we are going to be in a terrible third-party situation.
Yeah, Uptown is not that big of a zone in comparison to some other
team
ones.
Is down here,
yeah,
I think,
is there
right?
so many down here?
Yeah, look at how many teams are down here at Uptown. It is about 5 teams.
Five
and
teams.
Freya is the one gatekeeping in force, keeping all these teams here as well. So we might just have a five-team final zone down here in Uptown, unless teams decide to use the VLS to get themselves to safety here. The mine might be a little caught from the side. Team Old Boy, but I think Team Merc Gaming don't want to send it onto, you know, that tank. Have to find an angle probably onto this back line, or onto the back line to the side of Team Merc Gaming here. It's gonna dash away. The wall is gonna go down, and yeah, Team Merc Gaming is gonna slowly back themselves on out. We do have still 5 full teams down here in Uptown. I think Team High TV has to be the one to send it first. Actually, she's on 1 second timer, and they're gonna try to look for something here. Not gonna be able to find anything. And they're just gonna back themselves back into that push.
Uptown is starting to boil up to the point where it can reach a critical point. We still have 5 teams around. Everybody seems to have stabilized within their own corridors, but you are correct in the line that High TV needs to get something done, right? Because this is a team that heavily relies on cooldowns after all, and if you start waiting around to pick up kills, you are going to be in trouble because High TV is the one that will be pressured out first.
Sure. They also don't have gadget energy, right? Because we would have saw them drop the kiosk out a little earlier to get the res, and they just used a safety orb to get into the zone as well to keep the Shuichi alive. So I think they're also just on the back foot in terms of gadget energy. Now, I don't think they're going to be able to summon 3 full safety orbs.
No way.
And looks like Team Milky Way is going to get pressured out here. I think this is definitely the team to bully, right? You can see their items compared to the rest of the lobby here. They're definitely probably the weakest team in the zone. So I can understand why Team Merc Gaming decided to, you know, try to push them out here. But here comes the full engage. On the side of Team Milky Way, and just instantly get the Priya here. Very nicely played. But oh no, the Fio is going to get caught for the side of Team High TV, and that's exactly what Team High TV need. They got that extra time right here. The Shuichi is going to have a little bit of extra time to work with, and again, another kill as well. Going to be able to reset some more timer for the side Team High TV. But look at how many teams are still in the zone. Oh no, High TV. They miscommunicated on their safety orbs here. Now they're going to be in trouble. They don't. This Shoichi is going to be down on timer. That's their last safety orb. They have to go into the zone now. They have to send it. I think they're trying to look for any stragglers to try to get some more kills, but they're not going to be able to find anything here. They have to send it into this team. Shoichi down to 3 seconds left. No more safety orbs. And I think High TV is going to lose their Shoichi. That's their main source of damage here. Surely not -2. Okay, there we go. There we go. They end up getting tagged. And High TV should be going down here in 4th place. The Dawn is going to be able to wreak havoc here, and here's a perfect third party for the side Team Old Boy. There is the William is able to just get so much damage with that Justina. And High TV being the ones to actually weave Merc Gaming's fate here, just able to get so much value before actually going down. And it gives Old Boy the perfect window to get a clean, easy 3 kills for the side team Merc Gaming.
A weird sandwich situation. This is what we talk about when it comes to these 1v3 situations when you're the last one left on your team. These characters like the Yan can provide so much threat to these teams that are trying to go for the clean 3v3 fight. You have so much crowd control on the side of Darmok that somehow he managed to weave in an extra kill, by the way, within all of that. That's why he had extra timer to stay alive for a split second before he went down. Really nice play from Darmok. It does, as you said, weave Team Mer Gaming's fate. It means they're going to get taken down, which directly leads us to Old Boy walking into our final zone up against Team Freya. This is a team that does have good items. You can see Jinraga sitting on double blood samples, but the side of Team Freya also has double blood samples on the side of their Rio. Is it going to be the consistent DPS of the Rio that'll really make or break this fight, or is it Jinraga with the poke on that Justina? Half HP gone from Mojam already. That is a Cecilia, so the Ghost Fly isn't really going to affect it too much, but you can see the threat of this Justina already starting to make a play.
Yeah, I think it's going to be up to Proline here to make something happen on this William, because otherwise they're just going to get poked down by the Cecilia and this Rio on the backside. Obviously, they do have the Justina to sort of fight the poke battle, but I think, you know, with the items on this Rio have sitting on those 2 blood samples, the consistent damage from this Rio might be a little too much for the side of Team Old Boy. They're probably going to just have to send it here soon with this Mai, but they do have the Alonso to
Oh, super. Oh, no, okay, I'll take over one more time. Yeah, it's just going to be all about Proline. The Chronosphere will start moving down. You can see the arrow in which is going to be going in favor towards. So Old Boy will have Prio on this over Team Freya. Jimo as well as Mojam trying to find a little bit of spacing because the Rio got taken down at half HP. But Old Boy is now sitting really comfortably, right? No resources invested from this team. We have about a minute to go before everything is going to end. But Old Boy, no resource invested. A safety drone being invested by Team Freya. This team does have the resources to do that because they took Hotel for completely free. But you can see the value of this Justina still. Once again, Ghostlight on the backside, and he's looking for a flank. There was no cameras whatsoever on the flank. Now Mojam will finally be able to find it out, but this gives the opening for Bob Malsa to jump on him. The problem is Proline, not really anything done from this William as of yet. Signature Fireball also invested as well. Team Old Boy are actually the ones pushed away from the Chronosphere compared to Team Freya. Really well done holding down the line. Now the question is, what does Team Old Boy have in mind as the fleeting soul going to tag over onto Proline? Half HP for this William. 15 seconds to go before these players are going to pop. Safety drone out from Team Freya, but they split him a little split on their decisions. No one really knows what they're doing, and now Yona is going to get obliterated. The healing plant. Oh my god, it's there. The jump on him from Jinraga is they're trying to get a kill from something. Just one kill is all they need. Ended up popping. Proline goes down as well. An absolute butt-clenching final zone just going to be taken away by Team Freya. What a great reaction coming from Team Freya to hold down the line. Healing plant to deny the Ghostlight kill from Jinragas. Jinragas getting baited with the blink on in. Final auto attack thinking he could get the kill. Picture perfect final zone victory for Team Freya. GG's.
That's so unfortunate, but I mean, Team Freya just playing it perfectly, right? We saw the way they, you know, sort of denied the flank from Justina on the first engage and then able to take zone control. And at the very end, they're just, I really thought Yona was going to go down, but, you know, hitting that heal plant at the very end to keep themselves alive, just barely enough to make sure that they're able to just finish off the team fight there. Just very, very well played from the side Team Freya.
I think if Jinragas didn't end up popping, right, because I don't know if you saw the body, but he was right outside the boundaries of the Chronosphere, maybe there was a chance, right? Executioner bonus is really massive this late into the game, especially up against something like a William, who is already trying to calculate the amount of damage he does before he swaps his target to maximize his efficiency on baseball throws. I think that extra bit of healing actually ended up screwing Proline over, right? He was trying to calculate the amount of damage, but then the extra healing came through. The comms were probably going crazy at that point for Team Old Boy as well. I am a little bit confused about the Justina flank, right? You usually don't send a Justina of all things into the flank. It looked good for a little bit, but once the value was lost from that, as Mojam with really, really good game sense kept catching it out and putting the telephoto camera behind. I don't know. I'm not sure about that decision.
I definitely like the idea just because I would say for a team like that, they kind of want the team to be more chaotic, right? They don't want to be playing that front to back because they have that William and that Mai, right? They want that William to get in there to get value, but the William just wasn't able to really get that much value in that exchange, right? So I don't think the ultimate was invested, so they weren't able to really find an angle onto that backliner.
Yeah, I still find it a little bit weird, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. It just doesn't seem like a position where you have to force it. Just because you push the other team outside of the Chronosphere, you know they're going to have to eat a little bit of time to reposition themselves, maybe look for a way on in, or at least invest some of the utilities like the safety gadgets in order to get back in. But you know, that's the decision that Team Old Boy decided to go with, and rightfully punished by Team Freya. So you can see see what the score sheets up on our board here. Mer Gaming will actually be in first place with the total amount of kills they had for game number 1, 17.5 for that team. But in second place is going to be Team Freya with the first place victory, 10 points from the placement alone, as well as a 7 from the kill score. Being comfortably, I just say, for right now in second place. Old Boy in third place with 13.5. Unfortunately, not going to be able to win out on game number 1. And High TV will be rounding out our top 4 with 12.5 to hold the line.
Milky Way in 5th with 11, Dragon Ball Z in 6th with 7, Esperanza in 7th with 5.5, and Achilles in 8th with 2.5. So we don't really have too big of a lobby leader, I would say, for this group so far. It's relatively close, right? Our first place team currently wasn't even first place in the last game, so that's how you can sort of tell that the points aren't there's not one dominant team that's kind of running over the lobby.
This is actually one of the rare cases in comparison to what we saw during week number 1, where the top 4 isn't the only ones that are above 10 points, right? I think we saw quite a lot during last week, and all of the 6 different series that we had, where every single one of the top 4 teams was above 10 and everybody below was sub 10. Today, we actually have 5 teams that are going to be above 10 points, so we're already seeing some new, unique things in comparison to before. That's spelling some good news for me, at least as of right now.
Oh, 100%. I do think this lobby is going to be relatively close, considering after that first game, you could sort of tell, right, how the lobby is sort of going to shape up. Obviously, it's just game 1. These teams are... definitely have three more games here. We do have some bans coming in as well. That's kind of going to be changing up the dynamic for the lobby. But I think relatively speaking, all these teams seem relatively close, I would say, in skill level.
That's the only ban too, by the way. Nothing else banned out, which means you still have a little bit of versatility on what you could run. Might see a little bit more priority on the double bruiser plus a support, or triple DPS even could make a little bit of a showing back again. Although I did see some of these teams during group stages preferring to go onto things like the Estelle or even the Alonzo. So we might actually end up keeping a couple of the team composition ideas, just swapping out which tanks are going to be played alongside of it.
Yeah, maybe we'll see the Estelles coming back in. Maybe we'll see, like you said, the Alonzo. Maybe we'll even see Lennox. I think we did see Lennox from one of these teams in the previous knockout stages. We did see... trying to think of another tank. Maybe... I don't think we'll see, any Shoot Guys or Garnets.
Yeah,
because I think those characters... Yeah, we usually don't really see them on the big stage. 11, not really too much either. But, I mean... I think maybe full team comp or team composition changes we will see definitely for sure from some of these teams.
Unfortunately, I think the 11 is pretty much a bypass at this point now, with Nunu's taken out of the tournament pretty early on. Yeah, I don't think that character is really starting to make her way back in. All right, let's see what we have in tow now, as Mer Gaming and Esperanza going to be both locking in the Johan. We did see that during game number 1. No surprise there. The double Faith and Wavering over there in Pond or Stream, I think it was. That ended up costing the entire lives of Team Esperanza. So, yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate situation they had. ITV, as we mentioned earlier, going over onto the Estelle instead of the Mai, will keep the exact same team composition idea as the Narma covering the Yan, will end up locking it in. Some other things, Achilles swapping over onto a little bit more of a DPS / crowd control focused team composition, then all in on the Hisui. We did see this during the group stages as well. Hyejin for Gen and Complex on the Alex. Old Boy also swapping up completely. Look at that. Arda, Chloe, and the Alonzo. So we pretty much guessed it correctly, Super. It is going to be the Estelle and the Alonzo composition focuses more so than anything else from these teams.
Yeah, High TV swapping over to that Estelle. I think Estelle, really, really good character for a character like for a team like Team High TV that is trying to play that solo carry Shoichi, right? So just able to get the heli attack side to keep them alive, and have that CC to help the Shoichi kind of get there. And then we do have the Alonzo for the side of Team Old Boy. They're playing more of that front to back team with that Chloe and Arda for that maybe engage on that Alonso as well.
I don't know what this is, by the way. This is a little bit more of a solo queue rant. Obviously, this is competitive, so it's a little bit different than the environment in which this character gets played. But I feel like Arda has been really awkward to play in solo queue as of late. A lot of teams are running these dive-esque compositions. You can even see it here in ERM as well. They just run past everything that the Arda throws out, and in between his cooldown rotations, Arda just dies. Maybe I'm playing the character wrong this season or something, but that's just the way that it feels. I hope that Team Oldboy is able to nullify that and try to make this Arda character a little bit more useful than I've been able to find in my own attempts during Season 9. But here we go, folks. Game number 2 is now underway for knockout stage number 3. After this, we will have our break, and maybe some of our teams will have to figure out what might be going wrong if their strategy doesn't work out in this one, or for the other teams, get it just a break, grab some water, and grab a snack and go take a stretch. Like I say all the time, maybe these teams will be able to do that once game number 2 finishes and the results look pretty good.
Yeah, I do want to say that I do think Arda has slightly fallen out of the meta, I would say, in competitive play, right? Just because I think a lot of teams have slowly adjusted to Arda's, sort of dive, right? Because Arda usually paired with 2, melee dive characters who is just able to, sort of one-shot the backline. But I think Team Oldboy is having a different approach, playing, that front to back, and this is a combo that we see a lot as well, I would say, on the big stage with, the Arda being paired with the Alonso, because they can just drop the gate down, send the Alonso in, and the Alonso is able to get that point to lock down, any targets. I think Arda, just in general, is one of those, one of those really versatile mages that's, able to, sort of change his playstyle on the fly, right? Able to get some CC, get some damage, or maybe just be that you kill the guy to put those Nimrod gates down.
We have a full fight over in stream. Dragon Ball Z getting a lot of good value. Pingu, unfortunately, falling down first though, which is actually kind of surprising because a lot of value came out from these triple DPS characters early on into the fight, but you can see that the crowd control rotations as well as the burst damage potential from both the Zubami as well as Zillian, a little bit too much. Taewon going to be jumping over, but it brings Taewon straight into the entirety of Team Esperanza. Faith and Wyvern going to be activated by the Johan of Isana, but there's way too many people hanging around. Horrific. Also jumping on in, there's Darmok as well. Kiro jumping on in. What on earth is happening inside of Pawn? It's once again Team Esperanza. Crowd control stack is absolutely insane. NXA not going to be able to hold on to it. Serlo stuck in the middle of everything, trying to keep himself alive because they're the last one left on their team for the time being. Still, Rachan jumping on towards the back. Kiro will be able to find the kill over onto Taewon. What the hell just happened in the past few moments here? Rachan still going in. Everybody's still responding. AoE is insane. Look at that. Kiro just wins out on everything, and it's going to be Team High TV. 5 kills strong inside of Pawn to take control of that zone. Well played from Kiro. Tight corridors, and the bridge just makes it so easy for that Shoichi to dish out damage.
Finally going wide for the side of Pengu here, and it's going to be an easy pickup for the side of Achilles, but ITV going to be the one to come out on top. It looks like their dead time has actually worked out pretty well for them in that entire fight there, because, when you're dying, you're respawning in, you just don't have, eventually, you're just going to have 2 long dead timers when you keep, cycling your respawn. So it's going to be Team High TV going to be the one to come out on top in that whole skirmish. And Esperanza going to be able to pick up another kill. They're down in Warehouse, already sitting on 7 himself.
I think great call from Proline to actually not use the Soul Link because you're probably dead to rights anyways. Might as well not blow that cooldown. There's the Felix trying to jump on in. Bintum actually blinking on in. Kiro is going to get obliterated. Wow. Beautiful rotation from Bintum. As we always say, bread and butter character for Bintum on this Felix. He just shows us a masterclass on how to deal with a Shoichi, just predicting everything he does. And also getting that knockup from Windscar prepped up and ready to go with the Tempest Hydra. As soon as that Shoichi jumps onto a dagger, he is right there to receive it.
Yeah, great blink on forward there to get that knock up into that weapon skill to get the knockback. So very nicely played by the side of the Felix here. Looks like the side of Team Achilles is going to get caught in the middle of 2 teams here. The Subami, Isui jumping on forward, just wasn't able to get any value there, and it does end up going down, and a huge Q coming out from the Johan was not going to be enough. The ultimate there from the Chloe is going to be able to keep themselves alive, and the members of Achilles are going to be here to respawn. Nina is going to go down so they can look for an angle in, but look at the HP on this Isui, just going to get taken down instantly there, as it's going to be Team Oldboy the one to come out on top.
Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to come on top for day number 2 at the very least, because the Chloe ended up losing her Dina. That means no pressure really coming out from the Chloe whatsoever. It's day number 2 instead of Uptown, so a lot of animals like wolves are going to start spawning in a few moments. Old boy, oh, they will be able to hold on to it. Yeah, there's nobody there, which is really good. I thought Achilles might have started stepping on into the fray. Bintum in a little bit of trouble. Recognition signal, but no melee form for the Alex means dead drop and double agent not available.
Yeah, not gonna be able to CC the Felix off of that teleporter, and Bintum looks like just gonna be split farming from the side of Team Merc Gaming, trying to get some extra credits here. Oh, there's a roots, but actually doesn't stop teleporters or TPs, so Tazi is actually gonna be able to get themselves on out of there. There is the Tom Fiskell actually gonna be able to get a lot of value, but not able to actually find anything at the very end there.
Oh,
again!
oh,
once again! But this time it's a different member. It's the Heart, not the Priya, but still it doesn't really matter, as the side of Team Milky Way, not a full team. Team Dragon Ball Z will be able to pick up that kill.
Dude, what the heck is going on with Dragon Ball Z, man? I don't know what. That's one of the easiest white lilies to land as well, right? You have so much leniency with that one.
Maybe it was a bait. Maybe it was a bait.
Yeah, at least with this one it might have been. Definitely not the previous one with the
Definitely not the previous one,
yeah.
but maybe this time, you know, missing it on purpose, baiting them in, and then the Heart's gonna be there to intercept the kill.
Maybe this is what I was talking about earlier.
Not at all.
Yeah, with these teams just kind of talking about, hey, what works for us and what doesn't work, right? Even if it doesn't work, maybe you can give it a try if you're expecting a different result and actually get it. That's not the definition of insanity, right? Well, if it works out and then the result actually changes, hey, you win.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Heart being there. I mean, obviously, if the Tsubame was there, I think Team Dragon Ball Z don't come out on top. But yeah, just ended up working in Team Dragon Ball Z's favor there. Looks like Lucilla is caught out a little too far forward, but is actually going to get baited. That Zapriya is going to be behind the wall, but great response from the Tsubame to jump themselves on away. And there's going to full engage from Horrific there, but the Priol is just going to be able to split the members of the side of Team Milky Way. But oh wait, Heart actually ended up going down there. The Heart ultimate didn't end up coming down, so Team Milky Way and Team Dragon Ball Z are just gonna just trade 1 for 1. And oh, I love this play from the Yawn on the White Lily here.
Oh man,
Gisela and Tsubame go down once again, but can the Sion get into the zone? I don't think Tsubame is gonna blow up their body in time. Oh no, they do, and they actually end up jumping on in for that Rift here. And oh, look at the AoE damage coming out from the side of Team Esperanza and Mer Gaming. Johan is going to go down for Mer Gaming here. Can Felix get enough damage here to sustain from this? Johan is going to be a little too much, and now it's going to be the Tazia, going to be the last one, and going to be forced to retreat. This time, it's Team Esperanza in the exact same zone, going to be the one to come out on top, and they're going to wipe Mer Gaming.
Yeah, oh boy,
Getting
they're
revenge.
looking for revenge this time around. Oh my god, right in the same zone too, that
The
is
same
crazy.
spot, the same zone for the same objective, I think, right? Alpha War's probably there, and this time, Esperanza gets the one to come out on top.
That's gonna feel really, really good for Team Esperanza. Dragon Ball Z still struggling through the mid portions of the game. They will be able to find a trade over onto Rajam, but losing 2 members, especially the 2, well, I say 2 DPSs, but yeah, you know what it is. They're triple DPS, it doesn't matter when it comes to the efficiency of the Cecilia, but yeah, losing out on 2 DPS members on their side, especially at this stage in the game too, is not gonna feel good whatsoever. A couple members extra falling down as well. Choen caught out by himself, Achilles, the rest of them just sitting out on the south side of the map pretty much, just doing whatever they can, split farming, gathering credits. It's still night number 2 after all. Jumo caught up by himself. There's no way Nalonzo is going to stay alive against this. Everybody on their team just not even bothering coming to support that. And High TV walks into the zone, but nothing's here.
Yeah, you can see where Team Freya is. There's Scylla and the Rio. They're a little too split away, and if you're not starting the team fight in that front-to-back position for a team comp like Team Freya, you definitely do not want to just walk into the side of Team ITT there. Yona is going to get cut down, but ooh, actually picks up a kill for the side of Team Freya. They're able to actually kill Pengu as they do end up going down. So very nice for Yona to actually pick that one up before going down there.
Okay, day number 3 now. Team Matage in the chat. Erebos, nice check with the CCTV. Nice check with the recon drone. Narmok is going to stick it. He will be able to find it. Fang trying to get away from this as much as possible. How he takes that over onto the Estelle first. Why are they going back in on the fight? Oh, I don't think Fang should have dashed back in with the shield. I don't know if that was the right call. Narmok trying his best to run away. It was a Tree of Life inside of his inventory, so the amount of credits for this team will neutralize out.
I guess.
But
yeah.
I don't know why Thing went back in. What was the call? What was the call there? What was
Yeah,
the
I think
plan?
Estelle a little too far forward, ended up getting chunking down. I think they were out, right, with that Soul Stealer, but jumping back in, I think ended up sealing the deal for this side of the Estelle there. Maybe their call was to turn, but just wasn't able to really find anything there.
I mean, even then, the Estelle's shield is going to go down pretty much right afterwards because she ran out the duration by holding on to it for a little bit too long. Estelle was guaranteed dead. I don't really see in any world where you would try to go back in even with the call out like that. But, you know, it is what it is. No Helitax stat on that Estelle either. It'd be just minus 200 for that team. But again, as we mentioned before, it will be a net neutral. So as long as they can find some kind of use for the tree, which they did. Yep, the headpiece. Yep, the headpiece over onto the Yan, it is going to be completely fine. The old boy now looking for position up against Team Esperanza. Pretty clean potential 3v3, but not enough damage. Maybe Proline isn't confident enough in its damage yet, with only 3 items up against whatever that fiasco is.
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Old Boy also know that they don't really want to send the Alonso into the scene comp because it just gives a green light for the demo or the Jackie to kind of dive in. So they kind of have to play, you know, on that back foot into that front-to-back team, into this double bruiser team comp. So yeah, they're just going to slowly start to kite back. And if Team Esperanza isn't going to play into them, Team Old Boy isn't really going to try to, you know, send it onto that team.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit rough, I think, for a couple of these teams going forward because there really hasn't been too many kills on the line so far, right? That means a lot of teams maybe might have not been able to find these priorities. Why are we still split? Team Freya, oh man, the Rio a little bit too far away, which means right on top of a Rift no less. A team is just going to completely get taken down. Is Team ITV looking for this though? Is the question. Minus 200 credit for Team Freya. Let's see what they find inside of this box. It's a red flare. That's actually insane value. 300 credit value bonus on that team if they do manage to secure that. The question is, will it be free for that team though?
Yeah, that is really good for Team Freya if they can get this red box here. They do have a lot of slots open as well. Just a chest piece is not probably what they're gonna want to look for here, but I do think the side of police station, it's completely uncontested. Oh no, actually yeah, it is completely uncontested on the top side here, so I think that is going to be a free red box going to the side of Team Freya.
Yeah, okay, well, let's see what kind of armor piece they find for Team Freya. If it's something good, well, okay. The only real value that they have on this team right now is maybe boots, right? Because the Cecilia is missing that item, but it could be an armor piece going for the Alonso. You kind of hate to see it at this point, just going away like that, but it's not like you can find the blood sample for the Rio.
Yeah, more tankiness is still always pretty good for the Alonso because Alonso can still deal like a decent amount of damage as well, having that HP scaling. So it's actually not too bad, I would say, on the Alonso. Definitely not ideal, but want to try to getting as much items for your team as possible here, and they do have the red item here. They are going to full send onto the Alonso, but the Alonso is just going to be able to eat all of that damage up there with that protocol and having that damage reduction on his W.
Yeah, not that bad for Team Milky Way. Just a little bit of a tried and tested limit testing for this team. Nothing too bad.
Ooh, the Fafnir going to the Alonso here. This is an item that obviously got added with the season, and it makes you so tanky. You do lose out on that CDR if you are running, you know, CDR on your arm piece, but it's just a better version, I would say, of Solar System Miniature that, you know, a lot of teams still put on their tanks, right? It's definitely still an item. And if you can get that blood sample, if you do get that Fafnir, you are just so tanky throughout an entire team fight.
You can also soak up a free crowd control rotation, right? Which means you do get the 3 stacks, I think, on the Fafnir for free pretty much at that point as an Alonso. Everything else just comes with additional defenses and that shield once the passive actually procs. So you're right. I think the value of Fafnir is pretty insane, but it does kind of suck, I think, for Team Freya, where you can't use that blood sample, or I guess the red flare calling for something like the Cecilia's boots, because there are some that are also really valuable for the Cecilia too, right?
Ideally you want a blood sample on your carry, but the amount of, I would say, value in terms of your combat power, right? Because they didn't really have an arm piece for the Alonso. Definitely, I think is the right call to use that blood sample to get an extra item and an extra transition, especially on your tank who kind of wants tanky as well, just because you are playing that typical front to back.
Yeah. All right, well, High TV positioning up against Team Esperanza. NXA gonna just jump in straight away with the bonus from Esperanza's Johan plus the Strider. That's a lot of damage though over onto Kiro, but nothing else really gained from this team. So a bit of cooldown investment for nothing really much together. But High TV just walked into a bush where the recon drone. So Shuichi is going to die. He tries to use the Ruthless to get a little bit of extra shielding, maybe from the fortification tree, but it just doesn't matter. He's already dead. Where are the recon drones for this team? Do they have any of those? That was just such a free walking into the bush. Oh, they got none of them.
We cannot be face checking this late into the game, right? Just immediately get punished for it. Team Dragon Ball Z are going to be able to pick up 2 kills. The kiosk is going to go down a minus 400 for the side of Team ITV. Is not what you want to see, especially when you are the side of Team High TV here who are looking maybe to get these blood samples, get these extra items for your carry like that Shoichi.
Yeah, this is such a weird place to be. Team Achilles looking for an angle and over on towards Pro Line. Well, there we go. The Nina will end up falling down first, so that means no Zoling available. What the heck? Pro Line pulling a Fauna from the looks of it. He just forgets to press a button. That means, yeah, old boy loses it on their main DPS. No way in hell they're going to be able to recover from it. Achilles catching a little bit of a break for themselves. That is going to be a chess piece going over in favor of Team Achilles. Might have wanted something like the arm piece for the Blood Ripper on Hisui, but that's completely fine. Alex can actually use that item, so it's pretty nice. Yeah, we've seen, I think it was Complex during the group stages actually run a little bit more of that DPS version of the Alex, so this is actually kind of nice. Whereas NXA, he hyperloops in and now has to spend a little bit of extra time trying to get back on in, looking for a safe hyperloop, but we'll get punished a little bit.
I do like this for the side team Esperanza here, TPing into red to make sure that they have a safe TP, because my guess is the little TP back in probably just said all these zones are dangerous, so they probably just decided to opt into red TP there. But yeah, huge mistake for the side of Team Oldboy. Pro Line not pressing that ultimate on that Chloe has ended up costing that team, but I think if the ultimate did end up coming down there, I'm pretty sure they would have been able to turn it with that Chloe damage.
Yeah, me too, but we've seen it way too often, right, where a team just completely forgets to, well, I say a team, but a player forgets to press that ultimate button on Chloe a little bit too much. Maybe overestimating the fact that the Nina could have eaten one more hit from the EMP barrage, but I think Nina was standing smack dab in the middle of it too, so that was just extra damage going over towards our favorite little doll, but yeah, not going to find that anytime soon. Rachan almost could have found the members of Esperanza, now won't be able to. They're just using a lot of gadgets.
I think Rachan just didn't want to send because obviously the team was a little too far away, so they did end up getting the knock up onto the side of Team Esperanza. Just the Yandis would have been there by themselves, so not opting to pull the trigger onto the side of Team Esperanza. You are correct, Esperanza is just spending their gadget points here on these VLSs and these safety orbs, but probably opting, I think, to be safe, and they probably have, and they're going to get some more gadget energy going into the temporary final zone, so probably still should have enough for these safety orbs maybe coming in for the temporary zone very shortly here on the next couple of cycles. We do have Team Dragon Ball Z just pushing out the side of Team Esperanza there on that triple backline. Kind of hard to fight a triple backline when you are playing those two, kind of brawly melees, but on an angle, and then maybe you could look for an angle to kind of kill these backliners.
Yep, a little bit of a split between everybody on Team Achilles, but the initiation is going to come on through. Unfortunately, Chon is the one that actually ends up taking the most amount of damage. They don't have that much healing on the Hisui, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. There we go. Balmalsa is going to get taken down, but Chon also locked down as well. This does actually give priority for Team Achilles if they want to try getting the res over onto Chon, but the problem is state number 5 and Lumi is just not anywhere close. Proline jumping on in over towards the backside again, actually gets eats a lot of damage for that in exchange. Proline will end up getting taken down. No res came through over onto Balmalsa, which means Jim Rocks just has to completely book it out. Again, trying to do what he can. Yes, he will stay alive. That's an terminate over onto Team Oldboy out of nowhere. And another fight now inside of the school. There goes one. Serlo's going to get taken down, but NXA over on the side trying to do what damage they can. Yes, they do get the kill over onto the heart. Res over onto the Jackie's going to come through. Selly trying to deny it as much as possible, but it's just not going to happen. Is the pull going to happen one more time? No, absolutely not, as Wilson recalled with the play with us.
Yeah, and there's going to be Team Esperanza going to be the one to come on top here, but here's the third party. Team High TV is going to try to look for something here, but Team Esperanza just going to set themselves in this corner and actually use the safety orbs to actually go to the other zone. I really like this play from the side of Team Esperanza.
Yeah, but this team is using so many gadget points right now.
Yeah, old boy going down once again. It's off the. I mean, it's pro lines. Nina just always dying at the start of these team fights, right? And then it just devolves into the other team just able to trade and get some value back because the Chloe is just going to be out of the fight.
I actually wonder, because I know, right, here's the thing, it's late game, so ultimate cooldowns are going to be very short, but I do wonder if Proline actually used the Soul Link in that fight, right around the fountain too. He should have gotten the res over on...
No, they did use it at the very end.
Okay.
But the AoE damage was there to just kill the Soul Link. But I do mean like at the very start, the first exchange, they let the Nina die, and then Alonso just ended up paying the price for it. So
yeah, which is so weird because I think Old Boy was in a pretty prime position. The art actually did find value, which is contrary to what I said earlier in the game. But then the Chloe is the one that just finds zero value with this character pick. You need to press the Soul Link, right? If your Nina's gonna go down and your team is locked into a fight, you need to press that thing. But we've seen players getting punished for not pressing that button way too often in the past.
The second your Nina goes down, just gives the green lights to, you know, kind of just go and kill your Chloe, right? Or just kill Chloe, because Chloe obviously isn't gonna have that sustain or any real access to keep themselves alive here. Sella is caught in between so many different teams here, and they're trying to pick a side on which team to really give this kill to. And who is it going to be? Dragon Ball Z? Jinatra? Looks like both teams are actually opting to not send it onto this Sella here. Going to use the safety orbs, but I think it's going to be the side of Achilles. Going to be able to pick this one up, get some extra timer for themselves here. This is actually really good for the side of Achilles because now they have the timer advantage onto the side of Team High TP. And High TP is just going to full send it here with that Soul Stealer. There's a Shoji going to try using the Ruthless here on the backside. It's going to get feared immediately by the Hyejin, and a great follow-up here coming out from the side of Achilles. Just able to lock down that Shoichi. Hero going down instantly, and they're going to be able to pick up a nice 2 kills, and the third party is going to appear from the side of Team Milky Way, but the timer advantage still to the side of Team Achilles. Not going to be enough though, as the engage coming out from the Fiora is going to be able to lock down Hyejin. They're going to be able to get the Hisui as well, and it's going to be an easy third party for the side of Team Milky Way. Achilles
is way too ultimate priority focused, right? Look at this. Complex has nothing, Choen had nothing, Gen had nothing. You don't really have a way back in on the fight anymore. Thing will get found out by the members of Team Milky Way. Who's going to pop first? It will be Team High TV, so Complex is going to be able to secure that third place spot, as we did have the other temporary zone being taken away by Team Freya, so we're actually going to see a repeat, I think, between these two, right? No, it was Old Boy, sorry, I apologize, in game number 1. But Freya, consistency triumphs at this point. They're going to walk back into the final zone in game number 2 standing proud.
And as Yona with 2 bloods again on this Rio, the weapon and the headpiece here. So it's going to be a little hard for the side Team Milky Way, but...
You need to careful about this comp. You need to careful about this comp as a Rio.
Full dive. It is a full dive team, so really susceptible to just getting bursted down. But, I do have that Alonso for that front to back, so... having that that ultimate on the Alonso to pull back the dive on the side of Team Milky Way is going to be huge.
Up against this kind of comp, you really want something like Burgundy for the Rio. The problem is he's already on the Spectre at this point, so can't actually transition out of that to go into something like the Burgundy. This is going to be a little bit rough. I think it's all really going to come down to whether or not Yuna gets taken out of the fight pretty early on. Everybody needs to keep track of where Rachan is going to be. Knows exactly where that Yuna is, thanks to that EMP drone going through. Let's see what the options for Team Freya is going to be. The Chrono Spear will most likely move towards the right side, so Freya is actually in prime position for this. You can see it right there. The arrow is pointing towards the right. Everybody from Team Milky Way will have to walk into Team Freya, which is going to be a bit annoying because of the Sicilla.
Lily is up.
Lily's up, but Raja might be a little bit isolated away from the rest of his team, and now the Blink is gone for the Yan. That is heavy investments for nothing.
Ooh, that's pretty bad. Yeah, because really up to Team Milky Way to find an angle on these backliners here, but Team Freya just not letting them or really giving them any opportunity. Maybe whoever can find an angle in as well. Can actually gonna look for the flank angle on the top side here. Does Freya know?
Oh boy.
I don't think so. I think Horrific has an angle here. Maybe he could look on this Fiora.
Now
they do end up stepping him out there. They are giving the side of Team Milky Way zone control, and the timer advantage is going to start to take over to the side of Team Milky Way here. Rachan having full stacks. Definitely don't want to fight into that Yan just yet. I think he's going to wait it out here. And the Yan,
Blinks up at 5 for the Yan.
Do end up going down, so Freya is going to slowly start to engage back in.
Blinks up in 5 for the Yan. He has a
Coming
backup.
out from...
What the heck was that? Okay.
Archer looking on
alright.
forward is going to get completely denied. Horrific. Maybe going to try to find an angle in with the Subami doing a lot of damage. They actually do end up getting
that's the problem.
the Rio, and it's going to be Team Milky Way kind of actually going to be the one to come out on top. Very well played from Horrific and the Subami there. Yeah, the one problem with setting the point on forward is it gives the green light for the other two members to dive in onto the back line.
I think just a bad call from Jumo, right? He ended up using the finger point and on towards the Yan, but with this kind of a comp, you really just need to be a wall. You don't ever use that Ian to try walking into the fight. You always peel for your backliners, which is something that Jumo unfortunately didn't get to do. I think he was trying to punish Rachan for using his composition like that. He definitely failed, right? That blink looked really awkward, missing out on the tomahawk roundhouse, getting really no value out of it as well, even if it landed, really. Oh man, what an unfortunate situation. And again, now we have to go back to the idea of if the Rio was sitting on Burgundy, I think he at least trades for the Subame.
Maybe, yeah.
But the Spectre slot is just so weird. This is why a lot of builds, I think nowadays, for the Rio tries to have multiple ways in which you can build her, right? Do you go for the chest piece for that crit slot? Do you go for the headpiece that's the crit slot, since Crystal Tiara is not that bad anymore, right? Or you can even go things like the GP and VG. You have a couple of options to go. It's the decision between Eye Shield late game in the late game, or the Burgundy up against teams like Team Milky Way. You really, really need that Burgundy.
Yeah, I think having extra sustain would maybe have let the Fiora trade, but I think it's still a little cooked there just because, or sorry, not Fiora, but the Rio trade, just because they were able to, you know, get a clean dive, I would say, onto the Rio, right? So once I think the finger points came through, it kind of gave the green light for the Fiora and the Subami to dive in. I think, yeah, just has to play a little more conservative. I think got baited a little bit by the Yan because he got made a huge mistake there, blinking, just whiffing everything. Probably thought, you know, we could just send him onto the Yan and kill the Yan here, but you can't really send it into, you know, that full dive team because Rio is just really susceptible to dying there from the Fiora and the Subame. Especially, I think the pull also did end up missing from the cell as well.
Yeah,
the pull connected, maybe. I think Yona can win that just because you know, it sort of slows down the dive in. But because the Zilla didn't end up hitting that pull as well, it's just you know, sort of lights out from there.
You can see how bloodthirsty the Subami and the Fiora was to try killing the Rio, though, right? Because let's be real, if those two kill the Rio, even if it gets traded out, you can still probably either stick onto the Sicilla or pressure it out even further. And you know you have red timer advantage with the Chronosphere about to disappear. It was just really good situations across the board for Team Milky Way. I think they played it perfectly fine. And that's the kind of flank angle that we want to see from a team, right? Unlike something that we saw Team Old Boy trying to pull off in game number 1 with sending the Justina all the way to the north side of Forest. There was some kind of pressure with the Fiora sitting inside a police station, inside a fire station, being around their team and actually providing that kind of multi-pronged attack at an instant's notice. That's the kind of flank that we do want to see from these teams. It will allow Team, Milky Way to actually get in first place, though, from off of that game.
Yeah, but look at how close the lobby is as well. Freya in second place with 29 points. Mer Gaming in third with 21. Her ITV in fourth with 21 as well. And 8th place, 17.5 from Esperanza. I told you, you know, how close this lobby is going to be, and it looks like all these teams here are coming out to fight for this top 4 spot. It's really anyone's game still to make it into this top 4.
Two different teams with, well, I should say 2 different sets of teams with 2-way ties. 21 points from our Gaming High TV in third place pretty much at this point. Dragon Ball Z and Old Boy sitting in 5th place now. 19.5 for those 2 teams. As you mentioned, very, very close series. I think this is the first time we've seen something like this in the entire phase so far. So I'm pretty excited to see how this is going to turn out. It's going to all come down, after all, to Team Milky Way and Old Boy on whether or not they can continue their golden run streak like this. But at this point in time, I think Team Milky Way is the one that has a lot more of my confidence in making that kind of play happen. I think the flank play from Horrific was perfect there inside a police station, fire station. A little bit of inconsistency that I talked about before with Rachan, right? When he plays good, really, really plays good. But when Rachan has a really bad off day, then you can definitely tell it's an off day for that player.
Yeah.
If they can get Rachan back, I think it should be fine.
Hey, they still won that game, you know, despite you know, the misengage. So we'll have to see. I do want to see you know, Leon be more you know, polished up, I would say, right, on those engages. We'll have to see going into game number 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time, but we're going to go on to a break, ladies and gentlemen. An even number of games, so you guys know what that means. I know what that means. You know what that means, super. We're going to go on to a break, so we'll be right with you guys for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 3. Go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you guys.
Take care.
크로노스피어 주변이
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
예기치 못한 사고는 언제나 발생할 수 있지. 통제할 수 없는 힘은 저주야. 적어도 사람인 채 죽는 게 낫지 않겠어? 내가 죽거나 네가 죽거나 존재도 흔적도 남김없이 지우겠어. 시간 끌 필요 없겠지. 이걸로 과거를 바꿀 순 없겠지만 미래라면 지겹게도 몰려드는 쓸모없긴 사활을 걸고 넌 반드시 데려가겠어. 찾았다. 얌전히 죽어. 결국 괴물 하나가 죽는 건 변하지 않겠지. 내가 괴물이 되기 전에 날 죽여줘.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마츠리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마츠리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아 섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해 보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마치리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아 섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀 수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 10, 13%에서 12, 15%로 상승합니다.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. I hope you guys had a good one. I did see a little bit of a question before we started going on into our game, Super, about how these points are calculated. So I'm actually going to bring that up real quick. I want to quell and answer the curiosity. I want to satiate somebody's mind. So let's take a look at that really quickly before we go on into talking about games 3 and 4, Super. You can see over on the point matrix, over on the right side, there we go. It's going to be placement-based as well as kill-based. But if you are familiar with how Eternal Return works right now, in day number 1, and at night number 1, at least, you know, in ranked, right? We're not talking about norms here. You infinitely res. No matter what, you're going to infinitely res. So all the kills during day 1 and night number 1 are only going to be half a point, but starting from there on forth, except for one exception, which is the night 2-dimensional rift, all kills will count as an extra point. If you die to the environment, so something like a red timer head pop, or you die to animals, then it'll be -1. But other than that, no real big questions or anything of the sort. Yeah, that's what it is. All right, let's bring it back over to Antus.
Full points after day 2, half points before day 2, and also for rifts as well, and then 10 points for being in first place. 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it's relatively standard, I would say. I don't think anything has really changed from the previous seasons, but you know, for the people who are sort of new joining us, maybe for the first time, that's kind of the standard point matrix. I think that's used
across the board, internationally, pretty much at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Just countrywide or just game-wide for competitive play.
Yeah. It's once you start watching Eternal Return competitive, honestly, at this point, for you and I, we don't even think about it anymore because it's just so ingrained into our brains at this point. But yeah, once you get used to it, it'll be something that you see all the time. So no worries. For those of you guys who are starting to watch competitive Eternal Return Master for the first time, first of all, thank you for making us your first time. That's a really cool thing. Thank you so much for joining us. By the way, for a little bit more clarity on some of you guys who are joining us now, this is Eternal Return Masters, so it's a Korean-sided tournament, right? But we are on the western side of the world, which means we are at complete degen hours. Very fun times to be awake. Here's the character selections for game number 3. No bans at all for this one, but let's see. We have the no ban because Achilles will actually stick onto their game 2 comp.
Yeah, Mai's going to be back on the table, but yeah, like you said, Achilles not going to be playing that Mai this time around because they did end up playing the Mai Lenny in game 1, but they're going to be playing that Alex Hyejin here. I do like, kind of more just chaotic type of team fighting, I would say, for the side of Team Achilles, than looking for maybe that front to back dive with the Mai, maybe looking for a taunt with the Heat Sweep follow up. They're just going all in here, and they're trying to make these fights as chaotic as possible with this Alex and Hyejin.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're pretty much just going with comfort picks for all of these teams. Everything here we've already seen in the past at least 2 games we've watched so far. It is really nice to see that Team Achilles has decided that this Alex version is going to be the comp they're going to stick around for game number 3, which means for the ones that are kind of heavily locked into the Mai, like Team Oldboy as well as Team High TV, they actually do have the option of going that Mai in our final game for knockout stage number 3. So let's see how that goes. We're going to load into game number 3, everybody. 2 more games left for knockout stage 3. From there, top 4 will move on into knockout stage number 4. The bottom 4 will unfortunately be knocked out, as the name of this phase specifically states, of the tournament.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty standard, I would say, for the lower knockout stages. That teams are going to just be playing their comfort picks and what they're used to, then sort of adjusting to the meta, right? I think later on when we start seeing the top tier national league teams, that's when we start seeing a meta start to take place, and we see which characters these teams are going to be prioritizing a lot more.
Yeah. All right. Well, with day number 1 about halfway underway now, which teams are going to be looking for kills early on? Is Surlo just going to do this really up against Erebos? Yes, he will. There's the bleed proc actually getting the kill. Once again, it's going to be Esperanza looking for kills inside of the northern side of the map. Even blinking on in, Surlo really just wants this. EMP barrage is going to go down. Tsubame looking really, really good. Surlo just gets executed right underneath the nose of 2 members of Team Achilles. Well done there. A couple extra fights going on in. Kiro will end up getting taken down. Paradiso's initial damage proc on activation will actually be what ends up knocking him down. Naimok trying to get the kill over onto Raku, and Divine Intervention comes on in. What the heck, man? Faith of Wavering is so good at keeping this Johan alive. Bang! Just barely on the outside, but Naimok wants revenge. There's the kill trade in those 2. Kiro trying to get some of his resets. Does he get the damage? Does he have the daggers? Yes, he does. There's trades everywhere, but people are starting to come back alive once again. High TV, Fang's going to come back. He has the healing drone, so that's a little bit of a trade. They're still going on through. This is the value of the Shuichi. Does he have the daggers down on the ground? Not anymore. He's trying to run away now, and I think he will, because the White Lily is there. Great dodge on the Radiant Brilliance to get away and not get rooted. Oh my goodness.
You say value of the Shoichi, but this balance is Johan just healing and just keeping the members of the side of Team Her Gaming alive, and I think that Shoichi just didn't have their helmet built the whole time. Yeah.
What the Kiro? Funnily enough, a lot of people kind of discount the helmet as one of those strange stat sticks in comparison to chest that really isn't valuable, but there's a couple of nice helmets out there, especially the one that I think Shoichi runs, which is like Imperial Crown or something. I forget what it was, but it does have some cooldown in it, which helps the Shoichi. So
yeah, and I mean, sitting on a green headpiece instead of a purple one is quite the amount of amp that you're missing out on. So like 30-40 amp that you just don't have here. And Johan's gonna get caught here. Dissipate and Waverings though for the side of Murray Gaming, and the Taz is going to jump on forward. Hero not going to have the ultimate this time, and it should just get locked down by the side of Team Murray Gaming here. Is going to be able to dodge out on some of these combos and skills, but is just going to fall, as it's going to be Team Murray Gaming pick up on yet another kill. Dalma getting caught out by this Edgin here. I think should be able to get the dash to maybe get themselves to safety, but I think the harm, the healing coming out from the Yan on these chickens is going to be able to get back to half HP, and it's going to dissuade the engage coming out from the Hyejin here. There comes the damage. The ultimate is going to come down for the side of Dragon Ball Z. The hard ult should be able to get keep them alive, and the damage coming out from the triple backline team from Dragon Ball Z should be able to finish off the members of the side of Team Esperanza. Jackie's going to come in, maybe get the triple resets here. 1, 2. Did he get one more? I think this is already gone. So 2 kills traded back to the side of Team Esperanza.
Bruh. As soon as Surlo walks in, I knew it was over. 2-for-2 trade in between the teams up on the northern side. Horrific trying to find a kill against Complex, but the Fenty is going to whiff. I think Choen has his number at this point. It's going to be really rough to run away from a Hisui. There's Complex to actually finish it out. Nicely done. A break over on the Team Milky Way. Unfortunately, they'll eat a little bit of extra timer, although I think I could have sworn somebody was just about to res. So a bit of extra wasted time for Team Milky Way, but they will be back up in time to scout out for any objectives.
Yeah, but the problem is all these teams are already going to be set up to fight for these objectives as well, and they're actually going to contest Team Dragon Ball Z on the top side here for the Wolves in archery, and looks like the Cella is going to get cut out. There's going to be another team, going to be Achilles, Tron, who's going to be able to get that Cella on the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, and it's actually going to be the side of Team Achilles is going to be able to probably get the Wolves here and be able to chase everyone away.
Fang still trying to chase down Taehwan, but this does open up archery range for being a very, very open zone. Very high value at this point in the game as well.
Nice.
Fang will still be able to kill Taehwan. Doesn't have a way to actually stop the Yan from getting the res back, but the value inside of archery range picked up pretty much, I think, by Chone. Those Wolves already dead on the ground. That's worth.
I think we got all them all.
Yeah, that's worth.
We got them all here. We do have members of Team ITV. It looks like the Shoichi and the Yan are actually completely isolated from the Mai here, but Kira's actually going to go in, going to be able to get the kill onto Priya here. Is going to be able to get it traded back though on the side of Team High TV. And Yan is just going to send the bush on the top side here to engage coming out from Milky Way for the third party. Stella getting cut out once again. Is going to get taken down first. The Heart is going to get sent on as well. The Venti is going to connect. And looks like they will go down. Pingu going to be the last member alive on this Priya. Has to stay a little safe here or will end up risking the team wipe. And Nullmark actually just going to sit in that bush the whole time and steal those Wolves away.
This is crazy, man. Over in archery range, everybody who's just left by their lonesome is the one that gets all the value out of animals. Great double taunt coming over onto two members of Esperanza, but the problem is there was the Faith and Wavering. A lot of healing still on that side. Old Boy will lose out on two. Jinragus getting taken down first. Bob also getting traded away right after. Azisana will also get taken down. That means Proline on the William again is going to be left by their lonesome for the time being.
Z wiped.
Oh,
went down.
Wait, how did they get? Where'd they get wiped?
I think Pingu just ended up going down because the Priya was in hotel, probably got caught out by the side of Freya on the top side there.
Heartless Peacemaker, how'd they go down?
No, Pingu was the Priya, the last one left, I think.
Huh. Okay, well that's
and they
interesting.
ended up walking into a hotel, and I think they just didn't get back up in time and just ended up dying off screen somewhere. I think it was Freya that probably just ended up catching the Priya, because I think maybe the Priya walked into hotel would be my guess. Walked down into hotel and just ended up running into one of those teams. It's a little unfortunate. Dragon Ball Z is not how you want to start your game 3 here after the half here. It is going to be Proline going to use his ultimate to actually get themselves on back, but a huge stun coming out from Horrific,
man.
able to lock down the William there. Great find coming out from the Fiora
This is the
to
problem.
get that all 3.
This is the problem that I see a lot of times whenever I see characters that need to do some stuff to get their damage out, right? In comparison to things like, for example, the Fiora, the Yan, even the Justina, even the Tsubame, William has to spend so much time doing other stuff to get his damage out, and while he's doing all of that, Tsubame is punching him with auto attack. Same thing for the Fiora. Yan is physically punching him, so that's something, but yeah, William had really no value throughout the entire course of that fight, which sucks, but it's just the way that sometimes your gameplay is going to go. Although, if you can do the setup fast enough, of course the value of William is always going to be there, but we haven't seen that from Proline yet, so I can't justify this William pick as of yet.
100%. I mean, William is one of those characters that has like the high CPS of the game, but the problem obviously is having the fastball set up and getting caught out. Right?
Does it now? Let's see.
It's just really well played from Horrific to actually just catch the William. But yeah, William unfortunately getting locked up here by the side of Team Achilles. It's just kind of unfortunate, right? There you see them not really there, just taking a 2v3 and I'm getting collapsed on. So I don't think that's or a way to kind of value the William. But yeah, William is not really working out for the side of Team Old Boy here. I think just Proline not able to find his angles on this William, and getting caught out from the side of Team Esperanza is going to be Justina, the last member alive for the side of Team Old Boy, to make sure they don't get their team wiped here. It looks like they are in hospital on the right side over there. Although actually that's not the Justina, that is Tazia.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody's just kind of chilling at this point. With the way that this game is going at the moment, Team Freya seems to be in prime position to be seen once again in the final zone. Look at their item transitions compared to everybody else in the game. It's looking way too solid, right? Freya. Now with the Rio sitting on not a golden chest piece, which means could that potentially be the Burgundy, right? Did Yuna finally see the error in his ways and thinks that maybe he needs some kind of assurances that he'll stay alive in some of these fights? I'm not entirely sure. He could just maybe not have the item for the transition. We'll keep track of that later down the road. For now, Rio looking really good on their transitions. Same thing for the Cecilia on the side of Freya. Everybody else in the lobby needs to play catch-up once again.
Yeah, I mean, Team Freya always so much farther ahead than the rest of the lobby, but they are playing that safe front-to-back team, right? So I think a lot of these teams just probably don't want to approach Freya.
Yeah.
Or Freya just not really running into any teams to really take team fights to sort of set their game plan behind. So they're just able to just farm up, get as many credits as possible, and even get some extra objectives off of these various roles as well.
We're Gaming looking to contest up against Team Old Boy before we start going into night number 3. There is the ultimate that we wanted to see from the William, but he can't do anything with it. He finally gets the triple ball stack going, but everybody from Team Old Boy is now backing away from the fight. So what do you do as pro line? Because your baseballs are going to disappear in a split second unless they decide to push on into you instead. We're Gaming Totem was about to die, but it does end up getting away. Oh, but Pro Line's DPS output is just so little because he's throwing baseballs against the Felix of all things. Really unfortunate. Mer Gaming will be able to get the reset, and now they're going to jump back on in. There's no baseballs left for Pro Line. He's going to blink away from the Paradiso, and in the end, it feels like Team Old Boy losing out on the pressure. Totem still wants to look for a little bit more. Raccoon is healing the rest of his team back up. Malsa taking down a half HP. Proline doesn't have his ultimate, nor does he have any baseballs down on the ground. Totem is still looking for a kill over on the flank side of things. Beautiful wall to split away the backside. Bob Malsa gets completely isolated. Beautifully done.
Yeah, very well played by the side of Team Erg Gaming there, just pressuring as well because they saw a lot of cooldowns were used from the side of Team Old Boy, and I don't think Swillem can actually get away here.
I don't think so either. Nice dodge.
Victim gonna full send there. There is the explosion shot actually going to be invested in. Yeah, it looks like they should be able to get themselves on out, but look at the credits for the side Team Old Boy.
Oh, God.
Not going to be there to get their teammate back up. Going to maybe have to look for that rift, or going to have to look for a couple more animals to get themselves to have enough to get their Mai back into this game here. There's going to be Team Achilles going to use that VLS to get themselves out, as it's going to be a free Omega going to the side of Team Freya.
This is going to be a little bit unfortunate for Old Boy. Again, I still can't justify the William. I think they might have to change that up, which I have to assume they will after this game. Zerlo will be able to find a free rift for himself during that number 3. Good risk, good return.
I think Proline just doesn't look
confident.
You know, confident and like proficient on this William here. He's just getting caught out, not really able to use his ultimates and find, you know, value on the William here. The ultimate was pretty good in the first engage in school, but just really denied for the side Team Erg Gaming. The damage was there, but at the very end, just getting caught, just walking up on the William, a little too close to the Mai, just getting caught by the side of Team Erg Gaming. And yeah, just if you don't get the ultimate value on the William, it's just losing out on so much damage on that character.
I mean, even if it's not the ultimate value, you need to get the fastball value, right? The ultimate is only a proxy to get your baseballs down, but I haven't seen Proline really getting that much damage output, and now they're stuck in a third-party situation, directly sandwiched in between, and I think everybody from Old Boy is split apart. They are split on what the decisions are going to be. Now they're getting jumped up by the Hisui, and Ruckus has nowhere else he can go. Balmosa now all of a sudden again left by their lonesome. It just finished with night 3. This is going to take forever for Team Old Boy to recover. The only chance they have is night 4 Rift at this point.
Yeah, I think the Mai has to look for a Rift here to get themselves back in. They don't really have any credits to get 2 reses. Nowhere close to even get 1 res right now. Still missing about 100 or so credits. So, oh no, the Mai is going to get spotted out as well on the bottom side here. I think Mamasa has to go into red. End up calling a cam too. So that's even more credits down the drain. I think just deciding that, you know, we're going to have to look for this rift if we want to get back into this here.
Yeah, I really don't think Bob Malsa can afford to use timer in red right now because of the fact that he needs to stay alive for another minute and 40 seconds. Everybody's starting to walk up. Milky Way, Horrific finds this, and now they're actually chasing down Bob Malsa. He uses the catwalk, but straight into Team Esperanza. There's too many people around here. Is this going to be an opportunity for somehow Bob Malsa to walk away? Yes, it is. And now Horrific is the one caught out in the middle of nowhere because he's got no parry. He's on the rapier of all things. Serlo on the backside goes a little bit too far. I don't know what that was about. It gets completely caught out on their own and will end up getting taken down.
Yeah, I was gonna say Milky Way biting off more than they could chew, but ended up just getting gifted a free Jackie kill there. As Cerullo probably thinking, you know, maybe it's a duo and ended up getting caught out here, and it's gonna be Rakun gonna go down as well. Just a series of disastrous events for the side of Team Milky Way here, just losing out on another member. And they're gonna be forced to take some red timer as well.
Okay, well, everything just being invested from Team Milky Way. Oh, dude, this is so weird, right? Because when it comes to fighting prowess, you can see these teams really have everything, but it's just a macro that is really throwing me off a little bit right now for some of these guys. You trade one because I think the micro was a little bit finicky during the first half. The macro seemed fantastic. It's just now that we go into the second half, macro seems a little bit finicky, but micro seems absolutely fantastic. Here's the initiation from Jumo. He's a little bit split away from the rest of his team, but Cho not really looking for a fight as the Rengeki was invested. Never mind, the White Lily on the backside. That's a huge Tsubame Gaishi. Can you get anything done with the Nichiren card right now? No, I don't think any damage is really being sent. Cho is just completely isolated. Everybody else from Team Achilles is way too low to rejoin the fight. Gen's gonna get poked out once again. There's the Charmer, the Nomad to get him out, but Mojum is now hot on the chase.
Yeah, I saw the angle for the heat sweep, but just wasn't enough. That the Alonso just able to peel just enough for that heat sweep to not be able to get on top of that Rio there. Very nicely played by the side of Team Freya, playing that front to back perfectly there. We do have the engage coming out from the Shoichi actually jumping on forward, but this is going to get rooted up there. A lot of damage coming out from Hero, but just so much healing coming out from the Johan, but it's just not going to be enough. The sustain is going to be there, but both the Shoichi and the Yana are gonna go down. They were able to get the Johan, but the Jackie was just, and the demo just there free hitting.
Didn't even realize that the Ruthless was gone. Here we go, Team Old Boy. This is your time to salvage the game. Proline's gonna use the signature fireball down. Rachan on the backside, beautiful peel away from Proline, but he's so dangerously low. The baseball disappeared before you could pick it up. The baseball disappeared before you could pick it up. Was stuck on 2 stacks, and I think it might be GG's for Team Old Boy as Taewon on the chase. There we go. No. He stayed alive for so long too after the 3 balls would have been picked up. No!
The problem was the ultimate was invested forward and he just got sent on, so he wasn't nowhere near his ultimate to get his value, right? His fireballs. He just didn't have any balls to really start that team fight there. They ended up blinking back to dodge out some of the some key skills and able to dodge out and jump to some of his balls to actually get to his Mai, who did end up using the exclusive, but it just wasn't enough.
I think he could have killed 2. I really think he could have killed 2 before he went down just because of how long he survived. And XA getting caught out by a wall, everybody's just trying to chase each other down because, especially from our gaming, they are sitting on that wick buff. But for Esperanza, knows a little bit too better than going into a team composition like that. We've seen it in the past. Again, by the way, in the same zone these two teams could have fought inside his stream. They got something for that zone. Jumo gonna try to look for an angle onto Taewon, but will just immediately dash away using the execution technique. But this is a split for everybody on Team Milky Way. I think they can actually corner Horrific with the way that they're going. There is no White Lily, but Yona is about to chase on down. The Hanare isn't going to be there, but the blinks are there. Horrific will go down at the start of day number 5. Milky Way a little bit split. Again, the macro just seems so weird now.
Yeah, great play there from Freya to actually catch out on that. Oh, wait a second. They're actually... Oh, they're going to sell the shoes on the Tsubame here because they don't have enough money.
But they still don't have enough.
And the Tsubame is not going to have any shoes now, so the movement speed is going to be really bad for side Team Milky Way. It ended up getting caught out by the Spirit Arrow. I think Milky Way thought maybe the side of Team Freya was close because of that Spirit Arrow, but it was actually a bait. They could have probably sold another item, maybe got their Fiora back into the game, but I do think selling those items definitely puts you in a spot that you kind of don't want to be in for the side Team Milky Way. And I don't know if Team Achilles actually knows Team Milky Way is in this little corner here because, I don't know if they heard that. I don't know if they're in range to hear that buy on these,
oh, they definitely do hear that
drones. And I think Achilles is going to full send it on the side Team Milky Way here. Rachan is going to be able to use the blink to get themselves to safety. And the Tsubame is going to use that wind drone. Try to make some distance, is gonna just use W for movement speed, but not having shoes, that's 0.25 movement speed that you're just missing. And it's I think if any team wants to send on the side Team Milky Way, they can.
It is lucky that it's the Tsubame that is missing it though, because she has some ways to mitigate the movement speed loss, but how do you recover from this?
Yeah, Milky Way just gonna sit in that corner to try to rat out for some, a couple extra replacements here. Comes the full engage from the side. Team Gaming is gonna be able to knock Kiro into the wall, but here comes the Ruthless on the backside here. Full disengage from called from the side of both of these teams as they see a third party is gonna enter the fray. It is the side of Team Freya, and Team Milky Way get out once again. This time burning a couple more seconds of their timer down here in stream, coming down into hospital.
This is the worst feeling for Team Milky Way because look at Lumi, it actually rotated back all the way around, but because Rachan is so low on credits, Taewon ended up having to call a camera for himself. You can see his credit count actually being in such an awkward position right now. They're trying to desperately recover it, but a team just called Lumi, and now it's going to rotate all the way to the south side of the map. Rachan has to join back up with the Tsubami right now because High TV is going to jump on that immediately. There's the jump with the VLS. Can Taewon find an angle? No, he's just going to turn immediately back around. I think
they're probably opting for Radin here. I think they just need to split. They need to try getting a couple more placement points because I think that's all Milky Way is going to have for this game. Dead. And Rachan is going to explode. It's going to be a kill going to the side of Team Gaming. And Gaming going to buy... don't know what they actually ended up calling in there. I think it was another... Was it another blood sample? Or maybe
might have something for the Johan.
For some water here. Here's the engage coming out from the side of Team Esperanza. Huge Twins Rush coming out from NXA, but the damage from the Shoichi is going to be there. They are going to be able to trade 1-for-1. The Yon versus the Johan, and the Johan... Oh my god, the damage coming out from the Shoichi is going to be way too much. It's going to come down to 1v1 Jackie versus Shoichi. Who's going to take it here? The auto attacks from the Jackie are going to be there, but the third party is going to be here from the side of Team Gaming. And the Felix is going to be able to lock up both of these members, and they will end up going down. Gaming going to be able to pick up a couple kills there. Esperanza, great fight from the side of Team Esperanza and High TV, but it's going to be Team Gaming the one to come out on top.
Exactly. Both of those two teams did what they could, but ended up all falling down. Temporary zones are going to pop. It's going to be Achilles versus Team Gaming. Let's see if Cho can actually get anything done. I think this Hisui has been the greatest of days so far when it comes to impact. Great pushback with the spotter. What the hell was that? Again, just couldn't play the game. Complex is going to get taken down, and then now Cho's going to get taken down. Totem into Bintum into the Johan. It just does not stop for Team Gaming. Clean 3-for-0s. We're going to have them walking into the final zone against, once again, Team Freya. I predicted this from the beginning of the game. We will have this team going into final zone once again for the consistency of a lifetime. Freya at this point are probably locked in into going into what is it, knockout stage number 4? Actually, not even, unless they win this game. I don't think they're still locked in just yet.
But what a find from Totem, right? Totem hitting the max range, pushing to the wall, and then the follow-up from Bintum. It was just perfect. It was just perfect for the side of Team Gaming. Just great communication and great dive. Just able to immediately kill that's that member there, and then it's just easy. It's just an easy team fight for this on Team Gaming. The Hyejin is falling instantly for the from Achilles.
Oh yeah, all right. Let's see who ends up winning the final zone. Will Freya, the third time is the charm, right? Will they finally be able to win another game for the final zone? Mojo getting caught out by the wall, but will just be able to dodge out it, just barely. But Bintum now on the flank, trying to dodge it over onto Yona, but it's not going to find anything. Mojo trying to run away from Totem. He will be able to do so with the White Lily. But on the backside, Bintum was just about to kill the Felix. Will not be able to find it. There's a shield coming out for the Taze, but doesn't get the shield reset. Paradiso goes down. The blink. The Totem is there, but everything is just getting traded out one after another. Totem is still alive because of the shield. There's a finger point going in from Jumo, but there is so much damage on the flank side. It's just not gonna happen. Freya are not gonna be able to win out on a final zone once again. Oh my goodness, Team Gaming 22 points on their hands. Will most likely with that actually punch their tickets way into knockout stage number 4. 22. They effectively doubled the amount of points they had from the past 2 games. GG's.
The fight just split too much for the side of Team Freya there, and that is exactly what Team Gaming wants. Team Gaming is playing these hyper carries, and they're looking for those isolated 1v1s, right? Especially onto those carries. So just very, very nicely played by Gaming to kind of split up on the team fight. Little shaky at the end there. We did see that that's Tazi just missing out on all the abilities to finish off that on that Cicella. So I think Team Freya could have turned it on that spot, but Cicella just really in a really awkward position and was just caught in between both of the Tazia and the Felix there. Fortunately, did end up going down, and Yona just not getting enough value on this Rio. I mean, obviously, I don't really think it's on him, right?
It
He's
absolutely was
definitely-
not this time. No. Yeah. was
He's
not.
definitely trying, right, on the Rio in longbow, but the way the fight kind of devolved there, with how the team fight split up, it's really hard, I think, for the Rio to stay in a safe position to auto attack, while also not getting dived on.
It's why I'm so confused as to how that fight got so split up to begin with, because I did see the initiation from the Felix at the start, right? But then they staved that off pretty well. Actually ended up nullifying a lot of that, with the Rio being able to keep themselves safe. If anything, I think it should have been the Rio that got isolated, because she ended up getting pushed away from the center of the catacombs over to the left side near where the CCTV console was. How did the Scylla get so split apart? That's my question. I'm gonna have to check the replay later when we're going into knockout stage number 4 to see how that happened. Either way, Mer Gaming played that perfectly. As you've been talking about, they really like doing that, and why? Because Felix and Tazia excels at 1v1s, especially up against characters like the Scylla as well as the Rio. You have picture-perfect matchups. Tazia can nullify what Scylla wants to do quite a lot because you have so many shield resets, and then Felix can nullify what the Rio wants to do because he has the dodges on the Z, right? You just win all the 1v1s in the world. You set that up perfectly. The Alonzo is just kind of there, but he doesn't really do anything but be annoying for a little bit. Beautiful gaming from Mer Gaming.
And that's kind of how they split the fights as well, right? The Tazia dived on into the Scylla, and the Felix went for the Rio. I mean, it was a great response from Freya, but I think the way that Team Freya ended up playing the later half of the fight, it just didn't group back up to, kind of fit that front to back kind of mold, and just ended up falling over.
It's pretty much what ends up happening to teams in those tight corridors. I think Cemetery might have had something to do with that because of the way the center catacombs are set up. You can't really find a way, especially as an Alonzo, I think, and even the Scylla has a little bit of a tough time. Rio maybe, because you can soar across pretty much all the walls that surround it, but Scylla is going to have a bit of a tough time because you have to set up your Wilson to get to play with us. Alonzo can't jump over the wall without a blink. Even then, it's a heavy investment. Just a rough fight placement, I should say, for Team Freya as a whole, but it doesn't change the fact that this team has been pretty consistent with their final zone placements, which means even if they're not safe, they should be relatively okay. It has a solid foundation going into our final game. So let's take a look at the score sheet to see where all of us are going to be. And you can definitely see that it's still very much a close series across the board. Milky Way in first place with 46.5. It's going to go down for the top 4 onto High TV at 34.5 themselves. But Old Boy only 13 points behind. You can definitely make that up.
Yeah, I mean, even our 8th place team can still make it into the top 4 here. And Esperanza and Achilles, 5th and 6th place, only 2 points behind our 4th place spot, right? So really, any team can still make it into the top 4 here. Even Freya can still bubble out if they just go, if they have a really bad game 4, if they go 7th or 8th with not that many points for themselves. So any team still has to be a little careful here. They have to play consistent fourth game, or they're not going to be able to make it out for knockout stage number 3.
If I'm going to be real with you, though, I don't want to really put down this team that much, but Team Freya, the way that they've been playing, it really does not build too much confidence for me going forward, because it's nice that they're going into final zones. That's great, right? You're playing the map, you're doing what you can, but look at the amount of kill score in comparison to all of the other teams that are surrounding them right now. This is not an aggressive team, which is going to punish them really, really a lot more once we start going into knockout stage number 4. Let's say we get through knockout stage number 4. There's no way with this type of gameplay style you're gonna not get punished in knockout stage number 5. I think we need to see something more from Freya in our final game at the very least to build up a little bit more confidence in what they can do going forward from this series, because we really have to start thinking about that starting from now on.
Oh, 100%, right? They're losing out in these final 3v3s, and they're just getting caught, right, by these dive teams, right? They're not playing the front to back as smoothly as they can. And it definitely looks like that, or it definitely looks like there's a lot of flaws, that is in their team fighting. So we'll have to see if they can, sort of polish that up going into the later knockout stages. Because if not, these teams are definitely going to find these angles to punish you.
They're going to have to really figure that out, because the longer this entire tournament goes, the more refined versions of comps that we're seeing right now are going to show up. full dives, you have triple DPS teams that are going to actually be able to play their compositions right. Unlike Dragon Ball Z, who has been a little bit shaky today, we've seen moments where they have been really good with operating this comp, but you know, teams like FN Sejong, for example, can really operate that comp if they really wanted to. We saw it with Bum sitting on things like the Bernice. If he really wanted to do that. Other compositions as well, other teams have much more refined versions of what we're seeing right now. So again, Freya, we might see you in the final zone, but I need to see something more than what I've been seeing so far in these games.
Yeah, and this is going to be our final game here for Knockout Stage 3. So after this game, we're gonna have to say goodbye to 4 teams, unfortunately, and 4 teams will be moving on to the next knockout stage. And we're gonna have a completely new set of teams coming in for the next 4 games after this.
All right, let's take a look at what the comps are going to look like. No ban going into our final game, as we talked about at the beginning of game number 3. No my ban means everyone is allowed to pick exactly what they want to. So it seems like we're actually going to get, for the most part, a repeat of what we saw in game number 3. Although Erebos is looking for an Alex. I have seen this player play this before, but now I'm wondering where the damage output for this team is going to be. I'm a little bit worried about it, but it is the lock-in that we are going to see, so good stuff there. Proline back on the William. All right. It's the final game for Team Old Boy. This is a very passive game, and they're in 8th place. I don't know if I can completely wholeheartedly agree with this decision, but it is what they went with regardless. Everybody else pretty much picking the same things. It has been things we've seen in the past.
Maybe Proline just thinking, you know, it was just a bad game, right, in game number 3. I'm going to turn around here and lock in for this final game here, because this is their last chance to make it to knockout, the next knockout stage. They are in that 8th place position, so they're going to need a lot of points, right? And I think William is one of those characters that, you know, can sort of dive in with the mind of Justina to try to be more aggressive and try to get a couple more kill score for their team.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. We have one last game set up for these 8 teams. Afterwards, you said it perfectly, Super. 4 teams will move on into knockout stage number 4. 4 teams will unfortunately be taken out of the tournament. Once we start going into knockout stage number 4 as well, by the way, these teams will have a little bit more opportunities to gather those circuit points. That is what a lot of these guys are looking for the season finals. That'll be happening in about 2 months' time? Yeah, 2.5 months' time. Let's see how it goes. Final game of knockout stage number 3 is now locked and loaded, Super.
Yeah, and we're just gonna see these players just slowly get their builds on, kill these animals, get some leather going, and I'll see them group up very, very shortly, and maybe we'll see some more team fight in the early game, because I think at this point into the series, these teams should be knowing where these other teams are, you know, sort of ending up, and they could look for these early game fights here. Looks like Milky Way and the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, we're gonna take a team fight there, but NXA once again on this demo. Ooh, a huge double roundhouse kick on the bottom side here. Team High TV should be able to catch this Johan. Should be an easy early kill for the side of Team High TV here. Another roundhouse kick again, and oh, good! It's the White Lily on all 3 members against themselves.
See what?
Get themselves
get
out
out of here.
The safety. Oh my god.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but that's just the way that the game goes every now and then. Lucky for him. That means, unfortunately for High TV, now they have to deal with the full might of Merc Gaming. We'll end up losing Daimuk instead. So for High TV actually getting punished for making a slight misplay on catching out Raccoon, Kiro isn't going to be able to lock this down. The sensor should be here in just a split second, even if Kiro walks away. Doesn't end up getting a trade. Over onto the Johan, not that bad. You just let the Johan die, right? Get the vision for it, the satellite drone. As long as everybody knows where everybody is, it's all cool and dandy. Erebos trying his best to run away, but does get tagged with the 5 omens, will not get pulled back, but it cooldowns on the Alex is a little long for the early portions of the game. Yasana is still in hell, will get taken down too. Selu in hell will also probably get taken down too. Complex is just chilling here, watching the Cecilia fall down. Break over onto Team Dragon Ball Z. Achilles trying to recover, trying to find something. Chon will end up missing out on the flash cut, trying to do what they can. Horrific on the front side, 2 marks on the Calamities, but can they get the kill? Yes, they can. Chon will fall down first. Alex is on the backside. It's going to be a clean 1 for 0 from Team Milky Way. Horrific is still looking for more. He actually ends up getting the sustain from Touché. There it is, if anybody wanted proof of that.
It is really great movement there. I don't know if you guys end up seeing that, but just Subame just able to dodge out on Flash Gun, able to dodge out on so many skills from the side of Team Achilles there. Milky Way gonna be able to get a nice 2 kills on the other side. Looks like Milky Way getting caught this time. Rotchin on the back foot. Wait a second, he's on the Yan, able to get the knock up onto the Alex. Alex is on 1 HP here. It is gonna get finished by the side of Horrific, and Sean is gonna get taken down as well. Milky Way picking up another 2 kills, and on the other side there, Felix just able to have a field day onto Jackie. Jackie not able to get any auto attacks because Felix is gonna be able to dodge on dodge out on all of those, and Bindom getting a nice 2v1 there on the side of Team Esperanza.
Wasn't really a 2v1. I feel like it was a delayed 1v1 and another 1v1 that really didn't even count as a 1v1 because Johan versus Felix X and D. Down goes Fang as well. It's going to be an easy kill for Team Dragon Ball Z. Pingu as well as Selu somehow making this Alex work for the time being. 2.5 points, which means 5 kills already for that team. This is definitely the result we want to see from these guys after game number 3. Horrific now trying to jump over onto Narmak. Damage output's looking pretty good, but Yan can jump across walls pretty well. Here on the backside, another roundhouse coming. What the? Okay. This keeps
up both kills. The Yan just able to get so much value before ending up going down. Another 2 or 3 roundhouse kicks, able to just stun up the side of Team Achilles there. Just very well played, or not Achilles, but Milky Way. Just very well played from the side of Team High TV. They're able to just lock down those members, pick up another 2 kills, and High TV sitting on 5 kills, Milky Way sitting on 8. So much team fighting in this early game.
Yeah, Milky Way definitely wants to punch their tickets, right? Continue the golden run. Dragon Ball Z trying to find their way back into the top 4. Same thing for High TV. Even Achilles will unfortunately lose out on 2. This is looking a bit rough for these guys. Still stuck in the middle of nowhere. Rotchan using a quick spin to try to keep himself alive. We don't know if it's really going to help that much as he will go down. I think K1 will also go down. That means a couple of extra kills going in favor of that team. You're absolutely correct. 7 points for Team Dragon Ball Z.
Ooh, and
as a break over on the Milky Way, plus a Tree of Life off of a wolf. This team.
That is huge for the side Team Dragon Ball Z. That's exactly what you want to see, especially where you are in the leaderboard right now. 7 points already, 2 day 2 kills, and then they just had, I think, 10 day 1 kills there. So 7 points already. They get that Tree of Life, and they're able to tempo out their 4 scorers in archery here. So they're going to be sitting in a really comfortable position.
We've already completed our contractual obligation of caster cursing for the season, so I don't want to call it just yet. But for Dragon Ball Z, if they play this out correctly, we could see this team actually go for even like a 30-point banger to secure a place in the top 4 if they play their cards right. Fang pushing a little bit too far, checking out their cards a little bit too ahead. Will end up getting taken down, so High TV losing out on a member without the Shoichi in tow. That's a little bit of a surprise attempt from Fang.
Yeah, ITV a little engaging a little too far away from each other. Shoichi not in the fray just yet. I think maybe the call was to send the engage, but Shoichi just not there. So no follow-up for the side of ITV. Team Milky Way are gonna be able to secure this Lumi for themselves here. So a lot of credits and a good tempo swing for this team. Gonna be able to get their 4-score buy-ins as well in tempo. Totem gonna get caught on the bottom side here as the members of Team Merg Gaming are not there with them just yet. There's Justina just having that really great chase. Is able to chunk down Totem down to about 1 HP, and that's gonna be Merg Gaming gonna probably call out to leave the Tazia to go down here as they do end up going down. A nice pick for the side team, Old Boy.
They need this. They really need this. Night number 2 Rift will also spawn inside a warehouse, so if they want to fight for it, this could be the chance without risking their entire team for it in comparison to game number 3. Question is, will they actually take it though? Because I think a lot of value during night number 2 happens with the animals on that south side of the map, so you can...
I think they walked up for Alpha. I think Alpha is obviously just a better objective because you get that... Not only do you get the Metro, but you get that extra buff as well, right?
Oh, actually, that's not Rift, sorry. Yeah, that's Alpha, my bad. It's even better.
Yeah. There's a Rift down in Warehouse, but I think they opted to just come up, grab the Alpha instead, and contest the other team off of it. Maybe looking for those full kills, and then Alpha, obviously the better objective here. We do have, we do have... I think it was Chun just jumping on in, but the rest of their team isn't going to be there to contest with the Rift. And it looks like Nelmok tried to enter the Rift, but
it's too late.
Yeah, the Hisui already ended up taking it, so it is going to be Achilles sending their Hisui in. I don't know if it's a free Rift or not. I don't know if Hisui ended up getting that for free or not. But it looks like they...
No, it's not.
It's not free. Kitchen was inside as well, because Alex wasn't there. Can this Hisui do it with this?
God, okay, yeah, it wasn't even
They
close.
cannot do that. They cannot do it.
Did both of them get hit by the Paradiso explosion? Their health bars
I think
disintegrated.
so. I think so.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, another potential fight brewing up on the northern side. This is a pretty good Tetragon setup by 9ㅅ. We'll actually be able to get the kill over onto Rachan. Down he goes. Or maybe it might have been the other way around. I don't know. It's a Yam versus Yam
it was the other
matchup.
way around.
Horrific.
Rachan, I think,
Both on
ends
eggs.
up getting the one off. Oh, wait a second. Hero is going to use ultimate. Can he get the damage onto
Oh, he
Hero?
dashed back in on
there's full
Max.
combo. And it does end up getting the kill. Very nicely played by Hero to trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, okay, you know, Horrific's got balls. There's no way in what world you dash back into the daggers without waiting for your teammates. Maybe he just wanted to get the trade on it. I don't know what it was, but it's working out for Team Milky Way. Going to look for a fight up against Team Achilles, but Complex is already taken down to a quarter of their HP. Cho just gets obliterated before he even gets a chance to fight back in on that either. Taewon getting ran down by Gen, or is it the other way around? Horrific trying to find an angle. There's the Ironclad. Knockover with the board. Not going to launch him in the correct angle, so the pork chop not really going to help. Gen still trying his best to run away, but the distance closes there. Now Complex is also in trouble because Gen ran straight towards him. Oh, this could be a little bit awkward. That drop didn't go where it's supposed to be. 3 seconds. Do they wait for the Alex? Yes, they do. They wait for the timer. They wait for the timer. No. Minus 200 for a team that cannot afford that right now. They're half a point. They're half a point.
They're in 6th place as well, and oh no, the Hisui gonna go down as well. That's a minus 400 for the side of Team Achilles.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah, I don't know. Do we wait for the rift? Do they want to go for the rift
That's
or
way too much time,
Oh,
man.
no.
They're
Yeah,
in day
there's gonna buy you.
3.
Such an early minus 400 for a team like Achilles, who is playing 3 really aggressive DPS characters that kind of need all items for themselves. It's just not where you want to be for the side of Team Achilles.
That is brutal. That is really brutal. This team has been so underwhelming, and the number of transitions this team has by day number 3 is so underwhelming too. Look at Team
Oh, we got a
Freya.
tree at least.
Team Freya is in the exact same spot as we've seen them consistently in the past few games. 5 transitions on the Sicilla, 4 transitions on the Rio. Achilles is sitting on 4 the entire team. They have basically the same
they
number of
did end up
items on
getting-
just the Rio.
They ended up getting 2 RNG from the Bears, so it's kind of a bailout for this other team, Achilles. I think 2 Tree of Lives going to their hands, and they still have credits to get their next buy-in, so I think they're actually sort of back into this game just because it did end up getting a little lucky there. It is going to be, 2 items going to be built up, and they should be back. But still have to be a little careful here. Here comes engage from Nullmark. Isn't going to hit on the roundhouse kick, but the full engage is there. Where is the third member of the side of Team Milky Way? Is not going to be here. It's going to be a free, easy pickings for the side of Team High TV, and a huge exclusive to pull back the Yawn. It is going to be Milky Way just going to lose out on their Yawn here. Yeah, just weren't grouped up. I don't know what Team Milky Way's idea was. Decided to take that team fight, but just ended up getting caught.
It's just an unpunished 1-for-0 for absolutely free. Okay,
Oh, he's dead.
beautiful
He's dead.
Spirit Arrow. There is the
Wow.
free at last. Really freeing Gen from any struggles of this world. Choen and Complex now left to their own devices, and another minus 200 going for that team. Minus 600 as a whole for Team Achilles in this game.
Very nice from the side of Team Freya. Oh no! He steals out on the wrist. Oh no!
Oh, the heist of a century from NXA will not be able to get anything done for Achilles. Now that is a guaranteed minus 200 for that team. Really unfortunate. Milky Way trying to duke it out, but look at all the circles. Omega is just creating Omega problems for Team High TV and Team Milky Way. Bang is trying his best to run away. Rachan versus 9ㅅ trying to do the mirror matchup between the two. No, Omega, no! No, that sucks so bad. High TV now has to completely book it. 9ㅅ still gets the angle over onto the Omega, but with Horrific coming back around, getting knocked up into the air by the Omega. Oh my goodness, finally the fiasco inside a police station will end with High TV running high on their tails. 2 members down on this team. Actually, or is it 1? Sorry, because the Mai somehow managed to get away, but Milky Way will secure the Omega for themselves. Beautiful plays across the board from everybody on both of those teams, but High TV still down a member.
Nalma coming out on top in that Yan mirror, just barely, but oh no, Fang getting caught out here on the bottom side in research, and it is going to be the Mai going down. That's going to be 2 members of the side team ITV out for the count, so minus 400 for that team. They should be able to they do have enough credits to actually get coming back in this game. And Subame getting caught out for the side team Milky Way here, and the credit counts for Milky Way aren't looking good. I don't think they're gonna be able to get their teammates back into this game anytime soon here.
We have to do another heist of the century on a Rift during night number 4. I don't know what it is, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. High TV trying to run away from Mer Gaming because Mer Gaming's items are really, really good. Paradiso right on top of the Tetragon. White Lily will take everybody else out for High TV. They just need to maintain this, right? For High TV, they're holding on to that 4th place spot. 6.5 points is not bad, especially considering they're going up against Achilles as well as Esperanza, 2 teams with really, really low scores at the moment in the game. Just have to live, which is why I like the way that High TV is playing right now.
Here comes the ult coming out from NXA. The double knockoff is going to connect, but the Priya actually there is going to try to split the members of the side of Team Achilles. They're going to try looking for this Priya, but a great totem keep themselves alive. But the stain coming out from this Jackie is going to be enough. NXA is going to be able to find and finish off the Gisela on the backside here, and Team Dragon Ball Z is going to be the one on the back foot this time.
Yeah, Serlo just refused to die. 5 stacks on the Jackie, constantly healing. He actually was able to out-heal the amount of damage that Freya Last was going to do, and also managed to get out of the fight despite getting locked down with the double agent from Alex, which is really, really rough. For the side of Team Dragon Ball Z, High TV still trying their best to run away. Freya is going to do the finger point, jump right over onto Fang. Damage output over onto Narmak is insane. Exclusive, relatively low value. Popping out the auto attacks. Yona is finally on the Burgundy, by the way. Yes, yes, yes. She actually has the sustain, but High TV, they have nothing in their arms right now. An EMP barrage even going down right in front of them. Achilles really wants this kill, but he's not going to be able to find it. But as they walk into Fire Station, there's another couple of teams waiting in line for this.
Gisela getting caught out by the side of Dragon Ball Z. Is going to get instantly taken down. Priya was is going to come down as well. They're going to snowball. Milky Way going to be able to get 2 members from Dragon Ball Z as a duo. That is huge for the side team Milky Way. Alex is going to be able to get themselves to safety.
He's going for the Rift
on this Alex, and I think, yeah,
there's a Rift in Police Station.
Maybe down here in Police, yeah, to get their teammates back up into this game. That's probably a good idea here.
Oh, Esperanza's going for it.
Esperanza might just deny it on the top side. I don't know if they are going to go in, but they're definitely going to try denying this Rift from this Alex. Maybe seeing this solo.
No.
Can Alex get in, though, is a question. There's the ultimate, and oh, no, they're just going to take it away. Oh, wait, they're not going to take it away. They're going to try running down this Alex here. Alex not going to be able to get it, and they're going to go in, actually.
They actually do go in? Okay, so Esperanza is really staking their entire series on this. There's a team inside of there. It's going to be a bit of a rough time, but we should see a free rip probably going for that team, as Dragon Ball Z was the only team being forced to actually go for that. Just see that prompt in a couple of seconds saying that the Dimensional Rift was freely taken from that team. Wickling going in favor of Team Mer Gaming for free on the game in number 4, which is surprising. Achilles about to lose out another member. Down goes the Alex. Complex just gets ripped to shreds by the Fiora.
I think that might be it for Achilles here,
yeah,
sitting only on half a point, and Hyejin goes down, and I think that's going to be it. Dragon Ball Z getting caught in Chapel as well, and Dragon Ball Z's chances, I think, are gone for the count as well. Only 9 points, not going to be enough to get into that top 4 spot. Achilles do end up getting the res, so they do end up coming back in here, but not going to have enough credits for this Alex anytime soon here. And Achilles, look at your items, you're not in a good position. Nowhere near a horrific. Actually going to be able to charge up his ultimate. Maybe going to look for an angle back in. But Subame on the top side just a little split away from the side of the Milky Way. And they're going to be forced to, yeah, just walk away and try to regroup with their Subame sometime later. Maybe going to try keeping on over or using a VLS.
Yeah, this is a really awkward spot for Team, Milky Way to be in, because Taewon has no timer. If they start using Hyperloops to TP over onto the Subame, they're going to make pings with the Wickeline team right alongside them in Fire Station / School. A very, very awkward spot for Milky Way to be in, at least for the time being. If they can get out of this situation, it'll be pretty big.
That's not the Burgundy, by the way. That is the crit chest piece.
Oh, are you serious? Oh my god, I thought it was the...
They're just playing, I think, just DPS.
Gosh, okay, I have a strange feeling that the further this game goes, I think Yona is going to get punished for it. If I'm going to be real with you right now, I'll call it at the moment. I genuinely think that Yona is gonna die immediately as soon as the fight begins, just because of not having that Burgundy, and maybe we'll see it in knockout stage number 4 if they do end up moving forward. The fight's gonna begin. Here we go, old boy Bob Malsa gonna try to send it in, but NXT gets a beautiful double twins rush to reinitiate the fight on the backside. Proline take it down to about a quarter of their HP, and again the baseballs just have no value. Jinragas can't run away from the Jackie. Bob Malsa trying to follow through, but I think their series is over. Their tournament is over. Bob Malsa will go down. That's going to be it for Team Old Boy. One of our Golden Run teams in contention will get taken down in knockout stage number 3, which means all of our hopes are now placed on Team Milky Way, who is doing pretty good in the series so far. 14.5 points on our final game.
It's just unfortunate for the side Team Old Boy. I mean, Proline on that William.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Pretty good into these teams, but it has to play perfectly, right? The second you dive in just slightly a little too far forward, and you're in range for, you know, the Jackie just auto attack you down, you're just gonna die instantly. So a little unfortunate for the side Team Old Boy there. William, you know, in a lobby like this, you just have to just make sure you're not getting caught, and yeah, the Jackie was just able to just auto attack the William down, and just didn't really get any value, I would say, in that last team fight there. It's a little unfortunate. Esperanza coming out on top. And look at the items on the side team of Esperanza. They have the blood weapon on the Johan. I think is that the blood weapon on the Johan?
No, it's just a purple weapon.
Oh, okay, it's just a blood weapon on NXA there.
Yeah, it looks a little pixelated. It's all good. Achilles will finally get locked down. Down goes Chone, which means most likely their run for today is over. Actually, just is, right? I just did the math. It's not even close. So Achilles, thank you so much for playing in this tournament as well.
It's
which means
close, between our 5 teams left here, right?
ITV is in contest.
ITV and Freya are all relatively close in points here. They have to be a little careful on who is going to go down and who's going to be able to win out on these temporary final zones.
Yep, Highway is, sorry, not Highway, but Team Esperanza is only a 1.5 behind Team High TV at the moment. This could really go any way. If Esperanza ends up winning out on this, they will most likely take away that top 4 spot. High TV will take the fall. And there's also a possibility where even Freya is in a little bit of danger as well, right? This is another one of those situations where they just kind of casually and very slowly push their way into the final zone. But they don't have Wicca Line buff this time. They don't have that much pressure in comparison to before. And a couple teams are starting to catch up to the amount of points that team has. 5.5, sorry, point difference between them and High TV. 7.5 away from Esperanza. Still a possibility. Mergaming, High TV trying to run.
Yeah, Team High TV is in a really bad situation in terms of their items, and they're going to get full sent down by the side Team Mergaming. Huge ultimate actually is going to be able to keep High TV to safety, but a great W coming out from the Felix to actually just jump on forward, but the third party is going to be here. Team Esperanza is going to be here, but Felix is actually going to try turning it with the Tazi. A great double knockup from the Felix. Is it going to be enough? They're just able to dodge out on so many auto attacks. But yeah, Team Gaming just completely split away, and now it's going to be Team High TV going to be able to capitalize on this, and they're going to be able to get a couple kills.
This equalizes now between Team High TV as well as Team Esperanza. The problem is High TV lost a member, Esperanza did not. This could be a little bit dangerous. Yeah, more gaming. Yeah, maybe. I think they're okay.
If the Tazir goes down here, but High TV, yeah, actually, I think they should outscore High TV here, just because High TV still only has 2 members left, and looks like Milky Way is gonna use the VLS to get themselves here in Beach. So we're gonna have a 3-team final zone on top side here. There's the full engage on the side of Team Esperanza. They're getting kind of just backed by this
oh Jesus. Oh,
yeah, by this Alonso.
No.
There's the ultimate. Jackie's gonna try diving in, not gonna be enough, and I think that's gonna be it for the side of Team Esperanza. They're gonna go down. Look at the timers. It looks like their hand was a little forced there to try to look for something. Not able to find anything, as the Rio is just gonna be able to rip the side of Team Esperanza to shreds. On top side is going to be High TV. Gonna be able to, oh! Wait a second. Oh my god. That is going to be the Fiora actually going to pick up 2 kills, and Milky Way is the one to come out on top.
Going back to what we saw during game number 2 then. Milky Way versus Team Freya. Once again, Team Freya going into our final zone for the night. This is going to be...
I'm so surprised Milky Way come out on top. Look at the items for the side of Team Milky Way. They don't really have anything to their name. They just were able to get the 1-up on the side of Team Mergame. I guess it was probably just because the other 2 teams weren't full, right?
Yeah.
High TV were only 2 members. Mergame are also only 2 as well. So Milky Way having the the knowledge to, you know, VLS into two non-full teams, was able to capitalize, and I think Team Freya should be able to take this one. You can see the item difference. It's quite big this time.
Yeah, but this is the team from earlier that really just ran down the Rio, right? There's no Burgundy again this time, so if Milky Way is able to play this out correctly, Yana could still be in a little bit of trouble. You can have all the damage in the world, but if you're getting pressured out from multiple players that has the kill threat on you, it's gonna be a little bit rough. So let's see how Milky Way decide to play this. There's a lot of information. We even have a camera up on the side of Research Center, which is really well placed from Freya. They aren't going to be pressured out by the White Lily, or sorry, the jump pad inside of Research Center. Ojum playing a little bit more aggressive than we saw before, which is really, really what you want to see. Horrific taking down to about 2/3 of their HP, and we're going to see the first set of safety drones being activated by Team Milky Way straight into a bunch of double guillotines.
They're waiting for this Chronosphere to come down into them, so they have to look for an angle in. Look at the timer onto Rachan, though Rachan only sitting on about
you need to go.
Only sitting on 5 seconds as well, getting poked down. Yeah, they're gonna have to send here very shortly once the Chronosphere does end up closing even more. Once it's getting smaller here, there's a full engage. They're trying to look for an angle on the Rio, but not able to find anything. There is the great ultimate coming out from the Alonso to keep them safe. And oh, wait, they find an angle. I think they will get enough. No, to get the executioner bonus. The HP bars are just gonna be there for the side of Team Freya to actually win it out there. I think the timer, the Freya exploding, just was able to keep Yona alive just for a little longer to get a couple more auto attacks to end up actually out-trading the fight there. Very nice attempt from the side of Team Milky Way. Despite the item difference, they actually almost actually made something happen there.
You know what the big difference was in that fight compared to the one we saw in game number 2? I think it was Jumo actually being a wall. The moment Rachan blinked in, the moment he did that, instantly Q auto to stun that Yan, stop him in his tracks from rotating through his skills, getting access over onto the Rio as well. That is exactly what you want to see from Jumo. I love the patience play this time around from our Alonso, because that's what I needed to see during game number 2 in order for Team Freya to win the fight. Just hold still. You have all the advantages going into World for you just with the compositions that you have. Just play alongside it, but this time it actually works out. This is what I needed to see from Freya before I get a little bit more confidence in series going forward. So perfect play to round out our knockout stage number 3.
100%. And great ultimate as well, right? I think the main thing that we need to see from this team is the Alonso having the value ult from these dive teams, right? I think the Alonso was able to pull, I think, 2 members of the side of Team Milky Way back. And I think that made enough space for Yona and the Cicella to just do enough damage before they do end up getting jumped on, and they end up going down there.
Force is also just a harder zone to fight into a Cicella, especially if you're double frontline that isn't a tank, right? Just a little bit of a rough patch. We always have those times where your team composition is just going to struggle against another in a designated final zone. That's the hand that Team Milky Way was given, but it doesn't matter at this point, right? That final fight was a formality. It just decides who actually wins the game, but both of those teams are going to move forward now into knockout stage number 3.
Which is going to be our other team, actually, because I'm actually not too sure, because the scores were really close. I think it was just the top 4 that we had originally.
Yep.
But, well, we'll have to see with the scoreboard coming up very, very shortly here.
Should definitely be High TV +1. I think it's Mer Gaming to round out our top 4, which does mean, unfortunately, we'll be losing one of our Golden Run teams. Team Old Boy will not be able to make it through. 2 other teams will fall, which kind of sucks. I wanted to see Team Achilles continue to go forward, because having a Hisui player is also very, very fun, just kind of in the whole thick of things anyways. I don't recall if our other Hisui player has also taken the fall already. I think they did, because I was kind of setting up for this Hisui versus Hisui in the knockout stages pretty early on. So I think both of our Hisui players are now gone. And then NXA also falling down as well, right? Team... Yeah, Esperanza, thank you very much, will also be taking the fall. We'll see the scoreboard here in just a moment, because the KR side did bring up the winners of their chat vote thing. Let's take a look at which 4 teams will be moving forward now into knockout stage number 4, Super.
It'll be Team Milky Way, Team Freya, Team Mer Gaming, and Team High TV. So still one of our teams from knockout stage 1 is going to be Team Milky Way, actually coming out in first place as well. Gonna be going to knockout stage number 4 here. Unfortunately, Team Esperanza, Achilles, and Dragon Ball Z, and Old Boy, we will not be seeing them going forward.
Yep, really, really rough, but that's how ERM works, right? During the knockout stages, this pretty much is your last call. If you get knocked out, then that is your entire tournament over. Congratulations to the 4 that are going to be moving forward. We'll actually see them in a few moments here right after the break, but anything that you want to really see from these guys going forward, because from Team Milky Way, they're as stable as ever. Rachan had a little bit of an oopsie during game number 1, but everything else seemed pretty fine. Anything you want to see from the other teams that are moving forward before we go into our break?
I want to see Team Freya being, obviously more stable on the front to back. We did see it in that final game, showing some light. But even then, it's kind of a little shaky, right? Yona did end up going down. I think if the side of Team, I think it was Team Milky Way, if they did have, the same amount of items, they probably would have lost that fight for sure.
Exactly, and it would have been actually a point where the non-Burgundy transition for the chess piece actually would have mattered in that case. You're absolutely right. Team Freya did kind of raise my confidence in their gameplay a little bit. I think the consistency and how often they were able to get into final zone is definitely something to be remarkable about, but you're not going to be able to do that so much for free the further and further we go on into our tournaments. But at least for the time being, it's looking pretty good for Team Freya. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 4 of knockout stage number 3, which means we are done with that one. We got knockout stage number 4 still remaining for you guys. Same thing, same business, just another set of teams that we're going to be able to watch. So go grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. We'll see you guys back here for games 1 and 2 of knockout stage number 4.
Take care.
잠시 후 안전지대가 이동합니다.
You're ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
예기치 못한 사고는 언제나 발생할 수 있지. 통제할 수 없는 힘은 저주야. 적어도 사람인 채 죽는 게 낫지 않겠어? 내가 죽거나 네가 죽거나 존재도 흔적도 남김없이 지우겠어. 시간 끌 필요 없겠지. 이걸로 과거를 바꿀 순 없겠지만 미래라면 지겹게도 몰려드는 쓸모없긴 사활을 걸고 넌 반드시 데려가겠어. 찾았다. 얌전히 죽어. 결국 괴물 하나가 죽는 건 변하지 않겠지. 내가 괴물이 되기 전에 날 죽여줘.
안녕하세요. 루미아섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마츠리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마츠리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마츠리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는 데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀 수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 10, 13%에서 12, 15%로 상승합니다. 다음으로 실험체 변경점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 안정적인 대치 능력과 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 우수한 성능을 보이는 시셀라의 주력 스킬 윌슨 도와줘 스킬을 하향하여 위력을 견제합니다. 상위권 실력대에서 매우 높은 성과를 보이는 유스티나의 부스트 대시의 쿨다운을 늘리고 아스트라 에너지의 재충전 시간이 늘어나 약점이 보다 명확해집니다. 높은 피해량을 바탕으로 지속적으로 평균 이상의 지표를 보이는 이슈투반의 경우 파동 함수 붕괴 스킬의 피해량을 낮춥니다. 계속해서 높은 성과를 보이고 있는 제키의 기본 방어력을 낮춰 내구도를 견제하고 전기톱 살인마의 이동 속도 증가 효과를 감소시켜 기동 능력을 약화시킵니다. 스킬 개선 이후 전반적으로 우수한 성과를 보이고 있는 혜진의 경우 흠령부의 이동 속도 감소량을 낮춰 견제 능력을 하향합니다. 평균 이하의 성과를 보이는 데비 마를렌의 경우 이 스킬의 교대 시 이동 속도 증가량을 높이고 트윈즈 러쉬의 피해량을 증가시켜 적중 시 위력을 강화시킵니다. 루크의 경우 강박증 공격력 개수가 상향되는 만큼 공격적인 아이템 세팅을 선택했을 때 기존보다 강한 위력을 발휘할 수 있습니다. 낮은 지표를 보이고 있는 아디나의 경우 무기 숙련도 효과를 높이고 폴디그니티의 별 컨정션 효과 체력 회복량이 증가하여 아군 지원 능력이 강해집니다. 이외에도 다양한 캐릭터 조정 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 다음으로 아이템 변경점들을 소개드리겠습니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은 베일의 고유 장착 효과인 광휘의 발동 조건이 낮아집니다. 이제 조금 더 쉽게 효과를 활용할 수 있을 것 같네요. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 검은 죽음의 고유 장착 효과인 명중의 피해량과 쿨다운이 하향 조정됩니다. 전설 등급 머리 장비인 미스릴 투구와 성기사의 투구의 레벨당 체력이 소폭 상승하며 캡틴넷의 경우 레벨당 체력이 살짝 낮아집니다. 전설 등급 8 장식 장비인 표시케의 칼날의 방어 관통과 헬릭스의 방어력이 모두 하향 조정됩니다. 초월 등급 8 장식 장비인 프로미넌스는 레벨당 체력이 상향 조정됩니다. 이외에도 다양한 아이템 변경 사항들이 준비되어 있으니 패치노트에서 확인해주세요. 마지막으로 버그 수정 및 개선입니다. 팀 전멸 후에도 자연 크레딧이 증가하는 문제가 수정됩니다. 새로 추가된 제3자 난입 어나운스가 1일차 낮에도 출력되는 문제가 수정됩니다. 이번에 변경된 부분이죠. 11 힘내자고 툴팁에서 11 세트 조합식이 실제와 다르게 출력되는 문제가 수정됩니다. 이외에도 다양한 변경점들이 적용되었으니 패치노트에서 확인해보세요. 신규 실험체 블레어와 함께 찾아온 9.2 패치. 다양한 개선점들과 새로운 콘텐츠가 여러분을 기다리고 있습니다. 여러분 모두 새로운 패치와 함께 루미아 섬의 실험을 즐겨주실 거죠? 저도 여러분을 루미아 섬에서 기다리고 있겠습니다. 곧 다시 만나요.
천도는 만악을 좌시하지 않는 법. 백비야행은 수도 없이 겪어봤다고. 배워야 할 악이 있다면 마땅히 될 뿐. 악귀, 멸사, 악령이건 악인이건 되어주겠어. 악은 벨뿐. 어디 한가롭게 떠도는 악기 없나? 지옥에서 참회해라. 비야부하, 불나방은 불에 뛰어드는 법. 길 잃은 망자들을 다른 길로 인도할 뿐. 길 잃은 영혼이 방황한 성불하시고 후회도 늦었어. 피켓, 제번의 갈시. 이 맛에 산다니까.
좀 많이 뜨거울 텐데 떨어지는 게 좋을걸. 이런 걸 바란 거라면 실컷 보여주지.
이번엔 제 차례로군요. 몸가짐을 신경 쓰게 되네요. 딱히 가리는 음식은 없습니다.
수상한 짓은 그만두는 게 좋을 거예요. 정말 즐거워.
Welcome back from the break, everybody. It is time now for knockout stage number 4 of Eternal Return Masters Season 9 Phase number 1. Welcome back. Welcome back. It's going to be a fun time. Superior, what are we looking at now as we start heading into knockout stage number 4, where we're going to get 4 more new teams starting to join us from our top 4 from knockout stage number 3.
Yeah, I'm very excited. We're going to have a completely new set of teams, so that means it's going to get a lot harder, right, for these teams that are coming in from the lower knockout stages, because these teams are going to be getting better and better the farther they go.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at which teams are going to be playing for the time being. Let's actually bring this graphic up. There we go, just so that we have a little bit of a cleaner thing of seeing what we have going into future as well. From knockout stage number 3, remember we had Team Milky Way, Team Achilles. Oh, sorry, not Team Achilles. Sorry, Milky Way. It was High TV, Freya, as well as Team Mer Gaming. Our 4 teams to move on. That means Those 4 teams will be going up against Kurenai, Gwangju Slasher, Out of the Blue, as well as DS Guardians. If you were taking a look during the break, you should have also seen them over on the right side, but just as a reminder, those are the 8 teams that we'll be playing for our next set of 4 to determine the ones going over into knockout stage number 5.
Yeah, this is where we start to see, our ERL teams start to pop up, right?
Yep.
We do have, I think, Team Slasher and Guardians going to be joining the fray in Knockout Stage 4. And look at Knockout Stage number 5, right after. We got 4 ERL teams that these teams are going to have to go up against as soon as they are able to, qualify for that, right as they, jump out of here for today.
This is why I was talking so much about looking at the future. Starting from now on in knockout stage number 4, we're halfway done with the knockout stages. It's not going to get any easier for these teams whatsoever. Let's get a little bit of a cleaner look as to what we have going on in the future. So, between the 4 teams that just came up from knockout stage number 3, the top 4, Milky Way, Frey, Mer Gaming, and High TV, they'll be going up against Kurenai, Gwangju Slasher, Out of the Blue, and DS Guardians. Whichever 4 move on from this one, once again, the top 4 within the 4 games we play one more time, they'll be going up against knockout stage number 5 teams, CNJ Esports, FN Sejong, Busan Vespa, and Yangju Whales tomorrow for our first set of games. It's going to be a very, very rough road ahead, so that means knockout stage number 4 really has to be the breeding ground for a lot of strategy, as well as communication and macro/micro plays for the teams playing in this series right now.
Yeah, and remember, these are the teams that end up placing 4th place in the group stages, so we're already into our top half of the placements now. So these teams are going to be quite the challenge for these teams to, sort of work their way through, but we do have Team Milky Way coming in from knockout stage 1. If there's any team that can do it, I always love that golden run Cinderella story. So we'll have to see if Team Milky Way can make it out of here and make themselves, get to that knockout stage 5 spot.
Exactly. We're just going to bring it straight into game number 1 for you guys. Knockout stage number 4 is now underway. We're already starting to see some things that we've seen in the past come on through. Osu going to be on the Debbie and Marlene. So even if NXA is going to drop out, we still do have yet another Debbie and Marlene player inside of the series. So that's going to be awesome. Izuka selecting the Sua to begin us off. That's going to be great. Suru on the heart.
They have to be playing the
double DPS on the backside. It has to be the case.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Exploit on the Haze, and probably going to be a Kadi or a Rio pick, maybe from Gun, maybe Tsubame. But I think you definitely want to pair this with a far range ADC, so it's most likely going to be that Rio or Kadi going to be picked up here, I think, by Gun. It is going to be that Kadia.
Oh, don't do it. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think it's better with this comp. I think it's better with this comp than a Mai.
I don't know, because they're not going to have that long range poke, right? That you want to pair with this healing factor Sua, but they do have a lot more all-in potential here. So we'll have to see how it does end up working out for Slasher. As I do see Totem still sitting on that Tazi. So we actually have 2 Tazias in this lobby here. I don't think I see any bans coming in. 2 Yawns as well, still coming in from the previous knockout stage, Milky Way and High TV. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any bans coming in going into game number 1 here. Very surprising, but not too surprising, just because I think, still on the, the lower knockout stages, it's not really lower, but, even in the mid to mid knockout stages, we usually see, teams just playing their comfort picks, playing what they're used to. So I think in knockout stage number 5 is when we'll start, and onwards is when we'll start seeing, more of those meta picks and those bans coming in.
Possibly. Well, game number 1, characters are locked in. We should be heading into Lumia Island very, very soon to determine how much of a Fiesta Fest this one is going to be. Let's get started with game number 1 of knockout stage number 4.
Yeah, I'm very excited as well. We do have the Leon coming in from the side of Team Kurenai here. Gonna be on Leon, Hyejin, and Hart, a very unorthodox team comp. But I mean, we saw how much this Leon can kind of provide in these team fights, right? So I think a lot of people not really respecting the Leon and getting caught by the duck dive And it's just and the Leon's just able to just sort of just swing these team fights into the side of Team Kurni's favor.
If we see this Leon being as consistent it was during the group stages, I genuinely think that it will be one of the most pressuring compositions in this entire series. Just simply based off the fact that a lot of comps here actually play off of each other's range. Like, so think about what Mer Gaming is able to do. Think of what Team High TV is able to do. They're all very close range characters that really like to capitalize on one thing getting jumped on first, right? So like you take a Mai, for example, for Team High TV, Thing's gonna jump on somebody, that means the Yan's gonna jump on him, Shoichi's gonna jump on him. You know what counters that? Just a single duck dive plus a surf's up, which we saw Junbongi do a lot of. Fights are going to start once again. It's going to be yet another fight inside of Stream from the looks of it to start us off. GSXG is going to get taken down. There's the second one going down too. Trade is there as Osu will be able to find Horrific, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from Taehwan as well as Raja. This might actually be an early break, and it is. Nicely done from Team Milky Way to start off very strong once again, as we just see more consistency from that team in this series as well.
Unfortunately, XG just didn't have any items on that Yumin, right? The Yumin was still missing, I think, 2 purple items there. Because Yumin's really, really good into these double melee teams, right? Like Team Milky Way on the Fiora and the Yan, but because the Yumin just didn't really have the items to really work with there, just ended up going down. And on the other side, Milky Way gonna be able to pick up another kill, able to actually solo kill the William on the Tsubame here.
There's another isolated kill. Makucha is going to get taken down by High TV. Pretty easy kill going for this team as well. Simple catch out, simple isolation kill. Not that difficult of a kill whatsoever for those guys. Out of the blue, now getting jumped on by 2 separate quote-unquote teams. Rajan is just by himself. Osu trying to push on through. There's the flank coming around from the Fiora. GSXG is in a little bit of trouble. That's a double tag on the Fenty as well as the Flash. Obliterated is going to be the Yumin once again. Horrific caught out in the middle of nowhere. Will end up getting punished for the kill he got over onto Jack Lee, but it is still a kill regardless. The trade is there.
A nice find there from Horrific to, like, on this Fiora, always finding these 2 to 3 man ultimates and just so much AoE damage coming out from that Fiora. Able to lock down the members from the side of that team out of the blue. Milky Way gonna be able to pick up one. Horrific didn't end up going down, but you'll definitely take that in the early game here, as there's not too much of a punish, dying, on night 1.
Can I just say, color me surprised that we are seeing something like a William. I know you already kind of brushed up on this when we were in our character select, but this is Gun, the guy from Modern that really liked playing, Felix, and actually had a lot of success with it. In this kind of composition, I don't think even Felix would be that bad, right? I know you were looking for some of those longer range ADC style poke characters, but you do have a little bit of that long range poke coming from the Haze. You could also just lock in and say, hey, we want more fighting power, just brute forcing things, where the Felix could be a little bit more of exactly that, right? With the Sua alongside it giving the shields, it could have been something nice. But we'll see if this William does have any value this time around. He is getting a bit of damage down over onto the Yumin, which is pretty good, but it's going to be a disengage over there. Over on the western side of the map, Zoe is just getting jumped on pretty early on. Unfortunately, the Totem plus the Divine Intervention is not going to save this team, unless Zoe can run away, which would set up a little bit nicely for this team. Jingy will still get taken down, beat her right inside a gas station, most likely going to go over onto Team High TV.
Good special come out from the Sua, and a good bat skill actually to disengage the members of Team Out of the Blue, and looks like Gun is actually able to just weave in and out of the fight here on this William, but the fastballs are gonna slowly wear down, and the sustain coming out from the side of Team Out of the Blue is gonna be way too much, and Team Slasher is gonna be forced to disengage here. Both the members are gonna slowly start to rest up, and the craft is coming through. Osu already made it onto the weapon there for that Leviathan, and yeah, looks like Team Slasher is going to be forced to disengage. Very, very nice clean team fight coming out for the side Team Out of the Blue.
Yep, pre-prep, there we go. Pre-prep during night number 1, seeming really good for Team Out of the Blue. It's going to directly translate into the transition for the Debris Marlene, who did slam that pretty early, which is surprising to me, because I know this team really likes to prio the Human. We did see this composition during the group stages. That's what I do remember seeing, but maybe for now, just trying to slam the item because there was a team contesting. I'm not entirely sure. There's an easy pick going over in favor of Team Milky Way, as they find Suru just completely isolated away from the rest of the team. And Temple is also very open on animals, which is quite surprising. That's one of the high value zones during night number 1. Nobody really went there to pick up anything though.
And the Wolves are going to be respawning, and the Team Milky Way going to be able to call in the Fortress as well. So Milky Way is sitting in a pretty comfortable spots, and looks like all these other teams as well going to be starting to get their call-ins, these 4-score buy-ins. You can see the credit counts are slowly starting to drop from these teams, from 300 to 400 all the way down, and a police station here. So all these teams is going to slowly start to make their way over to these objectives.
Not as chaotic as what we saw during knockout stage number 3, but it is still a little bit of a bloodfest between these teams. We'll see who are going to start walking into the rift sometime soon. Out of the blue, trying to get control over the south side because there is a purple box spawning in here in a couple of moments. Yuman's going to send out the ult, isn't going to get any value out of it. Twins Rush also going to completely whiff as Totem is going to use the totem. Bintum trying his best to keep his teammate alive. Raccoon doing the same thing, but might have been a little bit of a too far push-up. GSXG will be able to back away from it. Yuman is really good at dealing with these close-range characters, and as Warehouse starts to close down, Mer Gaming will push it onto Out of the Blue. This is going to be a fight over the purple box inside of Dock.
Stain is going to go to the side of Team Mer Gaming. Ooh, blink away actually onto the wall there. Don't think that was needed, but just making sure they are going to be safe there on the Yuman, and Osu finds the angle in and is going to be able to actually finish off the Tazia there. But wait a second, Bintum actually going to be able to trade back, but it is that Yuman on that Vampiric Bloodline, and they're just going to be able to get so much damage. They're going to be able to lock down that Felix as well. Wait a second, Bintum actually able to get the resets and is able to sustain with the shields, and is going to be able to pick up another kill. Bintum on the Felix coming out, getting 2 kills for his team, able to turn the team fight there. Very, very well played.
That's the value of this character, man. Surprisingly tankier than a lot of people think, especially if you're going into some of these matchups where auto attacks are quite important. Yeah, the Felix is going to have a lot of value. Now, they might have lost control over Doc, and that's okay, because you still get the 2-kill trade value out of it. This is a tournament after all, so even if purple items don't go in your favor, you still get the points for the tournament. Really well played from Bintum.
Yeah, I don't know how he found both of those kills at the very end, just able to sustain because he ended up getting so many stacks, and just popping it, getting that extra shield to make sure they are able to just live just enough to get that pre kill.
Yeah, you can do that too, Gun. Just pick Felix in the next couple of matches. Freya looking for a little bit as Mojum trying to push on through. These rocket launchers are really not getting any value, which means Chumbongi has still not been marked. But with the 5 Omens procced on Makotia, not exactly sure why he procced it, but yeah, it's just going to immediately back away from it.
Probably thought they had a big potential there, but yeah, the Leon, I think, just not hitting that duck dive, I think they ended up getting it cancelled.
Oh, he didn't even try. He was just stood there.
Okay. Yeah. The Leon, yeah, just maybe they only want to send it because they probably just thought there's our Team Freya was probably already cooped up with the Alonso because they had no vision on the Alonso, so they are just gonna, looks like the side of Team DS Guardian is gonna grab this Lumi completely uncontested, and oh no, this might be a minus. Oh right, Leon does have that jump, that duck dive to get them back to safety. That was a little scary for that Leon, because it would have been a minus 200 because they did end up just swapping there. But Team Flasher gonna be able to pick up this tree. Looks like completely uncontested here. We do have Team Freya gonna try getting some poke damage on this Haze, but looks like Expo actually out-traded Mojum there on the Haze trade on the backside.
Thank God that the Leon just went by himself, because you take a look at the rest of that comp, Hyejin might be able to get out, but definitely not the heart.
Yeah.
Alright, well, in day number 3, pretty quiet setups around all the objectives. There could have been a little bit of a confrontation inside of Forest, but it was disengaged by everybody on, I think that was Team Freya. Tree of Life going in favor of the Sua team. Kwangju Slasher was able to pick that up pretty handedly by themselves. Everybody else positioning around the map. Out of the blue, maybe positioning against Team Mer Gaming, but they don't seem confident to start the fight, so Bintum's actually going to push the issue for them, where the Echoes of the Earth is already invested from the beginning of the fight. Mer Gaming a little bit split apart, but that's a lot of ultimates gone from Out of the blue. They are not interested in fighting this right now whatsoever.
Yeah, Yuman ult invested as well, so I think they're just going to be on the back foot here. Don't want to take team fights when we don't have these key cooldowns. I think for our fight, Priya ult is really good into these dive teams like the side of Team Mer Gaming, so we're just going to have to wait for that to come back up. There was I think a box down there in Factory that they may actually end up contesting for DS Guardians. Min is going to get some damage. I think their Diamond Shard was already procced, so I think the side of Team Milky Way have the green light to maybe take an engage here, but it's going to be a little hard with the Charlotte. Here comes engage from the Nikki. Is going to use the parry to get some damage reduction and still have the stun, but they're actually not going to send it here. They do get the item from the Bori, and yeah, Team Milky Way just going to back themselves on out.
Still a pretty neutral game for day number 3. This was something similar to what we saw during knockout stage number 3, right? Nobody really wanting to fight at the beginning of this thing, and now that we start heading into night number 3, this is where things will change. Purple Box being secured by Gwangju Slasher, finding a lot of value inside of Forest from the looks of it for this game. Freya will back away, but now will have to contest up against Team Gwangju Slasher. It was a red flare inside. Oh my god, God is just taking way too much damage. There's the inner blitz. 1, 2, no, the rockets are just too good. Oh my goodness, the William can't stand a chance against that. And there's also another team inside of this
area. They just
area.
get completely outranged, right? This William not having enough range to trade back. The Kadia just there, just auto-attacking. The spell shields are there from the Suwa, but there's just no value, right?
Yeah, like who cares?
As the William just isn't able to just get in. They did end up getting just caught out there. There's a red box coming down for the side of Team Slasher, and Team Slasher are going to be here for the third party. But look at how many teams are in the fray here. I think all these teams are going to want to play for this red box. William is getting chunked down a little to half HP. There's the ultimate from Yumin. Yumin actually can jump on forward with the Demon. They're going to be able to just lock them down. I think that's going to be it for the side Team Slasher. I think Slasher's going to be up for the count here.
Yep, there they go.
So many teams in the zone. The red box is going to come down. Who's going to be able to get it? I think it's going to go to the side of Team High TV, but Team Mergame is also in the fray to maybe contest for this box, and I think the Shoichi is going to be on cooldown, so actually can't contest for this red box. It's going to be the shoes. That's huge. The Taza is going to be able to get a nice upgrade for himself.
Yeah, what a fiesta inside of Cemetery. Everybody just getting baited in by the signal call inside of the minimap, right? You can see where the flare is going to drop. That's one of the drawbacks of running that flare gun. After all, you are in danger of every other team looking for that. At least for me, whenever I play ER and I see the red flare signal on my minimap, I say, our red items. You know what I mean? It's not theirs, but it's ours. Sharing is caring, after all. That's exactly what happened. Everybody just gathered inside a cemetery.
I'm also surprised the Taza went for the taproots here, not for those damage shoes, but I think already having the Nightmare Nails didn't want to stack on the heal cut. So just making sure they're going to be more tanky for the engage, especially for a team like Team Gaming. Right, your Tazia, you definitely want to just stay as alive as long as possible.
Yeah, you also can't complain about additional CDR. Some of our Tazia players in KR, they are so good at rotating through these transitions, or even like skills in general for the Tazia, right? We've seen these people just never die on this character. It's a good transition regardless.
Yeah, having that extra defense and that HP as well is really good value on a character like Tazia, right? Because she is able to get, you know, those huge shields and able to sustain a huge taunt there coming out from the Mai, but the engage is not going to be there fast enough as great charm away from the Hyejin to get themselves to safety. Well, a lot invested for the side of Team Kurenai, but nothing really going to come out of that as Team Kurenai is going to be able to walk that off.
Yep, it's all good and dandy for this team. Yeah, pretty much as soon as Team Gwangju Slasher died and everything inside a cemetery just cleared up, everybody else also now playing the neutral game. I feel really bad for Gwangju Slasher because they saw all of that and now the game turns quiet. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
I mean, it's still unfortunate when you do have that red box on your head and you run into a team, into a zone that has 3 or 4 teams that obviously are all just going to contest you there. They had a third-party angle, but then ended up being the ones getting third-party there. Workline is going to be spawning, I think, in school. The only team set up for it is the side of Team Guardians, and they're looking like it's going to be a completely uncontested work unless the side of Team Out of the Blue want to contest, but I don't think they're strong enough, so they're just going to stay in red here. NXA is sitting only on 11 seconds of timer. They're going to be forced to jump in. I think they want to play for this rift, but it's going to be contested by the side of Team ITV. There is going to be another team in the zone as well. I think, they're all going to call it, and they all take it together. Very well-coordinated rift for the side of Team on the blue there. We do have a fight for this wick line. It looks like the Alonso end up going down a little too early, but damage coming out from Yona on this Guardians is going to be way too much. Great dodges out on Yona to actually dodge out on a lot of these shards here. It's going to be side of Team Freya going to be the one to come out on top. Yona playing it really, really well on this Kadia, dodging out on these key abilities from this Tazia.
Yeah, it's almost criminal that Yona was able to stay alive, but this does open up an angle for Team Kurenai to pick up the Wicca line. Yeah, because while that fight was going on...
Look at their items right now.
Yep.
They're really poor. So this is a huge fight for the side of Team Kurenai. Just able to get a huge bailout here, as the Wickline is just gonna path into them, and they're gonna get it completely uncontested.
Yeah, it could go straight into the peace break. What is it? The Heartbreaker for the heart. Nope, it's actually going to go straight over to the fail knot. Yeah, because the Hejin's items were even worse, right? She had one transition, now she finally has two. This is now playable a little bit for Makotia. Definitely not a bad situation for Team Kurenai, but with this Wick buff, there is also a possibility where it actually might work against them, right? Because with that Wick buff, not that many teams are looking to fight against them anymore, but they're only sitting on 1.5 points at night number 4.
Yeah, but I think it's okay because of if you saw the situation Kurenai was in, like any team would have just ran them down. But now that they have some items, they have the Wick buff, they could sort of scare some teams off and play for a couple more placement points, because otherwise I don't think they're going to get too far into this game. But now that they have the Wick buff sitting on that triple DPS team and having that blood sample and a couple items to themselves, I think they got an extra meteorite as well from the Wick. They're not in too bad shape, but they're still behind the rest of the lobby here, despite them getting that completely for free.
Well, let's see how this continues to move forward. Out of the blue, getting pushed into a corner inside of hospital for the time being. Freya still trying to pressure them into the red, possibly. Out of the blue still seems a little bit uncomfortable with this, and that obviously Yumin is just not going to be able to deal that well into these long-range poke characters like the Kadia as well as the Haze. They're already getting pushed out, but another fight inside of police station as a couple members of High TV already getting taken down. Down goes Kiro, down goes Narmak. Fang is now the last one alive. That's a quick ended fight in police station, whereas this one, it's going the distance. Everybody just still staying alive for Out of the Blue. They have gotten their position back because Team Freya just backs away.
I wonder if Team Out of Blue has timer here to actually enter the red. I don't think they do, because I remember Osu sitting on low timer, but maybe they got an extra kill earlier here. I think Team Freya want to pressure because they have the position advantage. They could just slowly start to poke them down with this Kadia at this stage, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. And they could try to get some damage here. Looks like the Alonso is going to get isolated, but having that damage reduction and that protocol is going to be able to keep them alive here. And yeah, Team Freya still want to pressure here. They want to get some value. Jumo is going to use the ult on forward, going to get a lot of damage, but it's going to get split away from that Echo to the Earth. That's going to be the side of Team Freya actually going to go down, losing out on 2 members here. NXA is going to get taken down by Mojum. Team Freya, stay 5, not going to be able to get the res here unless Lumi is going to come around anytime soon. There is the safety orb to get them to the teleporter here, and I think that's going to be it for Team Freya. A little unfortunate just losing out on that team fight. I think the Alonso just setting it in on half HP definitely was not the play. They just ended up getting bursted down at the very end there.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate TP for Bojum as well. He doesn't get the spawn where Lumi is, but he does have a bit of time to play around. I think we should see Lumi actually make their way down from the straight path down here. We can see DS Guardians hanging around the area. Do they sniff out this this Haze? I don't think so just yet. Out of the Blue joining the fray actually helps out the Haze because now she isn't the main priority focus for DS Guardians, but Lumi is still being contested. We can actually see, I think that's Mer Gaming up on the top side holding that Lumi. It's making its turn right around inside of Fire Station. They start coming down the straight very, very soon. Can Mojum somehow find it? He sees all of this, by the way. He's starting to send it in. There's a Twin Rush going in. I think so as well. Let's see how it goes. Out of the Blue, still fighting it out as Jackley is on the backside, still staying alive. There's the Lumi. Does he get the res? I don't know. Makotia is still down. There we go. Full wipe over onto DS Guardians. Lumi is just gone. 2 seconds left. Can he at least get the kill? He does get the kill over onto GSXG. I think that's going to be it. Unfortunately, Mojum will take the fall. Very valiant effort, but it's just not going to work out in their favor. Lumi just speeds on by. Says, no thank you. I do not want to call your teammates back. Yeah, there are times when Lumi is not as cute as she seems.
That's so unfortunate for Mojum there, because if Mojum used the safety orb a little earlier and walked out a little earlier and caught Lumi, they were actually going to be able to get back because of what happened in that fight. Team Out of the Blue was completely occupied fighting the side of Team Guardians there, and yeah, just wasn't able to catch it. So Freya will go down in 6th place with, I mean, a respectable amount of kills, 11 kill score for themselves here. So 13 points, it's pretty solid, despite being in 6th place here. And looks like Mai is gonna get caught by two different
Healing Dome's
teams,
already
and they're going
gone.
to give it to the side of Team Milky Way here.
Okay, Milky Way still looking really good. They're also positioned right inside of the temporary zone, so this actually is a problem for Team Kurenai. Can they somehow make up the difference? Because you can see the items on Horrific, Tetragon being placed down pretty early. That's actually a really big ultimate cooldown invested by these guys, but Kurenai don't know that, right? They don't have any information on the temporary zone for the time being. No stacks on the Yan. I think both the Mai as well as the Hedge is still going to play a lot more safe because they know the threat of this Yan can loom across them at any time without knowing the Tetragon is not there. Much time do we have before that goes? Wind Drone is going to be placed down. Is that going to set up for anything for Milky Way, or is this more of a fear tactic? There is everything being set by Kurenai. Rajan trying to jump over onto Jumbongi. There is Surf's up. Do they get the lock-in? -1 over onto the Dema somewhere around the map.
Wait a second.
Makotia is taken down. Taewon is going to be able to find something. There is the snipe down. Suru is going to be able to find a death in the grave 6 feet below. Jumbongi will be able to knock down Horrific, and now Taewon is in a little bit of trouble himself. 7 seconds to go. The Leon trying to find something. Can he do it though? Surf's up is not going to find it. He's not in range for the uppercut either. Down goes the Leon. Good game over onto Kurenai. Milky Way will make their way into the final zone. 14.5 points for both for Gaming and Milky Way so far.
Being dodged right there from the Subame, just able to walk it off with the movement speed coming out from her W to make sure that Duck Dive does not end up connecting. So Milky Way gonna be the one to come out on top. They're Horrific able to get so much value on this Fiora. I mean, sitting on those 2 Blood Samples as well, just able to just instantly solo kill the Hyejin and then come around, and it was a great timing there from the side of Team Milky Way to finish off.
Oh no, Rachan!
Rachan trying to look for an angle in, not gonna be able to find anything. The damage coming out from Fiora is not gonna be enough, and it's gonna be completely sustained from this.
Yeah, that's...
yeah, completely sustained out from this Johan, and it's gonna be Team Merc Gaming gonna be the one to come out on top.
It's what we talked about before. Rachan on days where he looks good, he looks like the second coming of Taegyung, but on days where he doesn't do well, it just looks like your solo queue teammate, man. It is such a rough time to be alive as Team Milky Way, but it is still not a bad game from these guys. Horrific will take the fall. I don't think he'll be able to get a trade even with the items that he has. Yeah, the damage output is way too much. The healing is way too much. Horrific. Yeah, it's just bouncy house all over the place. It's not going to be a fun time. Merc Gaming will take away game number 1. 20.5 points in their favor. Clean response to Rachan's small mistake. And yeah, I don't think... I see what Rachan was going for, but the other side has a Johan and your teammates are nowhere close enough for you. I think that was one of those things where he saw a play in his head, didn't make the call out, and immediately just went for it because none of his teammates responded to it in time, even if there was something going on.
Yeah, and you could see the power of this Johan in this double bruiser comp. I think a lot of teams have been opting to play Johan over the other supports right now just because of the amount of sustain that Johan can give, right? The ultimate, the faith unwavering to keep your teammates alive, and then still having, you know, that utility, getting the roots for some setup on your teammates, and that extra movement speed from his W.
Yeah, you can't even outplay him anymore because with Season 9, Johan's sensor doesn't have a health bar. So you can't even outplay the one thing that would probably make him a little bit less efficient to play in the middle of fights, making it extremely difficult for teams to actually deal with this Johan unless they invest everything onto him. And even then, Divine, Faith Unwavering is there. You have Radiant Brilliance locking you down. Sensor's going to slow you down. It's just way too much to deal with. So when you have players like Bintum, when you have players like Horrific, just constantly, not Horrific, sorry, who was it? Like Soe. Was it Soe? I think it was. Yeah, Soe as well as Bintum just constantly pumping pressure. That Johan is almost never in any danger.
Yeah, I mean, just really well played for the side of Team Merc Gaming, coming out once again, showing us why this team is pretty good.
Oh, then it wasn't Soe. Sorry, it was probably oh my goodness, I forget all of our Tazia's names, man. This actually sucks. I'm sorry. We'll figure it out later down the road. But it wasn't Soe, but it's Bintum plus the Johan plus 1. I might need to I might need to get some sleep after this. Goodness gracious.
You're fine. But yeah, I mean, I think they had about 20.5. 20 plus points. So they're sitting in a pretty good spot, I would say, for the side of Team Merc Gaming here. And yeah, they're one of our teams coming out from the lower knockout stages. So, I mean, the upper knockout stages, they're looking in pretty rough shape, right? Kurenai DS Guardians, Slasher, 3 of our 4 teams here coming out from knockout stage number 5. They are not really in a good position here.
Yeah, it seems like the teams in knockout stage number 4 have met their match, but this was also a little bit of an unfortunate situation for Gwangju Slasher. I think we can kind of count this one out as a misnomer for that team, especially with how Cemetery looked at the beginning of day number 3. I wouldn't even want to be put into that situation. You just got to feel for the players on Gwangju Slasher for being stuck in that situation to begin with. So it's just game number 1. Could be completely bypassed as long as your performance in the next few games start making you come back from this kind of situation. But you're absolutely correct. 3 of the 4 teams in top 4 are the ones from knockout stage 3 or even beneath that as well. Kurenai, as well as High TV, trying to hold their own, but will also be below them as, everybody above 10 points is like the same pattern that we saw during the group stages and knockout stage 1 and 2. Top 4 above 10 points, everybody else sub 10.
Yeah, and I'm really surprised that they did end up going with the William, right, over the Kadia Rio. Maybe we'll see the swap going into game number 2 here. I don't think there are any bans after the first game. But yeah, the William, I think, just not having that extra range for that team, I think definitely cost them some of these team fights.
I don't see the value of William at all right now because even in fights where I see this guy pumping out damage with the fastballs, he doesn't secure anything. That's the biggest problem with William right now that I'm seeing. A lot of times when you're playing the William, you need to be able to secure kills with the damage out from the fastball during the duration of it, but I'm not seeing any of that happen, right? He just pumps out the auto attacks, but then dies after one single source of crowd control because somebody blinked on in with like a Felix wind scar or something. You just don't do anything afterwards. So, I think you're correct. I don't really see the value in the William. I do want to see something like the Rio, even like a Nadine gun, or even the Felix that I was talking about earlier, where you pair it alongside the Sua just for the additional shield. You really can't stop that character if he starts doing that. I need to see something else other than the William. I just don't think William is a character to be played in Phase 1 for Season 9. He just doesn't seem to have any impact right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see going into Game 2 if they do end up deciding to swap off of that William. I don't think William's that bad, but I don't think it's correct for that type of game. I can definitely see the idea that William can jump on in, you give the spell shield, and then William can kind of do his thing, but I just don't. I mean, the whole reason why the Sua double backline ended up working with the Celine and the Kadia is because of how much control the 2 backliners, kind of have. They can just walk up, spell shields come down, and it's just a lot of damage for them to, really go through here. Slasher looks like they're still going to be locking in that Sua, so I wonder if they're going to swap off of the William or if they're going to decide maybe it was just a bad game. We're going to try it again because I can see the idea, but the execution obviously is going to be the important part for that team.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't think them falling down in Cemetery was necessarily any of the players' faults, right? That was just a terrible situation gathered into one. So if they want to try the William one more time, I think it might be okay. But again, I just don't see the impact of the character in comparison to what we've seen in the past, right? If it was like in the past, we've seen the William. This guy was absolutely insane, just killing people left and right. His DPS off the charts. That might be fine, but
all right.
Yeah, okay. We'll go with this one more time. William is going to be the choice, at least for the time being. He still has about 5 seconds to go before that gets locked in. Everybody else, I think these are exactly the same comps. Yeah, so we might actually move on with this for the remainder. Actually, no, hold on. Did Freya run this?
Freya, yes, Freya did run Kadia and Haze. So I think we do have
the repeat,
the exact same team comps, yes, for game 2. I don't think there were really any changes at all.
Okay. Well, interesting. I actually do want to see games like this where everybody is just playing their best compositions, because we're at the point where, once again, these teams need to really prove to us that their compositions and their strategies are going to work out. Although, this is a long... Okay, there we go. That worried me for a second because we were sitting on 0 for quite a while there.
Yeah, we're going to jump into game number 2 here. So these teams have about 3 more games to show us if they deserve to be in that knockout stage number 5. And I think once you get to knockout stage 5, you do secure some circuit points for yourself. So these teams definitely want to get into that spot.
Yep, this will also be the point where I think it's going to be the tilting point for a lot of these teams on determining whether or not their composition actually works, right? The ones in the top 4 already know that their composition can work out to a certain degree, but the ones in the bottom 4, if it doesn't work out one more time, we should start seeing substitutions, maybe we should start seeing composition changes starting from game number 3, but that's all a story for a later time. Game number 2 now is underway though, knockout stage number 4. After this one, we will go into our break where our teams can have some time to talk amongst themselves, maybe look for some player substitutions if whatever they're doing just doesn't work.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, we do see a lot of substitutions, a lot of team comp changes after game 2, and that's when teams start to, you know, recognize like maybe our team comp isn't really working out in this lobby, or maybe, you know, we're gonna have to sub someone else in because maybe one of our players isn't performing for today, right? So we'll have to see if that's gonna be the case going into game 3 after this game, because that's usually a good indicator on you know, what's to come for the future game 3 and 4.
Exactly. Gun gonna get caught up by a couple members of High TV. Same story as what we saw in the previous game, but he does have actually his entire teammates going around. That's a beautiful spell shield from Nizika to deny the knockup from Ironbach, but it's a 1-for-1 trade between these two teams. Exploit will also get taken down. Kiro looking for a little bit more. He does have the baseballs. Nicely done from Gun. Ironbach will also get taken down. Overall, it's a 3-for-1 exchange in favor of Gwangju Slasher. So the William is making sense in this case because he's getting the auto attacks out. He's prioritizing people that has the crowd control, but at the same time, picking people off one by one. That's what William does best. If you can isolate that fireball, or not the fireball, but the fastball damage onto one target, DPS-wise, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, like I said, I could have definitely see the idea on this team comp, right? Because you can send the spell shields onto the William from the Suwa. It's just obviously the execution that Team Slasher is going to need to pull the team comp off here. You have the engage coming in, but William is going to be able to jump on forward and going to be able to finish off the human on the backside, and Osu going to be able to get the 1-up, but the damage coming up from William with these fastballs is a little too much for the side of Out of the Blue to really handle there. On the bottom side, we do have the Felix jumping onto the side of Team High TV. They're going to be able to get a lot of damage, and great lockup there with that roundhouse kick onto that Felix, and Felix is going to go down. Taz is going to go down, and it's going to be the side of Team High TV getting a nice clean 2 kills.
Tons of fights across the map. North side, west side, southeast side, everywhere is fighting. Pretty much a triangulation of fights across the board that even a 2-way split screen wasn't able to catch out everything. I think Gwangju Slasher actually did end up losing out on Gun eventually because he ran out of the fastball snacks. The rest of the team on Out of the Blue was able to catch up on that. Out of the Blue still in a little bit of trouble themselves as GSXG gonna get taken down. Fortunately by himself because he's not there in time to support.
Yeah, nice clean kill from the side of Team Out of the Blue, but did end up going down there, so a little unfortunate. And High TV gonna be able to get a nice pick on the bottom side. Yona caught here trying to get the Bears down in Warehouse, but not gonna be able to pick them up, unfortunately.
Still night number 1. After all, everybody is just looking for placements within the map, getting these animals like the mutant boars that Makotia just took. The value during night number 1 is so huge when you want to kind of keep in pace with that boar score buy-in during day number 2, especially about a minute or so in. Bintum getting a lot of damage. X-Boy not going to get bursted down as Bintum unfortunately will still get taken down. I think he got caught in between his E uses because something bursted him, and I think it might have been a William fastball. I couldn't just track it.
I think it was just the Haze SMG burst. I'm pretty sure that Haze just threw a little grenade down and ended up going down, because Felix is susceptible to getting hit by abilities, but can't get hit by auto attacks. Abilities still fair game.
Alright, okay. 5 seconds until day number 2. Mer Gaming seems to have sole control over archery range, so we're not going to see the fiasco that we saw during knockout stage number 3. That's going to be pretty nice for Mer Gaming. Everybody else situated across the map. Rachan is split away by himself, looking for a little bit of the free farm, but archery range, sorry, not archery range, but factory is already secured. Rhea. 2-man strong. There's a lot of people isolated. What is going on? GSXG isolated. Nizuka is trying to get the kill on him. It is still early game, but yeah, the Suwa has a lot of pressure. There's a TP on from Hikasi. The signature fireball out from Gun. Oh no, it's looking a little bit awkward. Gun on the backside, still pumping damage, but out of the blue, yeah, it's just a little bit too far away from Nizuka to get the support from Gun. And also, as you said, is only 2 members strong, right? The Haze is nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it's a lot unfortunate. I mean, the pre-ult, right as the William uses their ultimate, can't really jump on in because it just jumps straight into the flowers and CC yourself. So just completely denying the William any chance there. And looks like Exploit is going to get caught on the other side. Jumo is just going to be able to just walk on forward with the shield movement speed buff from this season. That you don't get or you don't lose any movement speed down when you're using that ability anymore. So yeah, just able to finish the Haze. And yeah, Osu getting caught out here on the top side. Freya, I don't think is going to be able to get this though, as Demon does have a couple dashes to get themselves to safety.
Yeah, he just walked in and started eating Kadia shots, forgot that she existed, I guess, and then just kept walking forward. Luckily for Out of the Blue, isn't going to get punished for that, but we can still see around the map, people are getting punished for split farming pretty late into day number 2. Seems like for the most part, everybody is trying to get their items in. Freya still has no item buys, but yep, there goes the Alonzo, because Kurenai already bought items. They are so many items strong. Jumbungi on the backside.
Wait a second.
He doesn't unfortunately get anything done, which means it is a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Team Freya. They needed this because these guys need the buys right now before we start going into night number 2.
Yeah, very nicely played from the side of Team Freya, winning out, actually playing down 3 force scores as well. Huge Haze Rocket coming down from Mojum to finish off the Hyejin. And then Yona with the buffer onto the Leon E. That is what you like to see from your Kadia. Did end up getting 1 force score buy-in from the Kadia, but yeah, Freya still in the back foot there. Jumo actually gonna just send it into the rift to get their buy-in most likely here. There's the full engage, the full disengage actually coming out from the side of Team Out of the Blue as he invests 2 ultimates. And they do get themselves out. Looks like the side of Team Kurenai is gonna get caught by the 2 DPS.
Oh, the rift.
Team Freya, and 1 person did end up going in. I think that was
Kadia.
I think that was Kadia, yeah, but fortunately there is going to be a team here to contest them, and it's going to be an easy rift for the side of Team Slasher.
Yeah, very smart by the way. Freya did end up buying a force core and actually crafted the dragon scales. It's in the inventory of the Kadia right now. It will be translated into credits. Actually, no, never mind, because I don't think it gets translated into credits for Dimensional Rift in night number 2. They will keep that in their inventory. We'll pass it over to the Haze when they do end up resurrecting. We should see that transfer in a couple of seconds here when they come back. Of course, in a 2v3 situation, does not end up winning out on the Dimensional Rift, but the call-ins, that's where the real value comes in for these guys.
Yeah, they were able to get some of their buy-ins. Looks like Gun is going to get caught on the other side here, but able to dodge out on all these skills with those dashes. And William is going to be able to just finish off these 2 members of the side Team LQA. Yan nowhere to be seen, so a clean 2 kills for the side of Team Slasher.
We really are seeing a lot of late split farmers in knockout stage number 4 from the looks of it, huh? Okiway splitting away the Yan, which is quite interesting considering we know for the most part a lot of teams are grouped up together. I'm really interested in about this. Mer Gaming also splitting away, as I think... No, never mind. I could have sworn there was somebody split away from the rest of that team. Suru pushing forward, Bintum and Rakun also by themselves, as the Tazi is a little bit of ways from them.
Yeah, I mean, 1 zone away is usually not too far, right? Just because usually you clear out zones kind of splitting away because you want to try maximizing on your farm. Just a little unfortunate that they did end up getting caught their Team LQA on the bottom side. Looks like Totem is actually going to try getting a buy here. The Johan's nowhere to be seen. Next to the full spend here. That is going to be 2 deaths for the side of Team Mer Gaming. Johan greeting the meteorite here in red is gonna pay the price. I think maybe Mer Gaming just maybe thought that the side of Team Kurenai are gonna maybe res in, or not res but play for the box, but yeah, Team Mer Gaming are gonna pay the price for it fully. They tried getting a buy-in, they lose out on the buy, and that minus 400 as well. It's almost minus, I think, 750 for the side of Team Mer Gaming. I think that was a force for buy-in as well.
These guys also have no transitions. Raku's found out. I think that's gonna be it. Yep, that's just That's just bad macro play.
0
right?
points.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing for Team Merc Gaming. This is the first place team, so at least that nullifies it a little bit, but it doesn't change the fact that I just think that was a terrible call, right? Like, you gotta be a little bit better aware of your surroundings. And while you did say that being split away at one zone is fine, not in that. You cannot afford to do that when there's another team around and you're calling an item. They're definitely gonna go in for you. There's nothing at loss for that team.
100%, and that is a huge find for Slasher. They get the meteorite that the Johan had, and they got an Omega key card off of those mutant animals. So Slasher's gonna be sitting in a commanding position, and on a team comp like this is gonna be really, really big, right? Having those items for their carries and the Sua as well for those big spell shields. For that William to kind of utilize, they're gonna be sitting in a pretty good spot here.
Kuro getting a couple of these dagger resets. He's gonna look for an angle onto Jumo. He is getting burst down really fast. Guys, that is a Shuichi. You cannot leave him up against that by himself. Nice jump away with the White Lily, but Mojum is also gonna be dead to rights. That is just too easy for Kuro. I think Team Freya got a little bit too complacent because there is a Shuichi on the other side that Alonso is gonna die if left by his lonesome.
I mean, it's just a great play coming out from the side of Team High TV, right? The Alonso ended up using the ultimate, but instantly got it cancelled by the Yon, and that means the Alonso is not going to have enough sustain to just outlive all the damage from the side of Team High TV, and High TV just immediately kill the Alonso and get the resets for this Shuichi to just jump on the backline. So just very, very well played from the side of Team High TV. Exactly.
A great call from High TV. I think we're really seeing the importance of making really decisive calls. Uh-oh, we're getting a double fight.
This is good for Freya, though, because Freya entered without having to spend their credits, right? So they're going to be able to get some extra buy-ins as well. So they're going to be sitting in a pretty good spot for this 3v3 in this rift.
This is a decisive rift, right? Whichever team loses here, that is going to be the end of their game number 2. All right, let's see how it goes. Out of the blue, starting to walk on in. These Haze Rockets are doing a decent amount of damage because we already see the Valkyrie built up for Mojum. Osu jumping on the backside. Half their HP just disappears in the flash. They don't have any additional healing on the side of Osu, on the side of Out of the Blue either. Protocol Violation goes down. I don't think that was really high value because it was just simply used for the healing. Now Freya has a lot of control over this. Twins Rush still available for the Debbie and Marlene, but a lot of the cooldowns not available on their side. Jumo on the front side eating a lot of damage. Where is the in for Team Out of the Blue? They're sitting on 10 seconds of timer on GSXG.
Yeah, they're going to be forced in. This is not good for the side team Out of the Blue, and they're getting chunked down here. They do end up using the safety orb, and there's the ultimate coming out from NXA. He's not going to connect on anyone.
Yeah, this is just it.
Yona just in the back, just able to get so much damage on this Kadia, but the timer's actually going to take back into the side of Team Out of the Blue's favor. The sustain coming out from this Priya is going to be, might be a little too much for the side of Team Freya to really deal with here. Yona's going to be forced in. They got to get any of these damage. Got to get some of these numbers here, and it's going to be Team Freya going to go down. Team Out of the Blue, the human coming out big for the side of Team Out of the Blue, just able to get so much damage on just on these human combos. These EQs are just chunking down, just completely zoning out the side of Team Freya.
GSXG was able to somehow thread the needle in between the cooldowns of the Alonso to just dash in there. I know it was a desperation dash because he was trying to get back in the zone, but he finds an angle, somehow gets the tornado straight over onto the squishy characters, does enough damage to knock down one, and starting from there, of course, the timer advantage is going to be in your favor. A hero play from GSXG to save Team Out of the Blue inside of the Dimensional Rift, because they definitely should have been dead to rights if Freya knew a little bit more about the enemy's death timers. But guess what? Question marks, question marks, question marks. You do not know what your enemy's timers are.
Yeah, and this is sustained as well from the Priya. The longer the fight goes on, the more value this Priya is going to generate, right? Just the shields, the protocol is going to come back on cooldown, and just so much HP for the side of Team Freya to really work with there.
I really thought Out of the Blue was gone inside of that fight from the beginning, because they used every single ultimate to try just pushing their way back in. Nothing landed onto any priority targets. The Twins Rush didn't do anything. The Human ultimate didn't do a single thing either, but they somehow, with the power of Human on their side, was able to knock down the backline damage dealers. Good stuff for Out of the Blue. We'll be able to get out of the red for the time being. Going onto the other side for the blue.
They are full gold already. All 3 members, 5 gold items here, so they are definitely going to be the strongest in the lobby. But Wickline is going to be spawning here in Fire Station very shortly. The only team that is ready for this is going to be the side of Team DS Guardians. There's going to be Team Kurna actually going to be joining the fray to contest for this Wick buff as well. On the other side, team out of the blue are going to actually split away. NXA going to use that jump pad. I think they want to play for this dimensional rift again. I think team out of the blue just love playing for these rifts, right? They're able to have really good teamfight potential, especially in an enclosed space like the rift, and they're able to, you know, usually win out on those rifts. I think most of the time they get it for free, so that's why they ended up always deciding to try to enter.
We did see a team do this before, right? It was like Dino, like Super Awesome Dino or something like that. I don't remember.
Super Ultra Dino.
Yeah, Super Ultra Dino did that all the time, where you just went into every single dimensional rift, no matter what.
Daniel, Jackie,
Elena.
Oh, Elena. Yeah, and they just team fighting, yeah, all the time in the rift. And I think that's kind of what we see, yeah, for the side team out of the blue, right? They're always playing for these rifts, trying to look for these fights in the rift. And if not, you know, they get a nice free objective in there.
Do you get timer back for going into Rift? Right, I think that's one of the resources.
Yes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get that fully refreshed. That could also be something that out of the blue could have been going for, because we did see how low the timer was going on the side of GSXG, but this time it doesn't seem to be the case. Doesn't want to go into Rift, maybe a little bit too risky. Here we go, Fang on the backside. There's the Priya, just caught out in the middle of the open. Echoes of the Earth is going to go down. Narmak on the backside, unfortunately couldn't catch out over onto GSXG. Twins Rift back over into the fight, will be able to enough. No, unfortunately, Hikasi actually is the first one to fall down. This actually forces a fight for Team Milky Way going over on into Team High TV, but the fight is a little bit too chaotic. This is absolutely all over the place. What is it? Kira on the backside. Somehow the res over onto Hikasi actually did end up coming through, but Jack Lee, GSXG is sitting on single digits of timer. Everybody gets out, but the timer for High TV is looking a little bit rough. Yan on the side of High TV is gone, but it is still so rough. Kiro's just got nothing. Down he goes. Narmak's gonna go down as well. He just got brought back, but it's not gonna matter. Down goes two members of High TV. That should be it. Yeah, for High TV. I don't think there's any amount of credit you can get in the span of day number 5 and night number 5 for Fang, where it can even salvage this, but even then, he's getting ran down by out of the blue.
And that is going to be it for the side of Team High TV, going out in 6th place. Yeah, so unfortunate that they decided to split, right? Because if the Shoichi actually went down to the bottom side there, they could have got the res. There's a huge battle actually coming out from the Suwa there, but going to full send it on to Suwa on the backside. But they're able to stay alive for so long, and God is able to just pump out damage on this William, but it's not going to be enough. The Talzia is going to be there to finish off the job, and that is going to be it for the side of Team Slasher. They're going to fall to the side of Team Guardians. Guardians is completely just W-keying forward, and they're going to be able to get all of the members of the side of Team Slasher.
That was one of the highest value William plays I saw throughout the entire night so far. It still wasn't enough. Of course, for DS Guardians, they still have the Wickle Line buff, and the items on this team are absolutely insane, but it doesn't change the fact that it just didn't work out in the end for Team Slasher.
The item was pretty equal for the side of Team Slasher and Guardians. I think it was also just the Haze dying a little too early, didn't really get that much damage down. And yeah, you are correct. I feel like Gun was able to get so much value on the William, but just wasn't enough. I think William is like not bad, but I think this in this team comp, it just isn't really working out well for them.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Gwangju Slasher. Still 11 points in comparison to what we saw during game number 1. Not a bad result for these guys, and it should set them a decent pedestal going into the latter half of the series. On the flip side, out of the blue, 12 points already. They've already doubled the amount of points they had from game number 1. Still looking pretty confident to continue moving forward, but the problem is this Priya is sitting on one transition. I would have to assume that a couple of value on this team is going to be in the tactical skills, right? Like the Strider is important for OSU. Hikasi also sitting on the protocol violation. You do want that at level 2. So when it comes to value, it's not bad. Now she's sitting on 2 items for the Priya, but you can kind of tell it's still going to be a bit of a struggle. All the other teams have blood sample items. Out of the blue does not.
Yeah, but the one thing is, Team Out of the Blue have the human for these 2 dive teams, right? Milky Way and Team Guardians are playing these melees, and I think human has a lot of value here. Into this triple range team might be a little tough, but I think the triple range team is definitely on the weaker end right now in terms of their items. So we'll have to see if Team Out of the Blue can maybe win into a team fight like Team Milky Way. It's gonna be up to this human to, you know, live through that the Yan Fiora, you know, kind of dive in.
The question is, can they stay up against the amount of sustain Team DS Guardians have? Wickle Line buff is now over.
think Guardians might be a little tough.
Yeah.
I mean, Tazia sitting on 2 bloods with the Charlotte to heal him up as well. I don't know how they're ever going to kill this Tazia.
Yeah, this kind of composition is never really built around doing consistent enough damage where you're ever going to be threatening something like a Tazia Charlotte. They have okay burst on the human, but it's also gated by cooldown, in which case Charlotte's going to be able to heal that back up. Debbie and Marlene into a Charlotte, and Tazia never works out, by the way. Like, you can never win a 1v1 as a Debbie and Marlene up against Tazia. It just literally never works 99 times out of 100. But OSU is going to still give it a try. Damage output, you can see it literally doesn't matter. Strider plus everything from the side of OSU just gets healed back. Look at this. There is no damage on the backside. You do not want to take this fight. That's just a terrible decision. Oh, no. Out of the blue. That is just a team composition. Rock, paper, scissors not going out in their favor. DS Guardians not pushing their lead, not pushing their luck, and going back to get the kill instead.
Yeah, I mean, the items on Zoe as well, it's the Nova Shield plus the Taproot, so it's 2 tanky items as well, so
you never
I don't think this Tazia is ever going to die, but here comes the engage. Ooh, the Brown is going to go wide, but the res is actually going to come through for Milky Way. They actually don't stop the res down here for Kurenai. I think that's going to cost them the team fight here. There's going to be a third party as well joining the Freight team out of the blue is going to be here. They're going to try to look for something, as the members of Team Milky Way are all just going to be forced to back themselves out of there. There's the ultimate from Osu, not going to be able to connect onto anything. Milky Way, 3 members strong, should be able to secure the zone for themselves.
Probably out of the blue, still trying to hold on to what they can. I don't know if Milky Way actually know the situation inside of the temporary zone, because they're giving a lot of time for out of the blue to play around this.
It's 4-9, right? It's 4-9.
Yeah, they gotta know something is up.
They should know that it's a duo and a solo, just because of the numbers at the top there. So they're gonna slowly start to walk in. They just don't want to get, 3v3'd, I guess, by the duo and the solo, and they're gonna be able to secure their kill. And they should know the last team is a duo. Just recognizing the number game at the very top there is a really important skill to have when you are playing, Eternal Return. Just to know which teams are solos, which teams are duos, and kind of what you're working with, right? If you read 4 teams, 9 players, and there's a full team left, you can do the math and you could deduce there's a duo and a solo.
Yep, there's some kind of tomfoolery going on. Also, TTK for the remaining members on Out of the Blue, definitely not enough for them to pick up a single kill. Milky Way had that easily in their hands. It's going to be DS Guardians as well as Milky Way walking into our final zone of Forest, which we've seen actually quite a fair number of times tonight. Let's see. I think DS Guardians have it a little bit easier on their side, right? Tight quarters
100%.
everywhere makes it really easy for the Tazia to play, but Taehwan could be the X factor in this, right? If this Tazia can't lock down the Tsubame, or even Min for that matter, for the significant portion of the fight that is to be upcoming, it could still go in favor of Milky Way, but it's really going to come down to whether or not the Tsubame can make this work.
It's going to be hard, right? Because, I mean, Rachan's still on 2 bloods as well, so they are really strong. But Zoe on this Tazia with 2 defensive blood items, it's going to be really hard for them to kill Zoe here. But they do have the Tsubame. Tsubame known as the tank shredder. And the shredder for these bruisers here. But it's going to be up to the Tsubame to try to dish out some damage and not get caught here. But they do have the Nikki and Tazia. And Rachan's going to get instantly caught here. There is the wall. There's a Fury Uppercut. I think that is going to be it. Yep. The Tsubame is going to try to get some damage off, but there is the ultimate from the Charlotte to keep them all alive with the healing as well, and I think that is going to be all she wrote. There's the auto attacks from the Nikki, and Horrific should go down here very shortly. Great catch there and great find from the side of Team DS Guardians, as they do end up getting a clean 3 kills without dropping a member here in the final fight. 18 points for themselves for this game. Not too much points, but a pretty solid showing for the side of Team DS Guardians once again.
Exactly. A clean find in the end for Soe. It wasn't even Rachan's fault, right? For as much as we fault him for being inconsistent here and there, that really wasn't his fault, because he did find an angle over onto Soe. It's just Soe responded to it excellently. I also think that was the right time for him to go in, because Min lost his diamond shard, right? That's like the time you want to try initiating over onto a Nikki. Yeah, of course, the guard and reverse is still going to be there for damage mitigation, but losing out on diamond shard as a Nikki is still going to be a bit detrimental in your survivability. That's why Rachan wanted to look for a way in. Zoe responding to it very well, pushing the Yan straight in towards the wall, immediately into Paradiso, pure rage uppercut. Like, you just can't play the game at that point as Rachan. So well played, if anything, from DS Guardians more so than Rachan making a mistake there.
Yeah, I mean, DS Guardians, once again, Yeah, coming out on top with 18 points. I think that should I think they should be in a pretty good spot now going into game number 3. And again, we're not gonna have any bans for this knockout stage. So I think this whole weekend, or not this whole weekend, but this whole day for today, just no bans coming. Actually, we did have the my ban, I think, for the first group, but it was only for the first 2 games.
Yeah, my banned out in game 1 for stage 3. And I don't think we had any my bans after. Yeah, exactly. Because even in games 3, we still had, I think it was Achilles running complex on the Alex as well, so no ban there. And in game number 4, obviously it doesn't matter, so whatever there. Nothing in game 1, nothing in game 2. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It doesn't seem to be like a situation where we typically tend to see all of these meta plays. Which is kind of interesting because we saw a lot of that in every single one of the groups, right? We saw Mai getting banned pretty much every single series. We saw something like Subame also being picked 2 to 3 times almost every series. I'm surprised that's not culminating into this, but it could be just like this perfect environment where everyone just plays something unique in comparison to everything else, which is completely fine with me. As I said at the beginning of game number 2, it just really goes to show me that at the best of what these teams are able to play, this is what they have to show.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's definitely going to make it so the other teams are going to have, or there's going to be definitely a gap, I would say, in this group compared to the last group. The last group was really, really close. And you can sort of see the gap now with the point system for you guys here. Milky Way in first place with 32 points out of the blue, in second with 25.5. DS Guardian in third with 23, and Merg Gaming in fourth with 20. So, I mean, relatively speaking, second place compared to 8th place is still relatively close, but I do think that first place is slowly starting to get away and get out of Team Slasher's hands here. 20 points is a little far away for first place spot.
Exactly, which is really good for Team Milky Way. They're going to continue on their golden run as long as they continue to play like this in this series. All they have to do is just survive through tomorrow, which is easier said than done. We talked about the teams that's going to be playing in knockout stage number 5. It is not easy. All KEL teams, all National League teams, all sponsored teams. Those players play ER for a living. If Milky Way is able to stand up against those guys, it'll be the testament of time. But for right now, looking pretty solid in the series. As for everybody else, needs to play a little bit of catch-up. So when we go into our break, what kind of strategies these teams will be able to talk about and what kind of things they'll be bringing forward, that is what I want to see on game number 3. But Super, that right there was game number 2, an even number of games. So you know what that means. I know what that means. And you guys in chat also know what that means. We're going to go to a break. So grab some water, go grab a snack, and go take a stretch. It'll be the last time you can do it for ERM today. We'll see you guys back here for games 3 and 4 of knockout stage number 4.
Take care.
누군가가 연쇄 처치 중입니다. 곧
ready to get in the game now. The last thing you want is to wait. WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Customizable RGB. WD Black. Because the game never waits. WD Black. Drive your game.
예기치 못한 사고는 언제나 발생할 수 있지. 통제할 수 없는 힘은 저주야. 적어도 사람인 채 죽는 게 낫지 않겠어? 내가 죽거나 네가 죽거나 존재도 흔적도 남김없이 지우겠어. 시간 끌 필요 없겠지. 이걸로 과거를 바꿀 순 없겠지만 미래라면 지겹게도 몰려드는 쓸모없긴 사활을 걸고 넌 반드시 데려가겠어. 찾았다. 얌전히 죽어. 결국 괴물 하나가 죽는 건 변하지 않겠지. 내가 괴물이 되기 전에 날 죽여줘.
안녕하세요. 루미아 섬의 생존자 여러분. 9.2 패치노트 다이제스트 진행을 맡은 천시아입니다. 이터널 리턴이 시즌9 마치리와 함께 새로운 모습으로 찾아왔습니다. 축제의 느낌이 물씬 나는 이번 마치리 시즌에는 어떤 변화점들이 있었는지 지금부터 함께 알아보시죠. 복수를 위해 VF 능력자들을 탐지하고 추적하는 실험체 블레어가 루미아 섬에 합류합니다. 쌍검을 사용하는 실험체 블레어는 D스킬인 시프트 러쉬를 활용해 쌍검과 쌍날검을 오가며 싸우는 스타일리시한 근접 전사 캐릭터입니다. 강력한 돌진 능력과 추적 능력을 가진 블레어와 함께 최종 생존에 도전해보시는 건 어떨까요? 블레어는 출시 후 2주일간 9,900A 코인에 판매되며 11월 4일 화요일까지 랭크 대전에서 선택할 수 없습니다. 다음은 새롭게 추가되는 상품입니다. 주문은 얘한테, 팁은 나한테. 카티아의 새로운 스킨, 카페 알바 카티아가 추가됩니다. 귀여운 유니폼을 입은 카티아. 여러분도 카티아의 새로운 매력에 빠져보세요. 새로운 실험체 블레어의 출시를 기념하며 이모티콘 4종도 상점에 추가됩니다. 시즌9 프리미엄 베이직 토큰북이 추가됩니다. 시즌9 토큰북은 미션을 통해서 마치리 토큰을 획득할 수 있는 프리미엄 베이직 퀘스트북으로 구성되어 있습니다. 제작수에 출시될 고스트 헌터 2세를 위해 토큰을 미리 모아보세요. 다음으로 시스템 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 할로윈 시즌을 맞이하여 루미아 섬에서 으스스한 할로윈 축제가 열립니다. 브리핑룸과 묘지 지역이 할로윈 분위기로 새롭게 단장되는데요. 새로운 모습의 지역들에서 색다른 느낌을 받으실 수 있을 것 같네요. 전투연구실의 전멸 판정이 개선됩니다. 이제 균열 내부에 있는 모든 팀원이 빈사 상태가 되면 즉시 사망 처리됩니다. 더 이상 상대를 모두 쓰러뜨리고 빈사 상태인 적을 처리하는데 시간을 쓸 필요가 없어질 것 같네요. 입장 팀 수에 따른 보상도 차등 지급됩니다. 이제 2일차 밤에 적이 없는 전투연구실에 입장하실 경우 기존보다 조금 적은 보상을 얻게 됩니다. 안전구역이 좁은 게임 후반부에 B0R1이 겹쳐 발견되는 빈도가 줄어들고 보리의 도주 시간이 줄어들어 보다 추격이 쉬워집니다. 다음으로 게임 플레이 변화점들을 소개해드리겠습니다. 혼돈 특성의 도깨비불의 쿨다운이 35초에서 30초로 줄어듭니다. 이제 조금 더 자주 도깨비불을 날릴 수 있겠네요. 지원 특성의 치유드론 체력 회복량이 소폭 상승하고 쿨다운이 줄어듭니다. 같은 지원 특성에 속하는 위압감의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 4%에서 3.5%로 소폭 감소합니다. 전술 스킬 프로토콜 위반의 경우 받는 피해 증가가 10, 13%에서 12, 15%로 상승합니다.
Welcome back, everybody. From the break, we are now getting ready for our final 2 games of Season 9 Phase number 1 Eternal Return Masters 4 Knockout Stage number 4. Games 1 and 2 are already done, which means last 2 before we unfortunately have to say goodbye to 4 more teams remaining in this tournament, whereas 4 more will continue to move on. Our first 2 games have been pretty alright, right? With Milky Way once again being at the top of the leaderboard, as consistent as ever. Despite Rachan seeming a little bit shaky today, everybody else on that team, especially Horrific, has been able to kind of rise up to the occasion, make sure that the damage is dealt, and the crowd control is there. Super, is there anything that you're looking forward to or anything that you want to note before we start going into our first game for our last half?
Yeah, I'm very curious if we'll see any roster changes or any team comp changes going into game 3 and 4, just because the first 2 games were exactly the same players, same teams. But now we are down to our last 2 games here, so these teams are going to have to either find a new strategy if it's not been working out for this lobby, or if they do decide to stay with the same team and the same team comp, they have to, come out swinging, and they have to start performing for these final 2 games.
Indeed, the one thing that I'm really going to be looking at is whether or not Gunn continues to play that William, right? It looked good in game number 2. I'm not going to sugarcoat it whatsoever, but is there anything else they have in the tank, or is that William the main strategy that this team is going to be moving forward with in the remainder of ERM phase number 1? Because for right now, it might seem fine, but I'm a little worried on how it could perform in stages 5 and stages 6. But for right now, Sua is going to get locked in. There's the Haze as well. We are seeing the similar pattern for this team in comparison to before. Jumo on the Haze, Yona considering the Rio, which is a little bit different, right? I think we saw the Kadia for that team before. See what the lock-ins become.
Have the MyFur team high TV here, and I think the last, let's see if we'll see that William.
Sua for Freya.
No lock-in just yet. I think it is going to be the William once again.
Okay.
And yeah, looks like, oh yeah, Mojo, I'm going to be on that on that Sua this time. I think maybe going to be, should be on the heal factor build, or
Frailty.
On the Frailty. Is that?
Oh, no, there we go. Okay, so it was a swap
Phase.
over on that makes more sense.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So this is definitely a little bit more in line with what we would normally expect. 2 different, slightly different ways of playing the Sua, right? Because on Freya, we do have the Soul Stealer. On the side of Kwangju Slasher, they have a Blink. This is going to create a little bit more space for the Rio and the Haze to play. I actually like the Freya composition better than I do like the other one, if I'm going to be real with you.
I mean, the Freya composition is more standard, having the Sua on full support with the Soul Stealer, and then they have that long range ADC like the Rio, and then the Mage. Usually it's paired with the Celine, but it looks like both Freya and the side of Team Slasher are going to be pairing it with the Haze this time. I think maybe opting for some more long range poke while also having some potential burst damage in the close to mid range.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's see how the execution actually comes into fruition, because Freya has been pretty consistent, at least during, knockout stage number 3. Hasn't been able to show us the exact same thing during 4, but you got a couple extra games to show us exactly that. Here we go, folks. Game number 1 of the final 2 games on knockout stage number 4. Once again, once these 2 are done, that means we say goodbye to 4 more teams. The other 4 will move on to the games for tomorrow, joining up with 4 different teams in knockout stage number 5. It is going to be a rough road, but at least this is going to be an extra step if you can get on through.
Yeah, and it is just going to be all these players just going to slowly get their builds up here, and we're going to see these teams grouping up very, very shortly, and we'll probably start to see some early game team fighting like we usually do between these teams. And looks like the Sua is going to get cut out here in a cemetery. Oh, is going to get blocked. Don Quixote by the Shoichi dash, and I think that is going to be Izuka going down here. Easy kill coming and going to the side of Team ITV.
That was Blink invested for the Sua as well. Not going to have that available for the next few fights, unfortunately. And the green weapon on their side. Merc Gaming now trying their hand at this, although I think Hero still has a little bit more that he can bring to the table. Never mind, Ruthless is gone. Bintam on the backside trying to chase down onto Kiro. Faith and Wavering is actually going to push Kiro a little bit far back behind, which is going to interrupt his pace. Down he goes. X-Boy stuck in the middle of nowhere, trying his best to run away. There's the auto attacks coming coming out from Gun. He has the fastballs activated, will be enough to lock down Raccoon. To take a little while, so now their team is in a little bit of trouble between two different teams. High TV, Fang trying his best to run away. One more final auto attack from the fastball is enough to lock him down. 9ㅅ not going to find anything. Same thing for anything else. As we shift our attention towards the north side of the map instead. Min getting caught out, crowd controlled into oblivion. Jengi's gonna go down, Min's gonna go down. Everybody on DS Guardians goes. That means a break from the side of Team Kurenai over onto DS Guardians.
A great ultimate there from Leon to secure that to Nikki, and the other side though, Nalmark is gonna get caught out by the Suwa, but the extra movement speed is gonna be there, but the rockets are gonna be there to intercept Leon from escaping, and Exploit's gonna be going up, and a nice early 4 kills for the side team Slasher, and that's exactly what they need since they are sitting in that 8th place position there. Totem is going to get caught out on the other side by the side of Team Freya though, as Yona going to be able to just auto attack the Azia down. Mojum going to take a random TP to probably look for some extra farm here.
Great delays, by the way, in between each of the rockets sent out by Mojum, because it actually allowed the slow to maintain itself a lot longer, gave enough damage for the Rio to actually lock him down. Nice Tomahawk roundhouse, but the blinks are there from everybody on Team Kurenai. Another extra pick going in favor of this team as Rachan will take the fall, unfortunately. Another 1v1 going in favor of Bintum up against GSXG as well. Pretty obvious results from what we've seen so far. Izika trying to run away from Horrific, which is kind of surprising, but it is still an early game Suwa, so I can see why.
Yeah, Totem getting caught on the other side though, as there is the Subama just going to slowly start to walk on forward. Totem, I think they should be able to get away. The movement speed from the Tazia is just, or the Swami is just not going to be enough, and the Gun is able to dash and run laps around Yona. They are able to just get the easy kill, as they do end up finding Yona once again down in Warehouse. Always in Warehouse, trying to look for those bears. It's getting caught once again.
Izika denied the Don Quixote once again by Kiro, who is just going to be able to interrupt that by walking in front, and I should say dashing up in front. A full team fight inside a stream. GSXG in a little bit of trouble, stuck out in the corner, but where is the damage coming from? There we go, finally locking down the Yumin. Osu trying his best to run away. Taewon will be able to lock that down, which means Ikasi will probably take the fall. A break over at the team out of the blue from Milky Way, who is once again continuing to be as consistent as ever. 8 kills in day 1 and night 1.
Oh, and a huge 3-man knockup into the 3-man. Just Q coming out from the Johan, and this should be an easy, clean 3 kills from the side of Team Mer Gaming. The response there from High TV was almost there. I mean, Shoichi getting some extra damage in, but just not going to be enough as the Johan damage, or sorry, not Johan damage, but the Johan sustain is just going to be a little too much for the side team High TV to really get anything there. But Freya, going to be there for the third party, going to be able to snag that tree for themselves. Still unfortunate for the side team Mer Gaming, as they just used a lot of their key cooldowns.
Brutal for Mer Gaming as well, because they end up losing out on Raccoon, who unfortunately will get taken down right next to the Tree of Life, which means for day number 2, the amount of value that this team can get is relatively low. They're trying to split apart, trying to find some kind of animals, but Factory was overtaken by High TV. I did see the Yan sitting in there, but now they're isolated. Hero jumps in over towards Totem. It's going to be a full fight between these two teams. Tetragon goes down, Bintum over on the side. Can Totem somehow stay alive long enough for this? It could actually end up being really bad for the team that ends up losing out on this fight. 9ㅅ will get taken down first. Kiro will be able to trade it out, but it's a 1-for-2 in exchange favor of Mer Gaming. High TV, Fang will just walk out, keep their team alive. Could have been close. It really could have been close. If Fang didn't walk out of there, it could have been an even terminate coming through pretty early on for High TV.
Yeah, Mer Gaming coming out on top once again, and clean and easy 2 kills for that team, and they're gonna be able to get their 4-score buy-ins down there. Do have Team Slasher as well on the bottom side here. Looks like most of these teams just gonna slowly make their way over to these kiosks and get their buy-ins. We do have Lumi as well here in Temple. I think Team Kurenai want to contest, but Team Milky Way is gonna be here, and they're just gonna be the ones to start it up here. And yeah, I don't think Team Kurenai want to look for anything here. Rachan on the bottom side had the full stacks on the Yon, and it's going to be a free Lumi going to the side of Team Milky Way.
Great call from Kuronai. They don't have enough information inside of the zone. You can check the tab button in-game. You can also see that the last remaining member on Team Milky Way was a Yan. Oh, wait a second. There's only 2 people here, though, for Mer Gaming. Totem and Raccoon is now on the run. Bintum, yeah, he was not even close to this zone. I don't know where that Spirit Arrow is going, but 2 members of Mer Gaming going down. Unfortunate, they couldn't capitalize on a blind jump in from Team Freya with everybody on board. Because if that everybody from Mer Gaming was there, that's an instant terminate over onto Freya.
If Felix was there to get the knockups and just melee range into the side of Team Freya, who's playing, you know, the Haze, Rio, and Sua, yeah, that could have been disastrous for the side Team Freya, but luckily it was only 2, and they're just able to actually just kill the Tazia and the Johan, so they actually get 2 kills and the Alpha for themselves there, so not too bad of a trade for the side of Team Freya.
Here we go, Kwangju Slasher now trying to duke it out up against the Asgardians. Let's see who ends up getting the lead on this. Nizuka trying to pump out a little bit of pressure. X-Boy, oh my goodness, Nizuka up in the front side. There's Divine Intervention coming down. Gun's gonna get locked up with the knockup from Min. There's a lot of damage going down over onto the William, dodging out on the damage from Nikki as much as possible. The baseballs are really making it hard for the Nikki to actually lock anybody down. Gun is just free farming damage on the outside. This is what we need to see from a William. Well played from Gun, as everybody else just buys more time for that William to pump out the damage. Rachan is going to get caught out. Same thing for Horrific. Split away is going to be Taewan, so good stuff there. Now Freya's caught out in the fight up against Team Kuronai. There's the ultimate going down. It's going to keep the Leon alive for a little bit longer, but Yana just completely turns it around. Kills Sudu in exchange. This is a little bit bad. Makotia needs to run away. Charm of the Nomad not going to be enough, as the Cataclysm is enough to knock that team down. Really rough for Kuronai. The problem there was, I think the Rio had too many stacks on the what is it? Not Accelerator, but I forget what the other one is. Either way, you do not out. Yeah, exactly. You just do not out damage that, even with the frailty on the hearts.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rio also just having, actually not having more items, but yeah, just already stacked up on that drill and just a little too rough, I think, for Kuronai there. And it's just gonna be Freya gonna be the one to come out on top. Yeah, just getting out traded, I think, in all 3 different 1v1s there at the very end. The Hyejin is going to be the last member alive to get caught, so a little unfortunate. And the Peacemaker going down a little too early, as Freya was able to get the one up there.
Exactly. Another fight up on the northern side is again another deny from Kiro. Kiro has been so good at stopping these Don Quixotes from moving on by. Jumo is going to get taken down. Purple box going in favor of Team High TV.
As well.
Exactly. A day 3 death, which means minus 200. Yona also ends up losing out on the meteorite. This is just not a good situation. And another catch out, but Jumo is here to support. There's the shield going in. Horrific is still on the chase. Oh, what the burst! Everything into the hands of Horrific. The SMG burst everything onto the Fiora, who cannot parry that. It's a 1-for-1 trade, I guess, in the end, overall for Team, what is that for?
Chasing a little too far forward, I would say. Horrific. Thought say, you know, this is a solo, but just ended up getting vision played there, as both the members of Team Freya were in that bush and completely punished Horrific for overstepping, as the Yan was nowhere to be seen in that entire fight, right? Yan just not really there yet with their team, so yeah, just jumping in completely solo.
Rocket's hurting quite a bit. Merc Gaming trying to duke it out up against, well, I guess not even duke it out, because in tight corridors, Haze has a lot of leniency. I think everybody from Merc Gaming is going to back away. A little bit of scuffles inside a research center, a little bit of scuffles around school and hotel, but nobody looking to actually pull the trigger on a full-fledged fight for the time being. ITV seems to have some kind of objective. Yep, there's the Lumi in their favor. Should see that Bori going down in a few moments as well, if anything.
Yeah, and it looks like Mer Gaming is going to slowly start to, let's say, kind of protect the zone in the side of the forest. I don't think there's really much here, though, for the side of Mer Gaming. Oh, they're not going to check the bush. They're not going to check the bush. They checked a little too late. Now the members of the side of Team Mer Gaming are completely isolated. Both the Felix and the Tazia are going to have to get themselves on out. They're going to try to look for maybe turn the fight, but Totem's just gonna go down here. Totem's gonna be used, and I don't think the Tazia can get themselves on out. It's gonna be out of the blue, gonna be able to pick that one up, and Bintum gonna be forced to use WLS to regroup with their team. Gotta check the bush. Johan did end up checking it, but a little too late.
They had
as,
recon
they
drones
already
in
walked past
everyone's inventories too, man.
Just really gets punished for that.
I know there was somebody in the YouTube chat earlier today as well, also talking about what the importance of weather is, and nice try from Mojo. What the importance of weather is in Eternal Return. This could definitely be one of those cases, right? Because it's a rainy weather, which means there are just more bushes on the map. You gotta check those. It's gonna suck because you have to waste all of your recon drones and trying to get some kind of safety nets, but in that kind of situation, one recon drone saves your entire team, right? No credits being wasted, no nothing. You just don't use it because you're not used to these new bush placements.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it definitely gets a lot of people, right, in the rainy weather when they are just these extra bushes. A lot of people just kind of ignore, or they kind of forget about you know, these extra bushes that are just randomly placed throughout the map. So you have to be a little careful, and you have to make sure you do thoroughly check, you know, every single bush, or you know, a team can just get you by surprise, and that's exactly what happened.
Just a great call from out of the blue. They saw all the pings inside of forest, maybe saw a pattern in which the pings were moving upwards towards forest, so they just sat inside the bush. Great call from those guys.
Yeah, and I mean, it's mainly, I think the main reason why people don't check bushes is because it's kind of like pattern recognition, right? People play like what they're used to. They just always throw cams and vision plants, or you know, abilities at certain bushes, and they're used to, you know, certain things. But obviously, you know, with the new bushes in the weather, you have to be a little careful. Here's some Syncage coming out from Kuro, and oh, there's a huge double knockup coming out from the Yan, and then just easy follow up there from Kiro to just finish off the members of the side of Team Milky Way. Just very nicely played by High TV.
One of the cleanest fights I've seen from Team High TV. Nicely played. Another fight up on the northern side of the map too. Soe is going to unfortunately get taken down. DS Guardians finally getting punished for a play like this. Safety drone is going to be utilized. These rockets are hurting quite a bit. It does tag over onto Min one last time, but it's not going to matter, and we do have the Charlotte to res everybody back over onto high HP. The problem is there's a vision drone being sent in, and that blue plant will also be able to find them out. The problem, once again, Min doesn't have any timer. They have no way to walk past this. This might be a forced fight. They're not going to be able to find anybody with the taunt, but the fight still has begun. Soe trying to support from the backside. I guess they're not confident enough in this fight, but the damage over onto Kiro is looking pretty good. Paradiso not going to pop. Soe now a little bit confident on this, but the knockups from Narmuk is looking pretty good. Unfortunately, Kiro got taken down a little too early on into the fight. DS Guardians find a way out of that mess.
Yeah, Kiro going down, that is a lot of the damage just gone from the side of High TV, so they're going to be forced to back themselves on out. There's the actually, they're actually invested a little too early, so now I think that gives a green light for the side of Team Merc Gaming to maybe send the engage, but I think the item difference is a little too big, so they're just going to slowly start to back themselves on out. Brookline going to be spawning here in Forest very shortly here. They are going to be playing down some items, but definitely going to try looking for it still. They do have the Priya, keep themselves healthy. Also going to hit the knockup onto Totem, getting a lot of damage onto Osu here. Osu is completely isolated from the rest of the team because they're already invested early from that last previous team fight, so not going to be able to be used for this fight. It's going to be team, I think that's Team Mer Gaming going to be the one to come out on top, and they get a nice objective there from that wolf. I think I saw the purple light there.
Unfortunately, the kiosk still going to be available for Out of the Blue, which means Merc Gaming is still not completely free to take that wick line for themselves. Out of the Blue looking for round number 2 from the way that they were walking up. Freya versus DS Guardians looking for a fight against this Roadblocks. Oh my god, the Rio is just so good at pumping out the damage. Nicely done, peeling away from that damage, making sure the damage on their own end sticks. Totem with the wall. Can they get anything done? It's going to be the Priya, so Team Out of the Blue ends up picking it up alongside the blood sample. You gotta get out of here. There's too many people sitting around. Blood sample, who is it gonna go over to?
Milky Way just gonna slowly back themselves on out as well. Yeah, Out of the Blue, a huge farm, getting the wick buff and the blood sample. There is gun. This is going to be the full zone, and a huge double stun coming up from the haste. Actually deny the Yan and the Maya on the backside there, and it's gonna be gun still alive, just barely on 1 HP. And it's going to be Slasher, going to be the one to come out on top. High TV going to go down, unfortunately, in 7th place, as it is going to be a blood box as well as was a day or night 4 rift. Night 4 rifts, if 2 teams enter, you get a blood item, which is huge.
Triple blood items on the William. This could honestly go into a fourth because look at the items on this. Look at the credits on the sewer right now.
That's crazy.
For Kwangju Slasher. If we see 4 blood transitions, and the crazy thing about that, by the way, is it actually works now, right? There are crit blood transitions.
Exactly.
They're using. There didn't in the past. Didn't used to be 3 or.
One scary William, I think, with 3 fastballs or with 3 stacks as William is literally gonna 2 or 3 auto summon some people.
Yeah, remember when Rio could have theoretically won in terms of range? Now you get 1 signature fireball straight on you, baseball slams 1-2 in your face, you're just dead to right. So let's see what Team Kwangju Slasher ends up doing with those credits, right? Because there's no guarantee that we're gonna go with the funny and call in another blood sample for gun, but
I can see it. Maybe
I can see 2.
Blood shoes for the William, either that or it's gonna be like a Nova shield or something for this haze, or maybe even a weapon for the Sua. But I think the Sua doesn't really need much because they are just sitting on the heal factor support build, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna go to that William. And I think Gun is gonna, I mean, Gun is also, I think, just playing really well this game, so I think they should just hyper carry, obviously, whoever's playing the best in their team.
If you're Kwangju Slasher, I think the smartest play here would be Bikini for X-Boy, because there's a certain point when the amount of items you slam onto a William is still going to have diminishing returns, right? You still have really good items on the William. His headpiece as well as the boots are still going to be pretty good. I think if the haze stays alive, it's going to be a lot better than just continuing to slam items on the William just because it's funny. And also, I mean, yeah, you do get DPS increases, but you know what I mean.
I think they need the heal cut though, right? Because there's a lot of, every single team here has pretty good healing, I would say, and losing it on one of your members, especially like a mage who's able to apply easily, is probably not ideal for a slasher, right?
Oh, so it's gonna be the Peacebringer actually. Or no, that's not the Peacebringer. That's the Out of Hearts. Okay. I completely forgot that was a bad Sua.
I kind of like that. It's more amp for the Sua for the shields, and then you know, having that extra pen as well for that Sua. Probably just not opting to put all of your cards in one basket, right?
Yep.
All your eggs in one basket, because you know, if the William goes down with your 3 blood samples, that is a lot of your value gonna be gone. It would have been 4, but yeah, 3. So I think giving that blood weapon to that Sua is probably fine there. And
ooh, nice call. See, look at that.
Do end up getting the check there with that recon drone, and yeah, Team Milky Way gonna be the one that has to give way to the side of Team Out of the Blue, as they do have that wick buff.
Exactly. Out of the Blue is the one that did it earlier inside of Forest. They're not going to be the ones to get caught out by the same thing. Really good play from Out of the Blue to try and maintain control of Fire Station. It's not going to be one of our temporary zones. As you can see, inside of our minimap will be our final zone for game number 3. For gaming, being ran down by Milky Way. Same thing for these guys by DS Guardians. A lot of teams hanging around inside of Fire Station for the time being. With 30 seconds to go, Out of the Blue will continue to exert a little bit of pressure, but can they? What are their items look like? For a team that's had Wick for quite a while, that's like okay. It's not bad, but it's not okay either. Oh no! That's just bad piloting! The Haze Rockets just rip Roach out the shreds. Who was the pilot? Who let them land there? No! Milky Way, you hate to see it. Oh, that hurts.
Right.
That hurts.
Into the hands of Freya, and that's an easy 2 kills for Freya. Looks like if you're gonna be forced to teleport back in.
Why is it always a pond?
It's gonna be, I don't know. I mean, pond is so skinny, right? So it's really easy to punish those bad VLS, because you get pushed back in because of how the game works with your VLS system. Right? So that's kind of what happened, because I think they ended up seeing them, but it was a little too late, right? Because they were already positioned on the bottom side there. They can't really turn around in time. Uh-oh.
This is not good either. Is Team Freya ready to receive this? Okay, not exactly as well as I thought they would have, but they did manage to knock down Zoe to about 2/3 of their HP. The Rockets are still punching. Mojum gets jumped on first. Nope, it doesn't matter. Rockets are still landing, but down goes Jumo. Unfortunately, he's the first one to get taken down. Mer Gaming over on the side gets a third party over onto Team DS Guardians. That's 2 members down from that side. Mer Gaming a little bit far away from the temp zone, though. Remember, this happened before, and a couple teams ended up taking the loss because because they were too far pushed away. You gotta stay alive a little bit longer, man. Will end up getting taken down. 28 seconds for Mer Gaming. They should be able to push on very soon, but how much timer are they gonna have to push actually into the temporary zone? That's the big question right now that I have for this team. Freya, 13 seconds left on their timer. Oh, it might be out of the blue, or sorry, Mer Gaming getting a little bit of extra time for this.
They're gonna get more timer here.
Yep.
That's good. Yeah, they're gonna have about 20 to 30 seconds here to actually take the fight onto the side team out of the blue. A huge read from the side team Mer Gaming to actually just walk around for the flank. Bintum did end up going down, so it's gonna be a lot more timer invested, and now they're gonna have to look. Less than 10 seconds left for the side team for the side of Totem here. There's the ultimate from the human to actually zone away
10 seconds
the side
for Totem.
of team Mer Gaming. There is a Priya here, and the Priya sustain is going to be able to keep the members alive. Can they get any kills? No, Bintum's going to go down. The Totem or the parry is going to be there for the Dema. They do end up getting one, but is that human and Priya? The damage and the sustain is going to be a little too much, but that does it to go through, and it is going to be out of the blue coming out on top there. Very nicely played by Priya and the human at the very end to, yeah, just finish the job and just kind of out-sustain the members of the side of Team DS Guardian. Oh no, not these Guardians with Mer Gaming, but now Slasher with 5 blood samples. It's gonna be a tall order and a tall ask for the side team out of the blue, as their items aren't looking too good. Still missing, I think, about 4 items. There's still 4 purples for the side team out of the for the side team out of the blue here.
I don't think Osu's gonna be able to play the game. You start spinning around in Debbie form.
Yeah, this William is just gonna two
yeah, I think Osu honestly gets about 6 or 7 tap by fastballs. So in the middle of animations, like
good
watch
damage,
this, watch
though.
this
Wait
how
a
it
second.
goes. Osu is gonna be in the front side. That's good damage. Blink out from the William as well as the signature fireball. X-Boy also loses out on a lot of health for this, but okay.
Yeah, GS actually just completely just 1v1ing X-Boy, just soloing X-Boy down to about 20% of their HP, and that gives full zone control to the side of team out in the blue here. It's gonna be up to Gun to try to make something happen. The ultimate was invested though, signature fireball not available for this William, so it's just gonna be up to Gun to just walk up and auto attack. Sua's gonna look for an angle in. There is the double. Don Quixote not gonna be able to hit anyone. They're gonna try to finish the Sua. There's their exit there as well to split the fight. And it's gonna be team out in the blue.
Fastball?
Out of the blue, gonna be the one to come out on top. There's the ultimate down from the human to try to finish the body. Gun trying to look for an angle in. Great knockup from Osu.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, and it's not gonna be enough.
God.
There's the ultimate as well. I think Gun should go down here very shortly. They're gonna try killing the body to get some extra healing from the executioner bonus. And wait, X-Boy is able to get one. Can he get another one here? No, is gonna fall to the tornado. And I think
we've seen things before. Hold on a second.
We have seen things before on William. I think the signature fireball is probably going to come back up as well, but no. There's it out of the blue, coming out on top. Yeah, I think X-Boy just getting chunked down, getting out-traded by the human on Haze. Is what set the fight for the side of team out in the blue to just take zone control and win it out there.
Yeah, GSXG making another beautiful play, right? Save the team earlier inside of a Dimensional Rift post day number 3. This time around, saves them inside of a fight on the final zone. Beautiful fights across the board. Human doing exactly what he needs to. I think Gun made a slight whoopsie as well. I think he fat-fingered a fastball while the Sua was just completely in the middle of nowhere, right? He used the signature fireball already, didn't have a way in. He wasn't in range to auto anybody, but I saw the fastball disappear, so I don't know what happened there. It wasn't like the stacks were slowly disappearing, because those disappear one by one. The stacks just were gone. I saw him auto a camera, and he had the fastball effect on it too. So really low value from the William this time around, unfortunately. But it also could have been the fact that Jumo just really full sent it for no reason with no supports.
Yeah, I don't think the Sua or Nizuka should have jumped in.
Yes, Nizuka, sorry.
Tried to look for the double Don Quixote, but yeah, just ended up getting dodged out, right? Sometimes you have to look for the engage, but I think that situation definitely have to play a little more slow, and the fight started really bad, right? We saw Haze getting out-traded by the human, so it put the William in a really bad position to use their ult early, and without signature fireball on William, that is a lot of your damage and a lot of your survivability and mobility that you can kind of navigate around in these team fights to try to solo carry, right? If you don't have that signature fireball, it's really hard for William to, put in work, I would say.
I think if Nizuka waited about 5 more seconds, maybe 10 more seconds, it could have been a little bit better, because as soon as Nizuka went down, you saw the signature fireball coming down from the William, right? You gotta wait for some of these crucial cooldowns. I know the William doesn't have blink anymore, so you think you're fighting on the backside. But when your DPS heavily relies on the baseball stacks being there for the William at the right place and the right time, you have to play around that. So maybe something around communication wasn't there for the team. I don't know. It could have been anything. But for Gwangju Slashers, still not a bad game. Not a bad game for them whatsoever. I think they walked into the final zone sitting somewhere around maybe 16, 17, 18 points. They're fine. It's game number 3. They were standing in, I think, around top 4, maybe somewhere really close, 5th or 6th.
No, Slasher was 8. So this is
they needed this.
This is definitely a game they needed for sure.
Let's see.
It is gonna jump them straight to 5th place. So not too bad, but the difference between these teams is slowly starting to mount, I would say. You could see Adla Blue in first with 45, Milky Way in second with 40. I think these two teams are relatively safe. Mer Gaming in third and Freya in fourth with 37 and 36 respectively. It's an 8-point gap between fourth and fifth. It's actually a pretty big point gap. We usually see fourth and fifth relatively close, but 8 points definitely some points that need to be made up. And then High TV and Kurenai, unfortunately, a little far away. I think that's about 17 points for High TV, 16.5, and 18 points for Kurenai. That's a lot of points, especially when you have other teams as well that are in contention. It's going to be really hard for these teams to make it into that top 4 spot.
Yeah, for sure. High TV and Kurenai, it honestly might be the end already just from the looks of it. But you can never count teams out, right? After all, we've seen some insane banger games from a lot of these teams where they go 27, 28 points with one single game. You never know what is going to happen, especially with Kurenai's team, which is something really surprising to me, by the way, with how consistent Jumbongi was during the group stages on the Leon, right? It's just not working from the looks of it in knockout stage number 4, which definitely can happen. It looks good during group stages, it looks good during everything else, but then as soon as you start going into the knockout stages, everybody else just knows how to deal with it, which is what ends up happening to a character like Leon, right? You just kind of see what the player does, you understand it, you see him next time playing the same thing, you know what's coming, so you play around it. It's just the anticipation that makes it really difficult for Jumbongi to get some of these really crucial 2 to 3 man knockouts with duck dive as well as the surfs up.
Yeah, 100%. And going into our final game, these teams have to be, playing at their best now, right? Because if you are in that bottom 4 elimination spot, you have to have that pop-off game, or that's going to be it for your phase 1 for Europe.
Indeed. Right at the point where you're going to be able to secure yourself a decent amount of circuit points, right? Which is going to suck. And in the end, a lot of these phases are just going to be played mainly for the circuit points. For season finals, if you can't get any of those during phase number 1, it is definitely not going to be the best feeling in the world. All right, super. Going into our final game, I believe we got no bans once again. Knockout stage number 4 has given us 0 because everybody, for the most part, is playing the exact same thing. Maybe one small change-ups here and there, like what Team Freya was able to bring to the table for game number 3. But other than that, everything is exactly as we would normally see. During the group stages, we saw these teams playing the exact same thing. For the ones coming up from the previous knockout stages, we saw them play the same things as well. It's just comfort picks across the board. I'm honestly surprised that we haven't seen any bans despite multiple duplicate picks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised, but I'm also not too surprised, right? I think we'll start to see more bans once we start seeing, a lot more of the National League teams. The National League teams obviously are going to be playing the meta picks, and we'll see 4 of them tomorrow. And I'm fairly certain we will see a lot of bans going in for tomorrow.
Oh boy, we're getting to the point where Mai is going to come to fruition, Tsubame, Justina, maybe even the Cecilia as well. These teams were really liking that during the group stages. Oh gosh. Okay. Well, do expect those things to come in the future. Don't expect what we're seeing today with next to no bans. Do not take this for granted, by the way. I know you guys are all complaining about, or maybe might not be liking, there we go, those are the words, might not be liking the fact that we're seeing the same teams over and over again, but it's also a little bit finicky when the same things are getting banned over and over and over, right? Ban system is very nice, but it after a certain point, you're just like, okay, I mean, we've seen that before. Is there anything new as well?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we did see being banned for actually not 3 games, like 2 games. We did see a couple other characters being banned for 2 games, but I don't think we have had that 3 character ban yet on game 1. I would love to see that just because it just means the character is going to be banned for the whole series.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. If it gets picked by what? I think it's 5 teams, right?
Or 5 teams, yeah, actually,
Yep.
you're right. Yeah, 5 teams.
If a character gets picked 5 times in one series, or I should say even from game number 1, yeah, that character is gonzos for pretty much the entire series. It really could throw a wrench in a lot of these teams' strategies, which I think could come to fruition, as you mentioned, during knockout stage number 4, because we're seeing a lot more teams play a lot more of those medic comps that we would normally expect in these higher echelons of knockout stages. Maybe we're just not there yet, or a lot of these players are just those one-trick style players where you just pick comfort picks and hope it works.
Yeah, but we are gonna jump straight into our final game here, into the character select for you guys to see what these teams are gonna be picking, and it looks like everyone gonna be picking the same characters. I don't think I really see any changes. I think everyone's just gonna be playing their comfort picks and their comfort team comp that they've been practicing time and time again throughout the course probably of the season, playing in scrims and everything.
Which is perfectly fine. I want to see everybody at their top power level, pretty much playing what they're comfortable with, making sure that we know what the limits of these teams are going to be. It's a bit early in the tournament to be able to see something like that, because we still have tomorrow, and then of course the checkpoint finals on Sunday. But we're getting to the point where, once again, everybody is going to have a tough time moving forward. Tomorrow, the games in and of themselves are going to be really rough for Stage 5. Not going to get any easier during Stage number 6. So you have to show us here how you might be able to fare with the teams that play tomorrow. Alright, everything is locked in now. Final pick, same thing, exactly the same as game number 3 from the looks of it. No change-ups whatsoever. So we should see something similar to what we saw in game number 3. The only difference might be pacing between some of these teams, because we know, for example, like High TV is going crazy inside a cemetery and pond. I don't think people are going to stray away from split farming into day number 2 just because of that, though. It's been too prevalent in knockout stage number 4 for me to just say, okay, it's game number 4, these teams are probably not going to do it anymore.
Oh yeah, I mean, people obviously, I mean, it depends on the situation why I think teams do end up deciding to split farm, right? For instance, if you do end up dying early in the day 2 cycle, you just want to look for farm and you split away from your team because you want to just respawn, or you see zones that are free on your minimap, where you see maybe 0 people are in the zone. So you're basically gonna go and do the wolf rotation on that respawn, and then that's sort of how it devolves into some of these teams split farming. And just in general, I think usually how teams start to split away is when zones are clear, they end up taking the farm, and then they slowly start to split away, usually 1 zone away from each other maximum.
I've seen teams getting punished for that hard today, though, which is really nice to see, right? It just goes to show that pretty much everybody is playing the macro correct. It's just when it comes to the overall pacing of Eternal Return, you do want to punish teams that are taking, I'm not going to say unnecessary, but definitely taking risks in order to further their lead or try to at least get ahead. Puncher Slasher going to duke it out up against High TV once again inside a cemetery. We've seen this time and time again, but Gun getting knocked up into the air. Signature Fireball goes down a little bit too late. In the middle of the animation, he will go down, but Fang also gets taken down too, and Nizuka doing some pretty good amount of damage. Kira on the backside will be able to find the kill over onto X-Boy. Rockman on the backside, all he has to do is just land 1 Radiant Brilliance, but Nizuka will sneak it away with the Don Quixote. High TV, once again, chaos inside of Cemetery, will be able to walk out at least with a couple of kills in their side too.
IDV gonna be able to get 2, and Slasher gonna be able to get 2 as well. And this is exactly what Slasher needs, right? Because they are in that 5th place position. They do end up getting taken down. The Nizuka is gonna get really bursted down in a huge Radiant Brilliance is going to be there at the perfect time, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to trade 2 for 2 for the side of Team Gaming and Slasher. So Slasher are going to be able to trade another 2 kills, this time with a different team.
Oh my god.
And going to be able to jump back in. Very roundhouse kick from the Yan. The Yan is going to be able to pick up one, but he's going to be able to grab another with that Don Quixote. Kiro going to jump on forward, and the respawns are coming in this time for the side of Team Gaming to trade. And it's going to be Gaming versus the side of the Team High TV. But Gaming is going to be the one to come out on top. There's the rockets coming down from the Haze. I think the Haze was able to snipe 1 extra kill away for the side of Team Slasher as well. So sitting at 5 kills this early on, you have to be feeling pretty good. Totem going to try looking for an angle in. He's going to get locked up by the Yan and the Mai. Here the Yan is going to be able to jump in. Does it get one. Respawn coming back in again. Hero going to be here this time. Are they going to be able to find anything? No. The Felix is going to be there to lock them up. And Gaming going to be the one to come on top this time with 3 extra kills for themselves. So Slasher with 5, Gaming with 5, and High TV with 6.
I'm so glad that Cemetery is the fighting zone for a lot of these guys again, because you know me, right? You also know that, well, because yeah, you've been around for a while now. It's been a hot minute since Cemetery has been that one zone where everybody decides to fight during day 1 and night 1. I'm so glad that we're back to it, right? I keep thinking, no. Dude, you hate to see it, but yeah, I mean, not straying away from my point. I love the fact that everybody's just fighting inside a cemetery because it can get so chaotic. Those center catacombs is such an annoying location on the map to fight against that it's just
we
annoying.
did see it was always cemetery, and it's a little poetic, right? Because it is cemetery, you know, the place where people die. So
there's always an IREM back in the days, but there's none of that now. Sucks. E8 is also not playing IRM anymore, so well, what's the point?
Yeah, I remember it was always Busan Baseball. I think like old Busan Baseball down there. Yeah, with the IRM, E8 on IRM, and Razra and Suwa, they did play that team off. And here's the full lockdown coming out from the side of Team Kurenai. Very nicely played from the Hyejin, and great follow up for the team of Team Kurenai. There is the Peacemaker going to come down. Can they finish these kills? They are going to be able to grab all 3 and not lose a single member as well. A clean 3 kills for the side of Team Kurenai. Able to wipe the side of Team PS Guardians.
Huge fear from Makotia because he actually denied, I think it was Zoe, from immediately doing anything the moment he looked for some resets with the dashes. This time around, Totem, though, he actually gets to interrupt onto everybody as GSXG cannot do a single thing. Osu is going to have to run away. Hikasi will also get locked down. That's a free Tree of Life going in favor of that team. Nicely done from Gaming as locking down that.
I love the way Team Gaming is able to just make these plays on Tazi and Felix together. They always follow up at the perfect time. Great pick and a great follow-up instantly to just instantly kill that Yumin down. And once the Yumin's gone, or once anyone's really gone, you know, playing that 2v3 is really easy for the side team Gaming.
That's communication, baby. Gaming also immediately splitting away from each other to continue looking for the split farm. One set of people inside a pond, getting a couple of those wolves. Another set, I think, going to hospital from what I saw. Bintum making his way over there. He actually ends up finding GSXG, who I think is going to get collapsed on by the rest of Gaming unless Bintum kills him before, which is exactly what happens. Really good pacing for that team at the moment, Gaming. Looking at the credits, actually, it's... Actually, no, they're definitely on pace, right? We got about 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, sitting at 340 credits for everybody else other than Bintum. This is definitely good. Freya looking for a little bit more. Kwangju Slasher will just back away. Gun walking away from this. He doesn't want a part of it at all, especially with no support from the rest of his team.
Yeah, Slasher just gonna back themselves on out of there as Team Freya. Want to look for a fight, but I don't think they're that strong. I mean, yeah, you can see Team Slasher, they haven't got their buy-ins yet. They want to get their 4 scores here, but still just aren't able to get to that kiosk. While all these other teams have their 4 score buy-ins, or they are currently buying in. So Slasher are going to be on the back foot. Don't think they're going to be able to contest for an objective as they were in a really awkward spot and up down on the top side.
Okay, Lumi getting taken down by Team Milky Way. Looking for a little bit more consistency there. 3.5 points for that team. Let's see, where is everybody else? 3 for Kwangju Slasher, 3 for Kurenai, 0 for Out of the Blue, but they're in first place. We're gaming at 5. There's actually been a lot of points being given around the entire game so far.
Mizuka is going to walk up a little bit here. Has to be a little careful. There's the poke damage coming out for the side of Team Slasher. Osu getting choked down. There is the White Lily in from the pre-lag. Is going to be invested, but isn't really going to tag anyone. That's a huge cooldown invested for the side of team out of the
fighting?
blue. The fireballs damage is going to be there, and there is the rift. It looks like 2 members. Oh no, 1 member is only going to get in. It's going to be the Priya, and that's going to deny at least the side of Team Flasher from taking it.
That does actually open up.
Oh,
what is it?
my.
Oh, whoa. What happened to the heart? She's going to get feared out before she can even use the Peacemaker. Makotia now in a little bit of trouble. We'll have to just walk away. But for Team Kwangju Slasher, this is actually kind of alright because that means you get the entirety of Beach for free. Yep, just like that. And an extra kill going in their favor out of the blue is unfortunately going to get broken with IATV going to be able to pick up a kill over onto Kasi inside of the zone. Oh no! Taewon going to be found all over the map, traveling through the moon. We'll get locked down and taken down by the 2 members of DS Guardians in Temple.
Yeah, Courage Uppercut gonna connect from the Nikki, and looks like Slasher is gonna get caught this time from the side of Team Freya. I think Freya gonna be able to pick up a skill for themselves, as the side of Team Slashers will be solely forced to back themselves on. Now they still have not got their buy-in, still have 500 credits each on all 3 members of the side of Team Slasher, and they can't buy in Hotel there because they just lost a member to the side of Freya in Beach.
I think that's one of those deaths though that's still okay because you already got all the value inside of Beach anyways, right? You already cleared a high value area, now you're starting to move into another zone. Maybe it was trying to cook up some food, I don't know what Dizika was still doing down there, but it doesn't really matter because you did exactly what you already wanted to finish. There's a fear going on to Totem one more time. This kill onto the Tazia from Makotia, just one more charge to do it. No! Don't overchase! No! Makotia goes down. Finally, we will be able to kill Suru. Oh wait, no, not Suru, but we will be able to kill Totem. But the bait, it's nighttime vision now.
Just 1 Q or charm, there's anything to connect at the very end. They're just not going to be enough. There's the ultimate coming out. Ooh, from Yona is going to connect, but they're going to just turn onto the Suwa there and instantly burst them down. They do end up taking the kill, but Yona's going to be there to get some extra kills. Should be able to get the yacht, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, as Milky Way is just going to back themselves on out of dock there. The box is going to go to the side of Team Freya, and they have to be feeling pretty good about that. They are sitting in that 4th place position as well, so definitely need to win out here for this game. Slasher, it looks like they were finally able to get their buy-in, so they're looking pretty strong. Now William already sitting on 5 gold items for himself.
Real quick, great call from Rachan to actually send it because it was about to turn into day number 3. Usually, we've seen it already in the series, or at least during the night, right, where teams are going to wait a couple of extra seconds to kill something like the Yan because they're going to be so isolated, it's a guaranteed kill. But Yan is a little scary when you're a backliner. You don't even know if you're going to be able to survive those 3 seconds, so just sending it as Rachan because you know you're going to die anyways. Great call from him.
Yeah, and it looks like they were able to pick up a free Tree of Life there in Forest as well, the side Team Milky Way, so sitting in a pretty good spot here. Looks like Leon is completely isolated from their team for the side of Team Kurenai, and they're just going to slowly back themselves back into Hotel as they regroup with their Hyejin and Hearts. We do have Mer Gaming. It looks like they're able to find the Gamma key card, so it's going to be a Gamma key card for them.
Oh, this is risky.
It'll be a good tempo swing as long as Rockin can get themselves on out of the air, and it looks like they should be okay.
I really hope Rockin doesn't die. This could be massive for Team Mer Gaming if they are able to stick this. And the looks of it so far, it is going to be okay. There is a Gamut called out for everybody on the map, so we know something is going to be going through in these players' minds right now. As we start heading into the phases where we have to prepare for night number 3, 30 seconds to go. Omega is going to spawn inside of Dock. Now Freya is trying to maintain control of this. Pretty good plays across the board. This is actually what we couldn't see, I think, during games of knockout stage number 3, where Freya is just consistently pumping out the pressure onto these other teams to prevent them from even contesting these objectives in the mid stages of the game.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a free Omega going to the side of Team Freya there. Probably going to be used for that Haze arm piece. Most likely going to be that, that's, I think it's called Sanguine. Sanguine's going by, right?
Sanguine could be good. You can even go for Dragon Scales at this point as well if you think you're going to be confident enough, but Primordial Hex is just way too good on something like a Haze. So combine that with the Cataclysm, it is just so much free damage.
Yeah, and the credits as well for... Oh, it's going to be the D-Scale actually going to be invested for Freya. And I love this play for Gnome here. Going to use an ultimate for the stacks. And they're going to have the ultimate back up because you instantly get your cooldowns back when you do enter the Rift. So the stacks are going to be there for the Yawn. And the Yawn who is going to be able to utilize it much here. And we do have a fight here. ITV needs to get this win. Same thing with Guardians. Or both the teams are going to be out for the count. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? There's the ultimate downs coming out from the Tazia.
DS Guardians.
And the Charlotte as well. We're going to have to look to see if Kiro can do much here on this Shoichi. There's the ultimate on the Shoichi. Can he get some damage? They do actually kill the Charlotte there. Can they actually turn this around? They do end up getting some damage onto the Mai. They get the executioner bonus to keep the Mai alive. And Kiro's getting a lot of value, but is it going to be enough? It's able to dash around and it's not going to be enough. The damage from the Tazmi and the Nikki are just a little too much. And that's going to be it for High TV. They're going to go out in 8th place, and I think that's it for their tournament run as well.
Yup. Really brutal. Kiro got baited in by Totem's Totem, man. Oh my god, really unfortunate. Oh wait, no, I should say it was Soei's Totem, I apologize. He thought he had to kill onto the Tazia, and he rightfully would have if it wasn't for the Totem. He dashed in. That was the last dagger down on the ground, so he was just kind of standing there doing absolutely nothing while the Tazia was waiting inside the Totem. As soon as she came back, nothing that the Shoichi could do because he doesn't have any resets, he doesn't have a single dagger. Really brutal for Team High TV. Well played for DS Guardians, as they're now going to start prepping themselves to potentially walk into the top 4 as well. This is one of the teams looking for that spot. The question is, can Freya, with the consistency that we saw tonight from this team across the board, every single game, are they going to be toppled in game number 4 to finally open up that 4th place spot, or will Freya once again be able to maintain that consistency, keep themselves in the top 4, and punch their tickets into knockout stage 5?
Yeah, because the other teams have a pretty good scoring already, right? Mer Gaming in 3rd place with 9, Milky Way with 5.5, Out of the Blue with 1, but they have the 1st place spot right now, so yeah, I mean, it's really going to be up to Team Freya maybe to hold the lines on the 4th place position, but Guardians is slowly closing the gap. Slasher as well is slowly getting there. And here comes Engage from Freya. They're getting a lot more kills here. Looks like they are going to lose out. Oh, wait a second. The Su actually dashing straight in onto the side of Team Guardians here. The Su is actually going to go down. Yona is going to be able to get themselves to safety. They don't have enough credits. They do, so they should be able to get the res here instantly. And they need to make sure they're going to be... They got to play a little more conservative here. I don't even think they got the kill onto the... actually, I think they did end up getting the kill onto the side of Team Kurenai, but yeah, unfortunately, the Suwa dashing straight into the hands of Team Guardians did end up gifting them another kill.
The worst team for Freya to give up that kill, right? DS Guardians still looking for a little bit more. Now potentially looking for this red box contest, as Kurenai sitting around the zone also trying to deny this. They have no idea right now because DS Guardians ended up dodging all the vision. They're not going to walk into vision once again either. If these guys do not anticipate this, they can immediately wipe.
Someone's going to die. Someone's going to die through this box. I think because they're all going to split away because they think this box is going to be free.
They still haven't checked it. Now they do.
There we go. There we go. Okay.
But are they in position to punish this is a question. 2 calamities left onto the Charlotte.
Oh no, he walked straight into the
wall. There's a fear. No, it's just not going to matter because the Divine Intervention is there. It's the counter. It's the counter synergy. One team has the heart, the other has the Charlotte. Is the easiest Divine Intervention in the world, and a third party from the north side. That's going to be it for Team Kurenai. Makutia is going to go down. Junbongi can try all he wants to stay alive, but there are no more rifts available, and your credits are in the dirt. Maybe get the res onto 1. I'm not sure. Maybe the heart can get resurrected eventually as well, because Milky Way is not paying attention. Somehow, Kurenai will maintain their lives inside of this game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just an uncharacteristic mistake. The Heart just walking into the Tazia wall just ended up costing them the team fight there. As the Heart just forced to use a piece too early. And here's
the Charlotte!
The vision play coming out from Kurenai is able to get the 1-up. Oh, wait a second. The Tazia is able to get 1, and there is the Pure Jump and they kill the Heart as well! The turnaround from DS Guardians. So well played, but no, the third party is here. They gotta get out. Guardians have to use the movement speed to get themselves to safety. There is the wall as well. No, Guardians. Wait, they have the White Lily as well. There is the movement speed once again. Horrific, trying to close the gap. Is he gonna be able to catch them here? I don't think so, but Team Milky Way is chasing so far for these kills. And look at the timer. Rajan has to TP.
No way. I think he started late. Did he start late? No! He started it late.
What?
He started it late. I saw him cancel it. I saw him cancel it at the last split second. That's a -1 going over onto Team Milky Way. The instant res is going to be there. But that's a -200 credits and a -1. Milky Way are trying to hold their place in the top 4. It's fine with a very specific bolded out question mark. DS Guardians
just self-res on the bottom side there and just walked in and TP'd. I didn't even realize. So DS Guardians are in a pretty good spot here. Milky Way, that is a huge mistake coming out from the Yon. You cannot TP when you have 3 seconds left. That is not enough time.
That is a possibility. Jingy lost less timer than Rajan did in that entire duration because they completely forgot about the Charlotte. She honestly could have started immediately self-resing. Junbongi, oh my god, that goes far. He's gonna stay alive. There's a recon drone. He needs to stay outside of the range of it. Good play from Junbongi, but oh my god, I think they might have heard him stepping around a little bit. Oh, he gets fouled out. Yeah, they know. Oh, run, Leon.
Yeah, I don't think Kurnai even has a chance. Even if they get the res here, they're sitting only on 7 points and in 8th place. Oh, and they jump straight into hand and gifting it to Slasher. You know, here, Slasher, you know, you guys are pretty close. I'm going to give you guys a chance to make it in as well.
Yeah, this really puts the pressure onto Team Freya because Team Freya has the Wicked Line buff. No one's really going to fight them. If they can go into final zone, yes, it's going to be completely fine. But the question comes down to now, can DS Guardians and Gwangju Slasher make up the point difference, right? Because those two are the only teams that are remaining in this game that aren't part of the top 4. Everybody else is, right? It's just DS Guardians and Gwangju Slasher fighting for that placement inside of the top 4 up against Team Freya. Maybe even Mer Gaming, but Mer Gaming's actually doing pretty alright, so it might be tough for that one. Freya looking for a potential fight. It's gonna land over onto Gun. A little bit too far away, so can't capitalize on this. It's thin quarters across the board as well. Haze versus Haze, rockets all over the place. Could be really difficult. Milky Way, Taewon. Milky Way, Rajan. This could get a little chaotic, but look at the fight inside a forest. Cemetery, sorry.
Yeah. Out of the blue, looking for the side of Team Guardians here. Nikki already getting chunked down to half HP. There's a stun onto Osu. Osu getting chunked down. There's a very as well. I'm gonna look for something. The ultimate coming out from Prius is huge. So much damage on the backside. But the Nikki is just able to solo down the human. And Guardians are going to be able to pick up another 3 kills. This is huge for the side of Team Guardians as Freya is going to have to play catch up now.
Oh, wait a second. Now Team Out of the Blue, they only have 2 points. 47.5 is all Out of the Blue have. This could actually be a little bit dangerous because the rest of the lobby is now 2nd to 5th. Oh, sorry, 2nd to 6th.
Could be really bad. You are correct. I think because Milky Way already outscores, Mer Gaming already outscores. Guardians could outscore here very shortly as well if they have a good finish, and that would kick out Team Out of the Blue.
I think this would be the first time in a long while where we see our first place team getting knocked out with 1 single game, right? Because we've seen cases where a team in like 2nd and 3rd,
first to 5th. I don't think we've seen a first to 5th.
Yeah, on the final game of a knockout stage, we've seen 2nd, 3rd place just making a really big mistake, or even getting knocked down pretty early and just instantly calling their entire tournament. But not first.
If Team Freya wins their final zone, temporary zone, and then also Team Out of the Team Guardians, but Team Guardians and Freya are in the same zone here, which is definitely going to be a problem in terms of how many points these teams need. Slasher can also sort of make it in as well, but Team Freya and Team Guardians, it's going to come down to this, I think, on who's going to make it out here. Who is it going to be? I think it's going to be locked in. These teams definitely want to fight for this temporary zone here. There's the parry. Nikki has. He's stunned. They can look for an angle in. They're looking. There is the ultimate, but the great spell should come out from the Sua. And the damage coming out from the side of Team Freya. This is going to be way too much for the side of Team Guardians. Guardians going to be the one on the back foot now. The spell shields are strong on the side of Team Freya here. And on the top side, it looks like it's going to be Team Mer Gaming actually getting the 1-up onto the side of Team Milky Way, but that's a lot of points gone for the side of Team Slasher. I don't think Slasher can even have enough points down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's see. Horrific is going to get taken down. The fight inside of Chapel is still going to continue. A lot of cooldowns have reset for this team, but the timer is just now at a complete disadvantage. The shield from Jumo is making it so difficult for them to target down the Rio. So he's going to try what he can, but the inside of the fight is just way too much. Down goes the Nikki, down goes the down goes the Tazia, down goes the Charlotte. DS Guardians, 16.5 points, 17.5 points, sorry, because of the extra placement is all they're going to get. Gwangju Slasher, can they somehow maintain the status quo? Can they make it up? Can they somehow topple Team Freya? That is the question. Totem, Raccoon, and Bintum pushing their way on in. Timer is going to be very, very rough for this team, but their TTK is very, very low. The amount of time it takes for these guys to burst somebody down on the side of Gwangju Slasher is very low. The fight's going to initiate. There's a Sentry Fireball going down from the Lilium, but the damage output is just way too good. Bintum on the backside. They are not going to be able to get anything. One is down. X-Boy is gone, but the timer is still at a little bit of a disadvantage, but Gun will end up getting taken down. Oh no, really brutal for Gwangju Slasher. That is it, most likely, for their run. We'll have to see what the point total looks like at the end, but we are down to our final two teams, Freya and Mer Gaming.
That's so unfortunate, because if Slasher ended up winning this game, I think they would have been able to qualify with Freya and actually kick out of the blue down to 5th place. But it looks like it's going to be locked in here for our 5 teams. I think Freya should be good. Mer Gaming, good for sure. And I think out of the blue, just barely escape out here. Into knockout stage 5.
Dude, that was 17.5. We'll have to see. I don't really want to do the math right now because it's way too close when it comes to the calculations, but let's see how this final fight goes. Between these two teams, it's definitely formality, right? It's just ego fights at this point, and whichever team wins will probably go out of this tournament, or out of this knockout stage in first place. But the damage output from the Rio, I mean, this is what we wanted to see from Team Freya all this time. With the addition of actually playing aggressive in the earlier stages of the game, the timer on these players are also really bad right now. So getting pushed out like this and using all of your safety drones when the Chronosphere is going to the left side of Cemetery is the worst feeling in the world. Totem is going to be forced to use out the Totem very early on into the fight. Bintum is doing what he can, jumps onto the backside, gets access over onto onto Mojo. Jumo gets obliterated. Mojo follows suit. Timer reinvigorated. Yona can't do a single thing. He is pumping out autos as much as possible. But there's the Felix, Thunder Strike in, the auto attacks everywhere. GG's called out. Mer Gaming will finish out knockout stage number 4, 27 points in their hand to round out the series. GG's.
Yeah, they were looking pretty. I mean, Freya was looking really good there, but Yona jumped over the wall, and then the Suo ended up engaging. So, but Yona can't auto attack because Yona's over the wall, so they can't really get any value on the Rio. And that's a little unfortunate. Mer Gaming full centered there, recognizing exactly what was happening. Very nicely played, and a huge game for Mer Gaming. It doesn't really matter for them, as I think they've already secured their spot in for knockout stage 5, but a nice, clean game number 4 to close out the series.
Perfectly played from players across the board in the final zone. You're right. It started out really well from Team Freya, but couldn't actually maintain it, which is a little bit interesting. I think a lot of teams that ended up losing final zones today from both knockout stage 3 and 4 is because they overreached with the lead that they had, right? Was in a really good spot. You could have pushed the other team away because of how well you responded to their initial fight, but then you get a little bit overzealous, push a little bit too far forward. We've seen it a couple times with both of our Suo players today, actually, where they overreach, try to Don Quixote in a little too far away from their teammates, and there just is no response from the rest of them. You got to calm it down there, right? Take a breath. You know, I get it's the final fight. It's going to be pretty tight. It's going to be a little bit close, but take a breath. You responded to it really well. Reset your fight, and then play off of the advantages that you have. That's what I want to see from these guys as we go into knockout stage 5 starting tomorrow, because they're going to need that up against the teams they're going to be fighting up against.
Oh, 100%. We got 4 ERL teams right at knockout stage 5 for these teams. Not even knockout stage 6, right? Knockout stage 5. So they got one more stage right after they fight all 4 of those teams. And really good teams as well. So definitely have to be a little careful. And it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for our 4 teams here. And I think we still have our Golden Run team, Team Milky Way, coming out qualifying once again out of knockout stage 4.
Yeah, don't know if they ended up in first place again like they did in knockout stage 3, but Looking pretty good, right? Consistent performances across the board from early game to mid game to late game. It's giving me vibes of what C&J Esports was able to do during Season 8 with the Yan, Jackie, and Nia combination, because for a team like C&J Esports that thrives off of causing chaos throughout the entire course of the game, their composition was really well made for it during Season 8. I'm getting the same vibes with what Team Milky Way is able to provide in Season 9. Yan plus the Fiora plus the Tsubame, it is so hard to lock any of these players down when they're pretty much doing exactly what they want to do, that a lot of teams are just folding up against it. I think Milky Way is utilizing that pressure very well. They understand how their composition is supposed to fight, putting it on full display during the knockout stages. It's one of the few cases where being early in the knockout stages actually gives these teams a feeding ground to practice, more so than just laying back and figuring out what to do later down the road.
Yeah, and they just have this easy or really good engage potential, right, with the Yana and Fiora if they're able to find, any value and just bursting down these backliners. So I do really like the way Team Milky Way is playing in these games, and I think going forward they're gonna definitely have a tough road ahead. But I think if they continue with how they're playing in these last couple of knockout stages, I think they'll do just fine.
Absolutely. All right, before we start going into our score sheets, because I forgot to do this last time, I'm actually going to do it now. Here is the code for today. If you guys missed out on maybe a couple things, or you guys want a couple extra things to work on for the game, the offer coupon for today is 1114. The date for today, SVLTZ, for your 5 common season fragment vouchers, as well as the extra drop token in case you ever need those. So make sure you guys go grab those. Put it in the chat for people who are going to need it later. I'll keep it on until the end of the stream. But super, let's take a look at the teams that are going to be playing tomorrow for knockout stage number 5. It was Mer Gaming, Freya, Milky Way, and Out of the Blue. You can see how close it was for DS Guardians. 2 points was all they could have had, all they needed as well in order to knock down Out of the Blue from first place into 5th. That would have been a storyline of a lifetime. But with this, 2 of our National League teams once again falling down very early on, right? We already lost Gyeonggi in 8.
Yeah.
We already lost Gyeongnam Sparkles as well. Add 2 more to the roster.
2 National League teams fall in this early. I mean, I guess not too early, but knockout stage 4 is definitely not where you want to fall because you don't get any circuit points, and yeah, a little unfortunate for the side of Team Slasher and Guardians, but yeah, these other teams just end up getting the best of them here for knockout stage number 4.
Absolutely. And with that, we know our 4 teams moving on for tomorrow for knockout stage number 5. Remember, once again, for everybody in the chat, it's going to be 2 hours earlier than when we started today. We have UTC up on the screen, but basically in our time for the Western people out here in the world, it's going to be at 2 a.m. Central Time, but 3 a.m. Eastern Time. There we go. That's what I wanted to say. That's why I said 3. 3 a.m. Eastern Time right here on the Eternal Return game channel. We're going to have Knockout Stage 5 and Knockout Stage 6 tomorrow, which means guaranteed 8 games, right? 4-4 split between the 2. Basically the same thing what we did here today, just with new teams. So, yeah. Be here if you guys are excited about that. It's going to be a great time.
And then Sunday, we're going to have our checkpoint finals. That is always a treat to watch because it's going to go down to our top 8 teams. And we have the checkpoint format. So if you guys don't know about what exactly that is, teams will have to hit a 65-point checkpoint breakpoint, and then they'll have to win a game after that. And I don't know if you guys were here for the, I think the ERM finals, like the season finals, but there was some shenanigans going on that we might see again
some
back
politics.
here in phase 1. It was that was some crazy work. I think if you guys haven't seen it, I would highly recommend. I think it was like game 6 or 7. It was actually crazy.
Everybody
these teams are literally
at this point
just ignoring each other.
And then immediately pouncing on the one team that was in checkpoint amongst the venue. I was sitting inside the zone.
Yeah, and then we saw these teams BLSing as well because the one team that was in checkpoint BLS'd away.
Oh yeah, that's right. They were following
everyone
them.
came to BLS the beach. It was so funny. It was so funny.
I do remember that. Well, let's take a look at the brackets that are updated for now. Tomorrow, knockout stage number 5, C&J Esports, FN Sejong, Busan Bespa, and Yangju Whales are 3rd place teams for every single one of the group stages we saw last week, joined by Mer Gaming, Freya, Milky Way, and Out of the Blue. You can see, starting from the beginning, Milky Milky Way, the only teams to have their name lit up from Knockout Stage 1 all the way to Stage 5 so far. Are they going to be able to continue it all the way until the finals and take up the mantle of yet another team to make it with the Golden Run? They will be joined by most likely Always In-Chun, as well as... oh gosh, there was another team a long time ago that started with R. Insider was one definitely as well. There was another one that started with R. I'm forgetting the words. They played like...
Rump Rebels?
Yes, Rump Rebels. Rump Rebels was also another team that made it. So only like 3 or 4 teams that have the mantle of being a team that started from Knockout Stage 1, made it all the way to the end, or what we call the Golden Run. We could have Team Milky Way being another team to step up and join that exclusive club.
Did Rump Rebels make it? I feel like they were like Knockout Stage 6.
Once.
And then they didn't.
I think they made it once, very early on into their team's history.
Because I know Insider and Always In-Chun for sure.
Yes.
But I feel like Rump Rebels, I think they went out at like Knockout Stage 6. So I think they're like one away.
I think they made it once. It might have been before you joined in then. There's a possibility, but yeah, I don't remember. I swear Rump Rebels made it at least once. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Unfortunately, my brain is just too small to remember all of that stuff. But yeah, it's going to be a very, very fun set of games tomorrow. Let's see if Milky Way definitely has it in them. Otherwise, it was a nice run for Team Milky Way. At this point, they are guaranteed to secure themselves some kind of placement points in the circuits as well. Should be a good series going for them across the board. Super, is there anything else you want to say for the night before we call it? Because we are done for the day, my friend.
No, I mean, I'm excited for tomorrow. You know, tomorrow's we're gonna have some great games, and especially on Sunday, I think I definitely don't want to miss that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to give a little bit of a special shout out to the people in the YouTube chat. I had a lot of fun chatting with you guys. I don't usually sit in there, but I think I might start doing it now because YouTube chat is kind of banger. But if you guys also want to join us over on Twitch, absolutely fantastic. Otherwise, I will see you guys in the YouTube chat tomorrow, once again, right here on the Eternal Return Game channel at 3 a.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be 2 hours earlier than today, so make sure you guys are here on time. Be there or be square. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We will call it a night. We will see you guys tomorrow for Knockout Stage 5 and 6, but until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of your Friday. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.